The sky cracked open and monsters rained down. A boy looked up and shouted at another, asking why his brother was betraying him. The other boy, named Luo Wei, spoke coldly and reminded him of the time when the first disaster had happened. Strange spaces appeared everywhere, and those spaces were later called secret realms. People who entered those realms gained powers called classes. They formed groups called class legends and pushed forward with great force, defeating many secret realms. Luo Wei said that even the strongest triple S level realm was conquered, but now his friend was too dangerous. He declared that only the royal family could hold the greatest power for the empire to remain stable. The boy was stunned and shouted that this was the reason his family and teammates had been killed. He flew into the sky in anger, but Luo Wei struck him down with a deadly attack. Luo Wei explained that the boy's armor had been tampered with, and poison had been added to it. After the exhausting battle, he could not resist, and an entire army had been prepared just to finish him off. As the boy was dying, his thoughts turned bitter. He realized that brotherhood, loyalty, and emotions had all been false. But at that very moment, his hidden skill called Mirror World activated. He was given the choice to use it, and he pressed yes before death. Dozens of years later, 4 boys were bullying another child near a water body. They laughed and said the boy was pretending to be dead. One of them punched the boy, while another told him to drop him back into the water. The weak boy bled from his mouth and wondered why life was always like this for him. As he was drowning, Yunche's soul heard a strange voice. He looked confused, but before he could react, the scene shifted to another boy who came running and begged the bullies to stop. The bullies mocked him and said if the victim was dying, he should use a healing spell, since he was a chanter class. They accused the boy of bringing them there, saying it was his fault. The smaller boy defended himself, saying he was forced, but the bullies grabbed him too. Just then, the water rippled, and something terrifying appeared inside it. The bullies screamed that it was a secret realm and ran away in fear. Even the smaller boy panicked, but then remembered his friend was still tied and drowning. He ran to untie the rope, but monsters appeared in front of him. He struggled to undo the knot, but one of the monsters noticed him and attacked. At the last moment, Yunche returned and saved him. He tried casting a basic healing spell, but it failed because the monster's life was full. The boy shouted at him and used his tank's ability to block the attack. But Yunche, on the other hand, realized something shocking. The body he was in was not his original one. He remembered his past life as a warrior who had once reached the peak. He had used Mirror World long ago, and his soul had been trapped until now, when he revived inside this child's body. The boy blocking the attack cried out, saying he could only handle 3 monsters at most. Yunche saw his available skills: healing spell, vine control, and basic blade attack. He frowned because all of them were weak support skills. He realized this was why the chanter class was always looked down upon. Still, with his past combat skills, he could hold out for now. He tried using Mirror World on the monsters, but the operation failed again and again. He wondered if the skill required a real mirror to work. He tried targeting rocks, gloves, and even shields, but nothing succeeded. The smaller boy screamed at him to stop wasting time because he could not hold out much longer. Suddenly, a terrifying demon appeared with its army, born from an old battlefield's grudges. The boy felt despair as countless enemies surrounded them. Yunche tried his skill Mirror World again, this time on his own vine control skill. This time it succeeded. The skill reversed and transformed into chaotic thorns. Countless thorns burst out of the ground and struck the demon army, causing chaos. The monsters began attacking each other in confusion. Yunche realized the reversal had changed the binding vines into thorns of madness. What was once useless had now become powerful. He understood the truth of his mirror world. Every weak support skill could become incredible when reversed. He looked at the battlefield filled with chaos and smiled faintly. He wondered what other hidden powers his reversed skills would unlock in the future. Yunche thought that Mirror World truly lived up to its name as a Trickpal S-level hidden skill. Not only did it reverse abilities, but it also enhanced them far beyond their normal limits. He realized that if he had tricked using it in the past, the success rate would have been low and the bind duration would have only lasted for a second or two. Now, the effects were far greater than anything he had ever imagined. Yunche wondered what the rest of his reversed skills would turn into. He then reversed his blade of basic attack, and it became Trick Blade. A glowing blade appeared in his hand, and he discovered that every time he used a skill, his attack power increased by 10%. He thought this was a skill with extremely high potential for growth. At that moment, he received a notification that he had leveled up. He realized that many monsters had died from attacking each other, giving him enough experience to advance. A monster suddenly lunged at him, but he blocked just in time. He noticed that when leveling up, his mana points automatically restored fully, giving him another chance to keep fighting. Yunche decided to test Trick Blade while the monsters were still under confusion. He summoned Chaotic Thorns again and again, then unleashed Trick Blade at full strength. With each use, his attack power grew stronger, and soon it was more than double its original strength. He charged at a big demon, swung his blade, and sliced it cleanly in half. The smaller boy who was watching the fight stared in disbelief. He wondered if Yunche was truly only a level 5 chanter, because his power looked like nothing a chanter should have. Yunche ignored the boy's thoughts and pressed on, cutting down another demon. He quickly calculated that with his current level 6 stats, he had 120 mana points and 1 point of mana recovery per second. He thought that, at best, he could reach a 2.3 times attack boost, which was just enough to fight monsters at level 11 or 8. But then, a far greater threat appeared. In front of them stood a battlefield commander demon at level 21. It crushed the smaller demons around it like insects as it marched forward. Yunche realized this was the true boss of the secret realm. He immediately cast Chaotic Thorns and Trick Blade together, but the commander demon was immune to confusion. The little boy shouted for him to watch out and bravely blocked one of the demon's attacks with his shield. Yunche remembered his comrades in the past shouting at him not to rush in. He saw the boy being struck down by the demon's heavy blow, his low level making it impossible for him to endure. Yunche thought he was acting recklessly, but still ran to his side. He cast a basic healing spell on him, but the effect was weak and only barely stabilized him. At the Yunche time, Trick Blade triggered again, giving Yunche a power boost. Yunche asked if the boy had any healing potions. The boy weakly admitted he had one stored away. Yunche told him to break it quickly and recover. He knew that even with his current power, he could not match the commander demon yet. Still, he also saw that most of the smaller monsters were already on the brink of death. He decided it was time to finish them off. Yunche rushed into the swarm with lightning speed, cutting them down one by one. His movements were so fast that he killed 10 monsters in the blink of an eye. Each kill gave him more experience, and he quickly leveled up again. He calculated that to defeat the commander demon, he needed at least a 400% attack boost. Trick Blade only lasted for a minute, so he had to plan carefully. He decided he would have to cast Chaotic Thorns 40 times within 50 seconds to achieve that power. He combined all his skills and unleashed a storm of Strikas. The commander demon was torn apart, its massive body collapsing under the endless slashes. The battlefield grew silent. The great demon had been killed, and the secret realm was cleared. Yunche gained 3 levels at once, standing victorious in the middle of the battlefield. He looked at his status window, taking in the sight of his new strength. The boy, Xiaoji, stared at him in shock. He asked if this was really Yunche, unable to believe a level 5 chanter had defeated an entire secret realm. Yunche turned to him with calm eyes and asked about his relation to someone named Ben. Xiao Zhi froze when he heard the name, and asked how Yunche knew his great-grandfather's childhood nickname. Yunche thought carefully when Ji mentioned his great-grandfather. He realized with shock that this boy was actually Ben's great-grandson, that Yunchi brat from the past, now living as a new generation. Yunche's heart grew heavy as he remembered how everyone from that time had been killed by Lu Wei. Ji noticed his silence and said there was no need to bring up the past if he did not want to. Ji then asked why Yunche had been hiding his strength all along. He said they needed to return to school tomorrow because skipping the school's organized visit to the Modern History Memorial would make others suspicious. Yunche clenched his fist and thought about how unsafe it was to reveal his true identity. He agreed to go with Ji and thought that the memorial might hold records of what truly happened after his supposed death. The next day, Ji and Yunche sat together on the way to the memorial. Yunche thought about how much the world had changed after so many years. He noticed people using items from secret realms to power carriages and machines. He wondered how such things were possible since in his time, only monster cores could be brought out of secret realms. He remembered carrying a bone ring of epic grade back then. He thought about the endless suffering from secret realms, especially when the triple S level realm appeared and the people lived in fear. He remembered their king who personally led an army into battle and conquered the terrible realm at great cost. But right after that, a rebellion broke out, and the main culprit had been his own trusted comrade. At the memorial, the teacher spoke to the gathered students. He said that before them stood the statue of the emperor who had ended the secret realm disasters. The teacher praised Lu Wei, telling the students how the king had been betrayed during the famous rebellion war. He explained that the traitor who caused it was none other than Yinchi. Yunche clenched his teeth as he listened, realizing that the story had been twisted. He remembered clearly that they had cleared the triple S level realm, only to be betrayed by the teacher who was now glorifying Lu Wei. The teacher continued explaining to the students how the rebellion was crushed. He said the king had fought bravely alongside the hero Ding Kun, and thanks to him, the empire survived. Yunche wondered aloud who this Ding Kun even was. Just then, a group of boys appeared, surprised to see Ji and Yunche alive. They said it was impossible because they had been swept into a new secret realm. The bullies guessed that some expert must have been nearby to clear it so fast. The teacher then announced that another secret realm disaster had happened recently. The boys mocked Ji and said he was lucky to have survived by hiding behind others. One of them sneered and said Ji had dragged them into a secret realm once, nearly getting everyone killed, and now he owed them a debt. Ji argued back that it had been their fault. The bully grabbed Ji and said he did not understand the situation. He pointed at the statue in front of them, showing the hero Ding Kun standing proudly with a foot on the traitor's back. He told Ji that he was the descendant of that traitor, and no one would side with him. He patted Ji's head mockingly, calling him cursed by bloodline. Ji shouted that they could insult him, but they could not insult his grandfather. His anger made his voice echo through the hall. Some students whispered in confusion, wondering if Ji's grandfather was really a hero or a traitor. They debated loudly, splitting into different sides. Ji stood firm and declared that he did not care what people said behind his back, but he would not forgive anyone who insulted his grandfather to his face. The teacher stepped forward and spoke in a calm tone. He said that the hero had spared Ji's family long ago, and they should at least be grateful instead of slandering him. Ding Kun's descendant smirked and patted Ji's head again. He said that even if he beat Ji in front of everyone, no one would help him, because no one cared for the bloodline of a hated dog. Ji asked if a hero's descendant like him could really be in the wrong. Ding Kun's descendant shouted that on his grandfather's honor, he would never forgive, and then attacked Ji with full strength. Ji was knocked down in an instant, lying helpless on the ground. Just then, a phone rang, and someone mocked that even the descendants of heroes had no time to properly educate their children. Just then, Yuncha entered the place, and all eyes turned toward him. Someone whispered that he felt like a completely different person, daring to hit Dingzu as if he had gone insane. Others were shocked and asked if he was really trying to insult a hero's family. They remembered he was only level 5, the weakest one in class, gloomy, lonely, and friendless, and wondered if he had finally snapped. Dingzu stood up with a smile, saying Yunche was just asking for payback. He said Yunche should be grateful they had not gone after him earlier, then accused him of attacking while he was distracted. Dingzu and his teammates rushed toward Yunche together, but Yunche's movements were sharp. He grouped them up and struck all three in one clean line, leaving only Dingzu standing. Dingzu was shocked that his friends had been taken down so easily. He thought it was unbelievable that he had been knocked down by Yunche of all people. The crowd gasped and whispered that Yunche had defeated them just like that. Some even asked if Dingzu was really that weak. Dingzu's face twisted with rage as he activated his skill. He shouted how it was impossible for a level 5 support to be stronger than him. He equipped his fiery gear and charged at Yunche with all his strength. But Yunche calmly said the opening was too wide and struck with Triblade, sending Dingzu crashing to the ground again. The crowd shouted in disbelief, saying it was impossible. A security guard rushed over, demanding to know what was happening and seeing Dingzu unconscious. The students murmured again, saying Yunche was supposed to be only level 5. Some admitted they had no idea how he could fight like this. The guard shouted that there was to be no fighting in the museum and warned that their reckless actions could damage important relics. He scolded the teacher for not keeping students under control. The teacher accused Yunche of insulting a hero and attacking a hero's descendant. She called him shameless, but Yunche turned toward her with cold eyes. Yunche said that whether or not he was shameless, it was clear that the so-called fair teacher was only listening to Dingzu's side of the story to curry favor with his family. The guard told him not to talk nonsense, but in his heart, he wondered about Yunche's strange power. He realized he could not even block Yunche's strikes at full strength. Yunche thought about the bone ring he carried. Even though it was only of special quality and weaker than items from level 20 or higher, it was still enough to hold against a level 35 teacher for now. The teacher sighed and declared the punishment. She said they would all be taken out of the museum immediately to end the chaos. Yunche walked away without protest and called for Z to follow him. The other students whispered in awe, wondering how a weak chanter had dropped Dingzu so easily. Not long after, Dingzu was healed with a spell, and the healers said he was already fully recovered. Meanwhile, Yunche found himself standing before a grand palace. He looked at the building and thought to himself that no one from his past had survived after all. Beside him, Z admired him with shining eyes. Yunche saw that look and thought that at this point Z would probably answer anything without doubting him. He asked Z to tell him about the so-called war hero Ding Kun. Z admitted he was not sure of all the details, but explained what he had heard. He said that Ding Kun had supposedly discovered the traitor's plan in advance, ambushed near the S level rift, and helped prevent the rebellion crisis. Yunche's eyes darkened as memories returned. He remembered himself long ago, sitting in a tree and striking down enemies who rushed toward him during that battle. Back in the present, Z continued, saying that Ding Kun had later gone early to end disasters, trained hard, and after being promoted by the king, fought across the land for 10 years, saving regions from destruction. Yunche muttered the name Winter City as his mind dug deeper into the past. Just then, pointed toward a glass display in the palace. Z said the sword inside was the one Ding Kun had used to slay the traitor. Yunche's body stiffened as he recognized it. He realized with fury that not only had Ding Kun stolen credit for his accomplishments, but he had even taken his sword. Yunche's eyes turned cold as he made a decision in his heart. He thought that his first step would be to kill Ding-kun.
Outside the Ding family estate, a party was moving carefully when they suddenly realized something and turned around. At that exact moment, two boys were entering an alley, and they did not notice the party. Yun-che saw the group and thought they must have a scout with them because they looked too alert. Xiao Ji whispered that they should leave, because with so many guards, sneaking in would be too dangerous, and if Ding Su returned, they would be finished. Yun-che thought about killing the so-called hero Dingun directly, but he remembered what Z had said about Dingun staying in high-level rifts. In his past life, Yun-che could enter and exit rifts freely, but now those rifts were guarded by the army, and only people with access passes could enter. Yun-che then thought that Ding Su's house must have one of those passes. He asked Xiao Ji if so many guards were really needed, since they were only one branch of Dingun's many descendants. Yun-che replied that they were still descendants of a hero and that their estate even had a rift inside. Yun-che was surprised and asked if a rift was truly inside their house. Xiao Ji explained that it was true, and that low-level rifts had long been bought and sold in secret. He said only those with power and influence could own such rifts, while ordinary students like them could only level up during school rift training, and even then, they had to fight for a chance. He explained that Ding Su could take guards into the rift anytime and farm monsters to level up. Yun-che sighed and said times had truly changed. Xiao Ji explained that the richer and more powerful someone was, the higher their level would be. He said most people graduated at level 15 to 20, and after that, many could not even access rifts anymore, so their level stayed the same. He continued that if someone got a job related to rifts, like national rift mining or forest guards, they could reach level 30 by middle age. The guards at Ding Su's house gained levels by leeching experience from their family rift, so they were around level 30. Beyond that, only people in the army, guild corps, or officer schools could reach higher levels. Yun-che thought about it and realized that if he wanted to become stronger, he absolutely needed a rift pass. Ji suggested that they just leave, because with such a level gap, they could not possibly fight the guards. Yun-che thought that with his current strength, he was far from being able to kill the hero, let alone deal with the supreme Ding Kun. Still, he reasoned that level 30 scout skills usually only covered small areas, like Eagle Eye, Enhanced Hearing, or Mouse Spirit Summon. He thought such skills were not enough to cover the whole estate all the time, and since this was not a life or death situation, the guards were likely to be lazy. Xiao Ji said the guards were not lazy, but Yun-che had already climbed onto the wall. Yun-che thought the scouting nets here were nothing compared to the near-perfect ones in high-level rifts of his past life. Xiao Ji warned him that if they entered a private rift like this, they could be killed without consequence. But Yun-che pulled him up and asked if he wanted to change his life. Xiao Ji said he did, but believed it would only happen if he joined the guild corps. Yun-che reminded him that he was the great-grandson of the traitor and asked if joining a guild would really change his life. He told Xiao Ji that fate could only be changed now, not by waiting for an uncertain future. Yun-che said he would not pass up this rift, and Xiao Ji had to decide whether to follow. Yun-che thought about Xiao En and wondered if his descendant would make the same choice. Xiao Ji quickly stood up and followed Sam, thinking he could not let him die alone. Yun-che told him to be quiet and noticed there were no signs of summoning type scout skills around. He jumped past the wall with Xiao Ji, timing their movement to avoid sightlines. They actually entered the rift beneath the Ding family courtyard. Xiao Ji pointed to the rift under the ground, and Yun-che explained there were zombies inside. They entered, and Yun-che saw the zombies were slightly higher level than the last rift, but not many were left, because Ding Su's people probably cleared it regularly. Yun-che and Ji hid behind stones and spotted two small mobs. Yun-che told Xiao Ji to try fighting them. Xiao Ji grew scared and said he could not possibly win. Yun-che pushed him forward, and Xiao Ji regretted trusting him. He wanted to go home but was forced back by the zombies. Yun-che told him to at least try fighting back. Xiao Ji said he had no chance, but Yun-che reassured him that nothing would go wrong with him watching. Xiao Ji gathered some courage and attacked one zombie, but another attacked him from behind. Yun-che observed him and thought that Xiao Ji had great talent but was timid and panicked too easily. He noticed that Xiao Ji had excellent spatial awareness and subconsciously blocked a sneaky zombie attack. Another zombie came toward Xiao Ji and he wondered how to dodge it. Yun Che thought it always looked dangerous, but Xiao Ji somehow avoided serious damage. Xiao Ji shouted that he could not hold on anymore as his shield broke. Yun Che thought most people stopped there because they lacked courage to keep going. Yun Che quickly rushed past the two zombies and killed them instantly. His trick blade attack power had increased by 70%. He then thought about his old friend and said Xiao Ji's great-grandson had already taken the first step. Xiao Ji looked at his status window and saw that he had leveled up. Yun Che explained that experience was divided by contribution, so if Xiao Ji did not knock enemies off balance, he would not gain much experience even if Yun Che killed them. Yun Che held the grudge bone blade in his hand and thought Xiao Ji's movements were too agile for a normal tank. He asked how Xiao Ji assigned his stat points. Xiao Ji said he spread them evenly except for spirit. Yun Che asked why, since shield bearers usually ignored agility. Xiao Ji explained that if he was too slow, no one wanted him on their school team, because by the time he arrived, the others had already killed all the mobs. Yun Che told him to think long-term, because advanced classes at level 60 had strict stat requirements, like Fortified Bastion needing 60 stamina and 90 defense. He warned that stats could not be assigned randomly. Xiao Ji said most people only reached level 40 in their entire lives, so no one thought about level 60, which was S rank. Yun Che came close and told him to start planning for S rank and even beyond. He then thought to himself that he also needed to plan his own class advancement. He remembered that his support class had only turned strong thanks to his hidden skill, Mirror World. He thought that unless something unexpected happened, he would probably advance into Mirror World. Yun Che and Ji went deeper into the rift and killed more zombies one by one. Yun Che's trick blade attack power had gone up by 70%, but now the time limit ended while one zombie was still alive. He thought the zombie was not dead yet and his boost had already disappeared. He realized the duration of trick blade had ended and admitted that while the skill was powerful, he could not keep up in a long fight. He somehow killed the zombie and thought that his stamina also could not handle drawn-out battles. Just then, his level increased by 1, and he felt excited. He thought leveling up like this was much faster than using normal tools. He was now at level 17 and felt satisfied. He also thought that killing these monsters was building experience for Mirror World. He picked up the dropped items, but then he suddenly noticed something and quickly grabbed Ji jump onto a cliff. From there, he saw Ding family guards patrolling more often than before. Yun Che wondered if they had noticed an intruder. Ji told him that there were fewer monsters now, and if that continued, the risk of being caught would only grow. Yun Che agreed in his mind, because while fighting monsters, he also had to watch for guard patrols and carefully calculate his trick blade cooldowns and durations. He admitted it was starting to get overwhelming. He looked at the skill book that had dropped and thought not every reverse skill was useful in combat. He then calculated that Mirror World still needed 30% more experience to level up. Even at level 1, skill reversal was ridiculously strong, and he believed it would be even better when leveled higher. He thought if he could kill the Realm's Lord, he would instantly reach level 2. He reminded himself that in other realms, he might not gain skill experience, so it was better to check out this central area Lord first. In the central area, there was a tall tower, and Yun Che and Ji walked toward it. Yun Che noticed rat spirit summons and owl summons scattered around, showing that the scouting skills here were denser. Then he saw a huge figure bound by heavy chains. Ji whispered that it was a realm lord under control and admitted it was his first time seeing one too. He explained that in school rifts, teachers always guarded the lords, so students never got close. He said the chains here must be made of some super high-level gear. Yun Che stayed silent and carefully observed the area. He thought there were too many guards around, and if he attacked the lord, more would swarm. At his current level, he could not kill the lord while being surrounded. Just then, he noticed a guard moving to the side. Yun Che decided he would go for the guards first. He sneaked up quickly and crippled the guard in an instant. He planned to interrogate him for information. He told the guard to speak honestly. The guard grew very scared and begged for his life. He said he would tell him everything because the family did not pay his enough to die for them. Yun Che was disappointed at his weakness but still asked about the main matter. The guard explained that there was a pile of Hero Realm passes in the great-grandfather's study. He said they were not rare at all, almost like the old Hero Lord was a fan. Yun Che's aura made him speak more seriously. He admitted he had seen the great-grandfather take passes from his study and leave with the head guard. But he warned that those were only temporary passes, with no personal data logged. He said if someone unfamiliar tried to use them, they would definitely get stopped. Yun Che grabbed his collar and told him that was none of his concern and demanded he empty his system backpack. They left the rift and reached outside the Ding family mansion. Yun Che asked again if that was really all he had. The guard admitted that the Ding family was stingy and that everything found in the rift had to be turned in. He said guards only received scraps. Yun Che checked his skill and saw he had face shift, which gave 6% attack power for 15 seconds after using a healing skill. He thought it was weak since it was not stackable. The guard continued speaking and told him about the inner residence. He said without a summon, guards were not allowed there. He explained that except for the young Ding Su, all the others inside were level 30 or higher with top-tier gear. He admitted they did not even need guards most of the time. Yun Che asked if that meant he could get a pass from the inner residence. The guard said no, because the family head himself was inside. He warned he was at level 42. Yun Che and Ji both stood in the courtyard thinking about it. Yun Che asked if that mustache man was really level 42, and the guard said yes. He added that the great-grandfather and the third master were over level 50, but they were away on business. He warned that if they returned, things would get much more dangerous. Yun Che thought going to the inner residence meant facing someone far higher level than him. He knocked the guard unconscious and told Ji to stay behind. He said luring them out would work better. Inside the Ding family realm, Yun Che studied the chains holding the realm lord. He thought using higher-level chains to control a lord was smart because as long as the lord lived, the realm would not disappear. He realized it could be used long-term. He then concluded the key was to assign guards to watch the chain lock. He admitted it was a secure method. He sneaked behind another guard and killed him quickly. He thought the system was only safe if no one was crazy enough to unlock the chain. He smiled and reminded himself that he had mastered unlocking such chains in his previous life. He quickly unlocked the chain and killed the guard. At once, all the other guards realized something was wrong. Yun Che used the chance to execute his plan to draw out the main master from the inner residence. He used his combat chain ability, which was level 60, to release the realm boss. The guards panicked and shouted in confusion as the lord went berserk. Outside the Ding family mansion, all the guards and the family master rued in. The family master shouted for everyone to stop stalling and hurry to support. Ji, watching from the courtyard, saw the chaos unfold. At the Ding family compound, near the inner residence main gate, a car arrived. The butler opened the door and said welcome home to the second master and young master. It was Ding Hao, the second master of the Ding family. Ding Hao complained that such a big fuss was made just to pick him up and said it was only a moment of carelessness. The second master replied that picking him up was only on the way and then called for Miss Yunsha to step out of the car. A girl came out, and Ding Hao politely welcomed her to his humble abode. But just then he noticed a guard standing in the way. He kicked the guard aside and told him not to block the path. They all went inside the residence. Far from the main gate, Ji was hiding and watching them. Yun Che appeared behind him and asked what was wrong. He noticed Ji's expression and asked why he looked like that. Ji asked Yun Che why he had returned so quickly. Yun Che explained that the realm lord inside, even though only level 30, was not easy to capture alive, so without his interference they could not subdue it quickly. He then asked Ji if he had seen anything. Ji turned around and admitted that one of the men was his uncle. His name was Xiao Li. Ji explained that when Yun Che rebelled long ago, his family was exterminated, but in a way that spared them further humiliation. Since then, the Qiao family had faced endless malice from the empire. Under secret orders from the hero Ding Kuan, the bullying grew worse. In the end, the Qiao family became servants of the Ding family. They were sometimes displayed to show the hero clan's supposed benevolence. The Qiao family had to rely on the Ding family's favor to survive, living in submission and shame. Ji said his elder once wanted to change things, but the result was that his father lost his mind and became a lunatic. His uncle became the Ding family's loyal dog. He wondered if it was really right for him to come this far. Yun Che walked past him and said he was going to the inner residence. Ji warned him that Ding Su's father was inside and was level 42 with full equipment, and if Yun Che was discovered he would surely die. Yun Che answered that in an era where secret realms were controlled, there was no hope of change without taking risks. He said some things could never be done if one hesitated. He told Ji that he could not change him, and that Ji had to make his own choice. Yun Che declared that he would choose to resist, but would not force Ji to follow. Ji asked how they could possibly fight such powerful people with no plan. Yun Che replied quickly that what he wanted to resist was not just the Ding family, but the entire empire. He then leapt into the residence. Inside the hall, Ding Hao sat with a cup of tea. He asked how the secret realm lord had broken free. Yun Sha said if it was inconvenient, they could visit another day. Ding Hao assured her there was no need to worry. He said his elder brother could handle it. He told her that compared to a male secret realm mess, Miss Yun Sha was far more important. He then said that after hearing she would visit, his father and third brother were already on their way back. He added that was more than enough to handle things and revealed that they had contacted the hero grandpa. He said the hero grandpa was eager to meet her. Yun Che was hiding behind a screen and heard everything. He thought about the hero grandpa Ding Kuan and remembered when he had entered the hero's secret realm. He recalled that one needed escort and permission to enter. He noticed that this girl had the Yun Chi surname as his, Yun Miao, and wondered if it was just coincidence. He reminded himself to stay focused on finding the entry permit first. The girl with Yun Sha suddenly sensed his presence, but before she could look again, Yun Che was gone. He moved quietly into another room. Meanwhile, outside in the secret realm of the Ding compound, Ding Peng announced that they had finally subdued the realm lord. He said it had been released with ill intent by someone, but now that person had vanished. He thought that risking so much could not have been just for a high-grade item. He ordered the guards to seal the inner residence. He thought the young lady had agreed to visit and must not be disturbed. Inside a room, Yun Che opened a drawer using face shift. He found a diary and several high-quality skill books. Among them, he obtained a skill book called Snow Light. Back at the main gate of the inner residence, the guards tightened security. Ji stood outside and saw all the soldiers gathering. He thought that maybe they had been discovered. He worried it was still too dangerous. He noticed the number of guards increasing. He realized that if Yun Che did not escape now, he would lose his only chance. If he did not run, and if he was caught, the family would have even more reasons to punish him. He remembered his past when his uncle and mother were bullied. He thought maybe he should just slip away quietly to save himself. But then he remembered Yun Che's words, that he had to make his own choice. Suddenly, he shouted loudly. The guards noticed him and pointed, shouting that he was over there. Yun Che ran away, thinking he would distract them so Ji would not be caught. Yun Che broke a window and jumped outside. He thought Ji had finally overcome himself and chosen to resist. He shouted that the chains and skill books were with him, and if they had the guts, they should come and get them. The guards chased him immediately. Yun Che used his Snow Light skill to escape. Ding Peng ordered teams 2 and 3 to fall back and protect the secret realm lord. He shouted that Yun Che was not escaping outward but was heading into the secret realm. As he ran, Yun Che thought about Zi's actions. He realized Ji had lured everyone away. He wondered why Ji would take such a risk. But now so many guards were gone, and the secret realm lord had already been subdued. Yun Che entered the realm.
He thought that controlling a lord required a great battle, so now the lord's health must be at its lowest. He decided that killing it now would help him develop the mirror world skill.
Inside the residence, Yun Sha and her friend were sitting together with the others. She said there was quite a commotion outside and told her uncle there was no need for him to stay and accompany her. Ding Hao said it was just some petty thieves and his elder brother could handle them easily. Outside, Ding Peng was shouting for the guards not to block him. One of the guards shouted that the others were too slow and told them to go around and head straight to the Lord. Ding Peng quickly ran towards the Lord and told the ropes and archers to follow him and chase the intruder. Yun Che was running at an incredible speed. He thought every time a class leveled up, he got 3 points to allocate. He had put more than half of his points into agility. He also had a speed-boosting skill. He thought that at around level 30, only ropes and archers could keep up with him. He was running straight towards the boss that was already subdued. The boss was crippled. Yun Che thought the Lord was trapped in a seal and they must be afraid someone might harm it. He thought this was the moment when it was at its weakest. He thought he only needed to stack all his power into one strike to finish it. The mages and archers shouted that he was here and told the formation to hold. Yun Che quickly created a spike rope with his power. The warriors shouted in shock, asking what kind of skill that was. Another one said he had never seen it before. One of them said it was a skill that caused abnormal status. He explained humans were not as resistant to status effects as monsters, but it was still not easy to inflict one. One of the mages attacked, but instead of Yun Che, his spell hit their own guard. The mage was confused. The team members were shocked and wondered how that was possible. They realized the abnormal status rate of Yun Che's skill was off the charts. Yun Che quickly charged towards the monster. He thought he just needed to get past this crowd to reach the low health lord. Others shouted that he had broken through. Someone asked where the control skills were and why the shield guards had not blocked him. Some of the mages panicked and cast their skills on random guards. One guard shouted in anger, telling them not to cast skills on him. Yun Che thought this rabble had no sense of teamwork. He thought they had grown soft from living in peace. Just then a person told them to hold steady and said he was just one man. He shouted that if they tied him down he would be. They attacked Yun Che together. Just then Ding Peng reached the place. He told the others to stall Yun Che and said he would take care of him. He quickly attacked Yun Che with his axe. But Yun Che pulled out the chains that were used to block the Lord Boss earlier. He thought even though he did not meet the level requirement to equip them and get their stat bonuses, the chain's durability was equal to a level 60 item. So he used the chain to block Ding Peng's attack. Yun Che thought with this huge impact force, he should be able to break through the seal area. The blow threw him flying straight towards the boss. He shouted that he had made it. He sarcastically thanked Ding Peng for giving him a lift. Ding Peng shouted in anger, asking how dare he. Yun Che thought he would be taking the Lord's experience. He quickly reached the boss and delivered a fatal blow. The boss was killed. Yun Che leveled up 3 times at once and his mirror world skill reached level 2. Ding Peng was furious and charged at Yun Che with his soldiers. But Yun Che used his skill and in just 1 second he disappeared. All their attacks went to waste. Ding Peng and the others were shocked and confused. They shouted, asking where he had gone. Yun Che was now inside the mirror world. He thought this place was indeed a world inside the mirror. He was using his mirror walk skill. He looked at the timer and saw that the remaining time to use the skill was just half an hour. Yun Che stood in the mirror world and looked around. He thought no wonder everything was flipped left and right compared to the real world. The guards he saw around him were only illusions. But when he touched something on the ground, he realized it was real. He picked it up and saw that it was a mirror stone. He thought this was not an illusion and it could be taken out. He then thought that after this skill upgraded, it was possible to bring real items out from the mirror world. He wondered if the system would change in any way. The system displayed a skill list for him, but all the skills were inactive. Yun Che thought that these inactive skills were the reverse forms of his normal skills. He realized he had to first learn the original skill in the real world to activate its reverse form in the mirror world. He thought that level 1 reversal was just the inverse version of a level 2 skill. He thought this meant he could pre-select powerful skill combinations and plan his advancement path better. Just then he felt something behind him. He turned and realized it was a soul. There were other souls in the mirror world too. Those souls had been turned into undead monsters. Yun Che quickly pulled out his blade and attacked one soul. He thought it did not seem very strong. But suddenly he was shocked when a system message appeared. It said the soul could be put under contract. He was given an option to contract it and summon it later as a companion. The system explained that the soul's max level would equal Yun Che's level. Yun Che was surprised and thought that meant after defeating souls, he could summon them in the real world. He realized level 2 mirror world did not just allow bringing items back, but also undead souls. He thought this was very interesting. Meanwhile, outside, the guards were waiting nervously inside the secret realm. Ding Peng shouted that the secret realm had already been sealed, so why had Yun Che not appeared yet? Another guard said maybe he used a repressed stealth skill. But another quickly argued it was impossible, since stealth skills always had a visible form and time limit. It would not have gone unnoticed for this long. Ding Peng grew angry and shouted at them. He asked how they let one man escape from so many people. He threatened them that if they could not find Yun Che, they would have to pay for losing the secret realm lord. Just then Yun Che suddenly appeared right beside them. The guards and Yun Che looked at his system window and said the mirror walk time limit was up. He wondered if upon exit he would always return to the Yun Che spot or if there were other conditions. Ding Peng shouted at the soldiers to attack. But Yun Che remained calm and said there was no rush. He said that after being ganged up on for so long, he deserved some payback. Yun Che then summoned the undead souls he had contracted inside the mirror world. He told them to now taste his undead army. The guards panicked when they saw the evil spirits appear. They shouted in fear, asking what those monsters were. Ding Peng told them not to panic and said they were just undead-type creatures. He said he had seen plenty of them before. The warriors quickly ran forward and began fighting the undead spirits. The undead were bone spirits, and each one was only level 20. One of the guards noticed their status bars and shouted that they were just level 20. Ding Peng told everyone again not to panic. He told them to counterattack and promised that anyone who caught Yun Che would get a reward. All the guards charged straight at the undead spirits. But in that moment they noticed Yun Che was gone. He had already disappeared. Yun Che was hiding and thought to himself that these undead were still too low in level. He thought if only he had higher level undead, then this rabble would not even stand a chance. He reminded himself that he had already contracted the top 20 strongest he could find. But the mirror world had exploration limits. After entering the mirror world, he could only move within a 200-meter radius. He thought he would need to enter the mirror world from other locations to find higher-grade undead. Just then he noticed Ji was being beaten by a guard. The guard mocked Ji and said he really knew how to hide. The guard said he would not miss this chance and wondered what reward he would get for catching him. But before the guard could finish him, Yun Che arrived in time. He killed the guard instantly. Yun Che said he was out and quickly grabbed Ji with his armored hand. He pulled him up and dragged him away. He said it was time to go back and time to tally the spoils. Inside the rift, the warriors of the Ding family were fighting against the undead spirits. They swung their weapons fiercely and cut through the ghostly figures. One of the warriors shouted that these ghost things were not strong at all. But then he asked how they could revive again and again after being killed. The soldiers kept attacking and killing the spirits, but each time the spirits returned right away. Their bodies reformed like smoke and shadows, and they charged again without fear. The battle grew frustrating because no matter how many times the warriors struck them down, the undead came back. Just then, a wave of power swept through the battlefield. All the spirits were destroyed in a single strike. The one who arrived was Ding Ji, the third master of the Ding family. He looked at the fading spirits and said they were only summons. He explained that even if they revived, it would definitely cost mana, so killing them a few more times would make the summoner run out of energy. He told the warriors not to panic because it was only a matter of time before they disappeared. At that moment, another member of the family arrived. It was Ding Dan, the great master of the Ding family. He was an old man with a serious expression, and his presence alone silenced everyone. Ding Dan asked if Miss Yunsha had already left. Ding Hao replied that she had gone back. Ding Hao, the second master, quickly bowed in front of his father and said sorry. He explained that he could not make her stay because the intruder was too arrogant. He said the intruder even dared to yell outside the residence and broke through the windows. Ding Dan looked angry and said the intruder even made it into the inner residence. He said the Ding family failed not only to capture him but also did not even know what he looked like. He glared at Ding Hao and asked what he had been doing. Ding Hao lowered his head and admitted it was his failure. But he quickly added that Miss Yunsha had agreed to go to the hero's secret realm. He said at least Grandpa's matter was settled. Ding Dan waved his hand and said once they found out who the intruder was, they would kill him for sure. He ordered them to check carefully what else might have been stolen. Far away in another area, Yun Che sat quietly and looked at the pass in his hand. He thought he had managed to get the pass. But he realized he still needed someone who could take him into the hero's secret realm. He decided it was not urgent and put the matter aside for now. He had already leveled up to level 20. At the Yunchi time, inside Ding Su's house, Yun Che examined the items he had stolen. The Chimera Bone Ring was mostly broken, but he had taken over a dozen secret skill books. Most of the skills were chanting and support types. Yun Che thought he could use these to stack his stats. He realized that with just stats alone, he would be able to crush opponents of the Yun Chi level. He learned a new skill called Power Boost and also gained the Corrupted Knight armor. He also remembered that the Realm Lord had dropped a powerful piece of gear earlier, which he could use later. Most importantly, he had leveled up the Mirror World to level 2. He thought with that, his summoned undead army would greatly increase his strength. But he knew it was still not enough. He judged from the equipment on the statue that the hero was at least an S-ranked Berserker branch. He thought he needed to contract with the Yun Chi rank undead and reach level 50 before having any chance of killing him. Just then, Z looked at him and asked if the Ding family would still chase them. Yun Che told him not to worry because they had already shaken the enemies off. He reminded him that they had not exposed their faces, so it was fine. Z stayed silent, but his eyes showed his anxiety. Yun Che noticed his nervousness and thought it was normal at his age. But then Yun Che asked Z if there were any secret realms nearby where strong people had once died. Z repeated the question with confusion and asked what he meant. Yun Che explained that he wanted to find a higher-level secret realm to level up. He said when the time came, Z would understand. Z thought for a moment and then said there was one, but it was the school's secret realm. He said they had no chance of sneaking in because it was monopolized by the school. Yun Che thought if it was monopolized, then he would have to rely on special means. Later, Yun Che gifted some skill books to one of his teachers. The teacher was shocked when he saw them. He said it was a rare purple skill book, perfect for his vagabond class. The teacher thought Yun Che must have some powerful backing to obtain such things. The teacher explained that access to the school's secret realm was always pre-scheduled. He said he could not normally make exceptions. But then he added that the realm happened to be open to graduating students at this time. He said usually lower-year students were not qualified, but if a student was particularly outstanding, they could be recommended by a teacher. He promised Yun Che that he would try his best to fight for his chance. Soon after, Yun Che stood in front of the secret realm with other students. One student said this might be the last secret realm he could ever enter in his life. He said he had to farm as many monsters as possible. Another student said if not for the hero's gift, they would never have had this chance. He said they should be grateful to the hero. Yun Che, however, felt something strange. He thought this secret realm felt off. The instructor gathered them and explained. He said this was the heroic secret realm gifted to the school by the hero himself. He said the hero once fought in here, and some of his presence might still remain inside. Z stood near Yun Che and his heart trembled. He thought this heroic secret realm was the very place where the hero had slain the traitor John. He wondered if he should tell Yun Che the truth. But before he could speak, the teacher reminded everyone that the realm's level was quite high. He warned them to be careful and to act within their abilities. He pointed at a student named Xiao Xie and told him to go with the team. Another student grumbled and asked how he was supposed to level up if he had to babysit others. But the teacher ignored his complaint and quickly announced that the realm was open. He told everyone to go in. Xiao Xie, another student, frowned when he saw Yun Che. He thought lower-year students were so annoying. He even complained that he had to babysit freeloaders. He pointed at Yun Che and told him to stay behind once inside.
He warned him not to drag them down or else they would leave him behind. Yun Che stayed quiet, but he thought carefully. He was level 20, but the secret realm gave him a dangerous feeling. He thought the level might not be as simple as it seemed.
The deeper the students went into the glowing purple dungeon, the air grew heavy with strange energy. Yun's eyes caught two familiar figures up ahead, Yun-in and her golden-haired friend, Yun-sha. He frowned. They were younger students. How could they be allowed inside? Little Z, who was supposed to keep an eye on Yun, noticed them too and whispered to a fellow armored student. That boy's eyes lit up immediately, his mind already painting a heroic fantasy of escorting the two beautiful girls through danger. His daydream ended abruptly when a tall senior in a helmet smacked him hard. "Stop dreaming," the older one barked. He explained flatly that those girls were already stronger than most of them, both past level 30. They weren't the ones who needed protecting. If anything, it was the other way around. Red-faced, the boy muttered that he was just talking, but his eyes still lingered on the girls, half in awe, half in envy. The two younger prodigies did not even glance at the senior group. Instead, they walked directly toward Yun and Xiaoji. That simple decision sent ripples of confusion across the crowd. Yun himself stiffened. He remembered Yun-sha. She had been a high-status guest in the Ding family's house. Why approach him here? Was she linked to Ding Su? Was this confrontation personal? Suspicion tightened his chest. He braced himself, masking his unease with silence. Yun-sha's steps were confident, her smile practiced. She stopped before him, her voice calm but direct. She said she had seen him at the memorial hall and praised his combat skills, even his voice. Yun's eyes narrowed. Casual words, but her golden gaze shimmered as she leaned closer. In that moment, her meaning cut through like a blade. She recognized him, the intruder who shattered glass and escaped the Ding family estate. Shock surged through Yun. He had spoken barely 2 sentences, yet she had pieced it together. This girl's perception was terrifying. Before he could respond, Yun-sha's attire shifted, her robes transforming into white, mage-like combat gear. Beside her, Yun-yin's clothes reshaped into a dark green battle outfit, humming with energy. The message was clear. They knew, but they weren't exposing him. Yun-sha only remarked that they would explore the dungeon first. Then she turned, her confidence unbroken, and left with her friend. Yun stood frozen, thoughts racing. Was this a warning? A silent threat? If Yun-sha could recognize him so easily, then Ding Su, who had fought him face to face, might already know as well. Danger circled closer than he wanted to admit. But Yun refused to let fear sink in. If the Ding family had not acted yet, it meant time was still his ally. And time was all he needed. With his rapid leveling, his strength would soon eclipse theirs. He steadied his mind, deciding he would not be intimidated. Instead, he returned a warning of his own. He called out, telling Yun-sha and Yun-in to be cautious. This dungeon felt different, wrong somehow. Yun-sha paused, her smile softening into something almost genuine. She admitted she too felt unsettled, though by rights nothing here should challenge someone of her level. She gave him a knowing glance, thanking him for the warning, before she and Yun-in vanished deeper into the glowing maze. The rest of the students had watched in disbelief. Yun-sha, the cold prodigy, had exchanged warm words with him. Whispers spread like fire. Eyes filled with jealousy turned his way. Soon, several older students surrounded him, pressing for answers, demanding introductions, hungry to know why she treated him differently. Yun's patience thinned. He cut through their chatter with blunt words. He and Xiaoji were leaving to explore alone. The others scoffed at his arrogance. Younger students against level 20 monsters. Suicide. But their doubts faltered when little Z, the supposed supervisor, waved them off. He reasoned that if Yun could speak on equal ground with Yun-in, his strength must not be ordinary. Some protested, reminding him of their teacher's orders, but his smirk betrayed the truth. Little Z had no interest in following orders. His mind was fixed on treasure. Every crystal found in this dungeon meant wealth, power, leverage. The fewer hands to share with, the better. Let the boy wander off. If he died, so be it. With calculated coldness, he silenced objections, reminding them they all carried distress signal guns. That was enough. His tone carried authority, but his heart was black with greed. As Yun and Xiao Ji left, his eyes followed with dark malice. Why would someone like Yun Sha notice a plain kid like that? The envy curdled into hatred. To him, Yun's confidence was arrogance, and arrogance deserved punishment. Not long after, outside the dungeon's entrance, another storm brewed. Ding Su arrived, face twisted with fury. A staff member stepped in his path, asking what business he had here. Ding Su's answer was violence. He grabbed the man's shirt, snarling if a team had already entered. The staff pushed back, demanding to know his intentions, but Ding Su's rage was beyond reason. His fury wasn't born here at the dungeon. It had been smoldering since his clash with his family elders. At that meeting, he had presented his case with fire. Yun and Xiao Ji were the intruders, he said. He knew their voices, he had fought them. But his father, Ding Hao, dismissed him coldly, saying he was only looking for excuses for his humiliation. Ding Su protested, insisting his memory was flawless, that he could never mistake those voices. Still, doubt lingered. His uncle argued that the intruders had been too skilled, too clean in their escape. Students? Impossible. Ding Su could prove their strength exceeded trained guards. No one would listen. Finally, the head of the family cut him off, his voice as sharp as winter steel, ordering him to leave. Their important matters left no room for his wounded pride. Humiliated, ignored, dismissed. Ding Su's frustration curdled into obsession. Now, at the dungeon's gates, he confronted the staff again, his voice trembling with fury and resolve. Inside the glowing crystal dungeon, Yun battled a level 20 greed demon giant made of jagged blue shards. Its heavy fists shattered the stone floor with every swing, forcing him to dodge in sharp bursts. Just as he steadied himself, a stronger enemy appeared, a greed demon crystal eye, level 30. Its pupil glowed purple before unleashing a deadly beam. Yun braced for impact, knowing he couldn't outrun it. From behind, Zhao's panicked voice rang out. A circle of golden shields burst open around Yun like wings, absorbing the blast. The skill, surrounding shield, was powerful. 500 durability, 700 defense, lasting 3 minutes. Zhao's hands glowed again as he shouted a support chant, filling Yun with a faint aura. His attack power and speed climbed by 5%. The boy was becoming a true support, no longer a burden. Strengthened, Yun countered. Activating Trick Blade, his strikes surged with 70% more power. His sword cut deep, each slash splintering crystal until the eye cracked open and collapsed into shards. Victory hit fast. His level rose to 21, 3 new stat points added. Xiao shouted in surprise as he reached level 11, also gaining points. Yun explained the support skills came from books they had stolen from the Ding family, proof of their worth. Looking at the remains, he noted how far their teamwork had come. The dungeon's monsters were high level, but Zhao's new skills shifted the balance. For the first time, Yun felt the boy could carry his role. As they pressed deeper, Yun remembered his teacher's warning. This dungeon hid a rare monster, the obsidian beast. Killing it could drop a rare skill book for gravitational pull. Yun's heart stirred. He had already seen its reverse, force field zone, listed in his mirror world. That skill was vital to his plans. But his ambitions stretched further. Many adventurers had died here. Their souls might still linger, and if so, he could bind them to his growing undead army. The dungeon wasn't just an opportunity for skills and levels. It was a graveyard of power waiting to be claimed. His thoughts broke when the ground trembled. From a canyon below, a giant beast of glowing purple stone appeared. Then another, and another, an entire herd of elite obsidian beasts. Yun and Xiao crouched high on a cliff, watching as they marched together for nearly a kilometer. Yun's eyes narrowed. Wanderer type, he muttered. It explained the strange movement. Wanderers were rare monsters that roamed freely without fixed spawns, far stronger than ordinary ones. In ancient days, they had left dungeons to devastate human towns. Facing one meant death for the unprepared, but their rewards were unmatched. High risk, high reward, the oldest rule of adventurers. Caution weighed heavier than greed. Yun studied their movements. Their defense shimmered with constant healing, making them almost unbreakable. Before he could plan further, their eyes lit with power. Dozens of beams, mana rays, fired at once, blanketing the canyon in light. Yun darted between them, shielded by Zhao's golden wings. But the barrage was too thick. One beam struck him square in the back. Pain ripped through him, blood spraying. His health bar dropped steeply. Without Zhao's shield, he would have been crushed in one shot. Grinding his teeth, he admitted the truth. His HP and defense were too weak. He needed another plan. Snapping his fingers, Yun summoned his undead army. Green-flamed skeletons rushed forward, clashing against the obsidian beasts. But the gap was too wide. The elite monsters shattered them with ease, health bars vanishing in seconds. Yun cursed under his breath. Even his army couldn't hold the line. There was no choice but retreat. He fell back quickly, relieved that the beasts moved slowly, giving him room. Yet frustration gnawed at him. He could not fix his frailty overnight. The only path forward was clear. Xiao had to grow stronger, strong enough to shield them both. They shifted toward weaker hunting grounds. Yun pointed out a cluster of level 20 monsters. "Perfect for you," he said. Xiao gripped his shield ready. He had been pouring all his points into defense, building himself into a proper tank, and the armor they stole boosted him further. As the enemy struck, his shield absorbed the impact. Yun shouted corrections from behind. "Angle the shield, small movements, balance your weight." Xiao adjusted quickly, though a second strike knocked him flat. The monster raised its claw, but Yun cut in, blocking the blow. "Always expect the next attack," he warned. Xiao nodded, determination shining in his eyes. The training continued. Yun drilled him on conserving energy, on relaxing until the exact moment of impact, on steady footing. Bit by bit, Zhao's blocks grew sharper. His shield felt sturdier, less like a wall and more like a weapon. Yun's lessons pressed on. A shield bearer doesn't just guard himself, he guards the allies behind him. That struck deep. Zhao's jaw tightened with resolve. Together they fought, Yun guiding, Xiao learning. After another battle, Yun rose to level 22, his progress steady. But the real milestone was Zhao's. Reaching level 15, his smile finally broke through. Level 15 meant access to a rare stolen book. Xiao held up the glowing text, "Shield Armor." He activated it, and his shield gained a second skin of luminous green plating. Its durability and defense surged higher, scaling with his stats. Yun watched closely. This was the turning point. With the skill, Xiao could stand against the obsidian beasts. For the first time, Yun felt their odds improving. Xiao was no longer just following. He was becoming the wall their survival depended on. Elsewhere in the canyon, 3 teachers observed the same herd of obsidian wanderers. Their expressions darkened. Elite monsters gathering together was unheard of. They knew students couldn't face them and considered intervening, but a distress flare tore through the sky. Duty forced their hand. Students came first. Reluctantly, they turned to leave, unease still in their eyes. At that moment, Yun and Xiao approached, calm and composed. Yun proposed staying behind to watch the beasts, reasoning they hadn't noticed him yet. If the teachers faced trouble elsewhere, reinforcements would be too late. After a pause, they agreed, but the leader, Lei, gave a sharp warning. They were to stay hidden, never engage. If spotted, escape was impossible. Yun nodded silently, gaze locked on the canyon. The teachers left in a rush, one of them shouting back a desperate warning for Yun to hide. If the obsidian beasts caught him, escape would be impossible. Yun only narrowed his gaze. Hiding was not part of his plan. As soon as their figures vanished, he moved, whispering that it was the monsters who would have no way out. His undead army rose in green fire, skeletons forming a shield wall. This time, Xiaoji stood beside them, layering surround shield with his newly learned shield armor. Together, they created a fortress. The next wave of purple energy beams struck, but instead of tearing through their defenses, the attacks fizzled against unbreakable shields, leaving the undead line intact. With the enemy distracted, Yun burst forward. His body cut through chaos, fists smashing into crystal bodies, each blow cracking glowing stone. He chose a radiant beast and struck relentlessly, hammering until its health collapsed. With one final hit, he crushed its core, and the level 30 monster fell in shards. A beam of light rose, marking the loot. For a moment, silence ruled. He had slain a wanderer beast that terrified even teachers. Triumph surged through him as the system announced another level gained. Beside him, Xiao Ji's shield held steady, proof that their teamwork had reached a new level. Still, victory felt incomplete. Yun knew his reverse skills boosted damage, but his support class's low base attack weighed him down. Compared to his past life, every strike still felt too weak. He muttered about stats, thinking of titles and skills, searching for more strength. Then he bent to claim his prize. The light solidified into two items, a skill book and a massive pink crystal longsword. His breath caught at the weapon's description, an attack bonus of 552. It was the exact answer to his weakness. He smiled slowly, gripping the hilt as the blade reshaped into a heavier, crackling greatsword wreathed in violet lightning. At last, he had the power to cut down anything. The skill book, however, disappointed him. Not the gravitational pull he had hoped for. The drop rate must be lower than he thought. Still, the sword was more than enough. He tested its weight, the air vibrating as he swung. Future fights would no longer chain him. He tightened his grip, ready for the next battle, when the sky above split apart in crimson fire. A flare arched overhead and exploded like blood against crystal. Yun froze. That was no student's call for help. It was the special signal used only by teachers, proof that they were in grave danger. The scene at the cave entrance explained everything. A herd of obsidian wanderers, more than anyone had ever seen, crowded together as though guarding something within. The teachers had arrived first, but even with all their power they could not break through. Soon Yun, Xiao Ji, Yun Sha, and Yun Yin joined them. Shock rippled through the group. Why would so many elites gather in one place? A teacher pointed to the cave, explaining that the distress signal came from inside. Students were trapped there, but the teachers lacked the strength to reach them. Yun Sha stepped forward. She didn't hesitate. Duty lit her eyes as she raised a star-shaped sigil that burst into radiant light. A wave of power swept across the teachers and students, starlight mystic art. Even the most experienced recognized it as an epic-level buff. Strength filled their limbs, courage surged through their hearts. Then Yun Sha unleashed her attack, gravitational pressure, crushing dozens of beasts under invisible force. At the same moment, Yun Yin struck with hidden thorn, countless blades piercing and destroying a level 30 crystal spike in an instant. Together, their overwhelming power ripped apart the monsters. The effect was immediate. Teachers who once doubted now stared in awe. Students whispered that rescue was guaranteed, praising the sisters' incredible strength. Yun Sha and Yun Yin stood like warriors from legend, crushing monsters that had seemed untouchable. Yun watched in silence. Their armor, their weapons, their skills, everything was beyond ordinary. With them leading, the trapped students would be saved. He turned away, a faint smile on his lips. His thoughts shifted to the bigger mystery. Why were so many beasts here at all? As the group prepared to advance, Yun told Xiao Ji to remain with them. Then he stepped aside, activating Mirror Walk. His body faded into the reflective world, the cave transforming into endless purple glass. Ghostly phantoms of adventurers drifted like mist. Yun noted the rule again. Living beings left only phantoms here, while corpses remained solid. Knowledge etched itself into his mind as he moved deeper, silent and unseen, through this mirrored dimension. Ahead, he found familiar shapes, the senior students, including Little Z. They had been the ones who triggered the herd, firing the signal when overwhelmed. Inside the cave, they used its narrow corridors to hold back the beasts. It explained their survival, though only for a short time. Yun slipped past, eyes scanning the mirrored labyrinth. The crystal reflections twisted endlessly, a maze designed to confuse. Yet he pressed forward, determined to find what drew the monsters here. Then he stopped cold. His reflection fractured across the crystal walls, revealing something hidden deeper inside the cave. His eyes widened in shock. What he saw didn't belong in this dungeon, or perhaps in this world at all. The realization struck like ice through his veins. The mirror cave stretched endlessly, its walls glowing with veins of eerie green light. Yun slowed his steps, his eyes widening at the sight before him. This was no ordinary dungeon cavern. It was the heart of something priceless. Embedded in the stone was a massive vein of luminous green, or each shard pulsing with quiet power. Now it all made sense. Little Z and his companions had risked their lives because treasures like this existed. Dungeons often birthed resources unseen in the real world, and this was one of them. Green, or far more valuable than gold, capable of forging rare, unmatched equipment. As he reached for one, a message flickered across his vision. Mirror image crystal, or extractable. Portal access available. His lips curved into a knowing smile. If even common or reflected this rule, then any mirrored surface could become his personal exit back to reality. A hidden edge no one else possessed. Walking deeper, Yun let his fingers brush across the glowing veins, the green light playing over his pale features. The ore was vast, enough to make any miner a king. He understood now why the entrance swarmed with monsters. The treasure itself was their magnet. Taking a fragment into his palm, Yun considered his newly advanced skill. It was still raw, untamed, but filled with promise. The cavern was a vault of secrets, and his instincts told him this was only the beginning. His steps echoed softly, leading him further into the maze of crystal corridors, each turn shimmering with wealth beyond comprehension. Far away, in the real world, chaos raged. At the dungeon's entrance, Yun Sha unleashed her full might. Her gravitational spell slammed down, crushing wanderer beasts like ants beneath a falling sky. Yun Yin followed close behind, blades flashing in a deadly rhythm, carving through flesh and shadow alike. But Yun Sha wasn't satisfied with support. Her star rain spell burst above, filling the cave with streaks of blinding destruction. Teachers and students froze, dumbstruck. The girls fought with a strength that dwarfed their mentors, their attacks bordering on myth. With a sweeping cross-shaped strike, the last beast fell, leaving silence heavy in its wake. The path cleared, survivors stumbled forward, shaken but alive. Among them, little Z collapsed to his knees, gasping that he had thought his end had come. But Yun Yin silenced his relief with a sharp glance. The battle was only half done. Everyone was drained, and the dungeon was merciless. Don't relax, she warned coldly, her voice like steel. Yun Sha agreed, though her confidence glimmered through a smile. With their strength, she promised, escape would be easier than the hell they'd just endured. Hope flickered, fragile but real. Yet even as she spoke, something shifted. Yun Sha's golden eyes narrowed, her expression darkening. A prickling dread filled her chest. Moments later, terrified screams tore the cavern. The path they had cleared only breaths ago now seethed with shadows, elite wanderers, countless and hungry, crowding the tunnel like a living tide. It was as though the entire dungeon had gathered to block their way. Meanwhile, Yun pressed forward into the mirror's reflection. The green glow lit his way as he wove through the labyrinthine cave, alert but calm. Then he stopped dead. Before him towered a crystalline tree, its trunk rising to the cavern's ceiling. At its peak pulsed a radiant, star-shaped core, glowing with immense energy. Yun's breath caught. He knew instantly this was no mere ore. This was the secret treasure, the one legend spoke of. If the veins were the dungeon's harvest, then this was its heart, the singular prize that embodied all its power. Rare beyond words, each secret treasure bore a unique effect, the kind of artifact mortals could only dream of glimpsing once in their lives. With measured steps, Yun approached the radiant core. Its light reflected in his eyes, sharp with hunger and awe. The system's cold text appeared, mirror image crystal core. Unique. Permanently increases stamina plus 110. Mana recovery plus 0.5 per second. Reduces light and electric damage by 20%. Yun's grin widened. It was better than he dared hope. Greater health, faster mana, and the rarest of all, percentage damage reduction. That kind of effect was priceless, something even the strongest equipment couldn't easily grant. And as a consumable treasure, it wouldn't even burden his slots. Every aspect was perfect. Back in the real cave, relief crumbled into despair. A deep tremor shook the stone, dust cascading from the ceiling. The air thickened, humming with dark energy. Even Yun Sha and Yun Yin, so calm and composed, froze in sudden dread. Their instincts screamed. From behind crystal pillars, it emerged, a monster unlike any they had seen. Colossal, cloaked in purple lightning, its frame made wanderers look like insects. A lord among beasts, its aura pressed down like a mountain. The teachers' faces drained of color. Students staggered back, choking on fear. A wandering lord, one of the rare hidden bosses, separate from the dungeon's master. The revelation struck like a hammer. Their earlier battle had been nothing more than a prelude. The real nightmare had just arrived. The monster before them was no ordinary foe. A wandering lord, its crystal body radiating menace, towered above the basin with an army of elite beasts at its command. Fear spread instantly through the students. One cried out that such creatures only appeared in high-level dungeons, his voice shaking. Panic rippled through the group. If this was true, then their deaths were certain. But before despair could consume them, Yun Sha's voice rang out, steady and commanding. She told everyone to calm down, reminding them their only hope was to work together. She pointed to a narrow canyon, the only way out. If they could break through, their speed would carry them to safety. Her starlight mystic art lit the group in golden strength, restoring their courage. Under her lead, the teachers and students prepared for a desperate push. Teacher Lee stepped forward, shield glowing as he declared that their duty was to get the students out alive. His light refraction shield flared, and he charged first into the horde. The others followed, teachers taking turns to lead while support classes layered healing and barriers. The group moved as a tight circle, pushing forward inch by inch. Their blades struck, their shields locked, their spells lit the battlefield in defiance. For a moment, hope flickered. They might just make it to the canyon. But the Lord made its move. With a roar, it unleashed battle cry rally. The effect was immediate. Crystal beasts from every corner of the dungeon awoke, drawn toward the basin in unstoppable waves. They flooded the canyon, transforming the exit into a wall of bodies. Students cried in horror as the path vanished. Then came Crystal Aura. A red glow wrapped the beasts, boosting their health, attack, and defense. 20% stronger in every way, the monsters slammed into the front line, driving students back with overwhelming force. The first death came quickly. A teacher was pierced by beams of energy, his screams silenced as his body collapsed. A teacher's dead. A student shouted, terror breaking their ranks. Yun Sha barked new orders, shield guards forward, priests focus healing on them, but her heart sank. Everyone was drained, and the Lord itself hadn't even joined the fight yet. Already they were struggling just to endure the strengthened minions. Then came betrayal. One teacher, face pale, declared their efforts useless. He activated stealth, muttering that it was every man for himself, and fled. Lee shouted after him that his skill wouldn't last long enough. His warning proved true. A turtle-like crystal beast burst from the ground, blocking the coward's path. The wandering lord raised its head and unleashed a colossal energy beam. The man vanished in an instant, reduced to ash. The attack collapsed the canyon walls, sealing the only escape under a landslide. Students and teachers stared in numb horror. No way forward, no way back. They were trapped. The Lord's crystal eyes glowed as it charged another beam. Despair filled the group. There was no dodging this. But then, a massive shield materialized. The Rock Mountain Shield, level 70 and epic in power, rose like a wall. The Lord's blast slammed into it, shaking the ground. Teachers and advanced students rushed to hold it, straining under the sheer weight of the attack. Yun Sha explained quickly. The shield's level requirement was too high for anyone to equip. They were holding it by force alone. It was only a stalling tactic, but it was the only thing keeping them alive. Behind the trembling shield, spirits faltered. One senior shouted that this dungeon was madness. Another accused the teachers of bringing them here to die. Even the instructors doubted themselves, wondering if their efforts had been meaningless. Li clenched his fists, whispering that at least Yun and Xiao Ji were safe. But fate mocked him. In a blur, Xiao Ji appeared at his side, shoving him away from an incoming strike. Li's eyes widened in disbelief. How had the boy reached them? No time for answers. Another beast attacked. Xiao Ji roared his skill, surround shield. The barrier shattered instantly under the blow. The formation broke. Monsters poured in, but Xiao Ji didn't retreat. He charged forward, shield raised, intercepting blow after blow. His body became the wall that held back death itself. Li stared in awe. The boy he once dismissed as weak fought like a hero. But courage had its limits. The other shield guards collapsed. Xiao Ji was smashed by a crushing strike, armor splintering, blood spraying as he hit the ground. Still, his bravery had bought them precious seconds. With the last tank fallen, despair returned. It's over, one teacher whispered, sweat and terror on his face. The monsters closed in, jaws open for the kill. But then, a flash cut across the battlefield. A beast fell, slain in a single strike. Dust swirled, and there stood Yun. He balanced atop the corpse, massive crystal sword in hand, its glow cold and deadly. His eyes were calm, his presence unshaken. He looked at Xiao Ji, broken and bleeding, and spoke with quiet pride. You did well. Then his gaze lifted to the horde. His voice rang clear, filled with iron confidence.
Leave the rest to me.
Not long before, in the mirror world, Yun had stood before the crystal core. His discovery confirmed a powerful truth. If he found a replica here, the real one still existed outside. That meant every treasure could be doubled. Yet the limits were harsh. Each ore cost 10 minutes of mirror walk to bring out, and with 75 pieces collected, he would need far more time than he had. With only minutes left, he made a choice. Take the real core for later, but use the mirrored one immediately. The result was staggering. The system confirmed both had been absorbed, doubling his stat boost and granting him a 40% resistance to light and electric damage. Strength surged through his body. Standing atop the massive crystal, he suddenly felt the cavern quake, a sinister vibration echoing through the rock. Alarmed, he leapt down, testing a new thought. Could he exit the mirror world at will? He phased through the wall, and it worked. With nearly 13 minutes left, he realized he could jump in and out at any time until his timer ran dry. Smirking, he phased back into reality, only to freeze. The dungeon swarmed. Far more monsters than the crystal veins alone could explain gathered in the basin, their ranks led by the colossal wandering lord. Yun finally understood. This was the presence he had sensed all along. His thoughts went immediately to Xiao Ji and the trapped students. They were in mortal danger, but now he had a weapon, the ability to phase freely between dimensions. Plan took shape. In a blur, Yun began weaving between worlds. He dodged the Lord's attacks by vanishing into mirrors, then reappeared behind monsters to strike. His crystal longsword became a phantom storm, carving down elites with precision. One after another fell until his level ticked up to 24. With doubled mana recovery, he could now stack Blade of Trickery to achieve a crushing 330% attack increase. The power was intoxicating, but Yun remained realistic. The Lord was beyond even normal bosses. He would need to hit level 30 before standing a true chance. The scene shifted back to reality, where despair consumed the students and teachers. They huddled behind the epic rock mountain shield, praying for survival as the wandering lord prepared its next devastating blast. Just then, Yun stepped from the mirror world, appearing atop a monster's corpse. His gaze softened as it fell on Xiao Ji, bloodied but unbroken. You did well, he said firmly. Then he turned toward the horde. Leave the rest to me. Landing on solid ground, he barked orders. Support skills. Buff me. Yun Sha instantly answered, her starlight mystic art flooding him with radiant energy. Xiao Ji, barely standing, casts around shield and shield armor, adding another layer of defense. Power thrummed through Yun's veins. He charged forward. He became a storm. His crystal longsword swept through elites like wheat before a scythe. With his doubled health, heavy resistances, and overflowing mana, their attacks barely scratched him. The only annoyance was their immunity to his confusion debuff, but it hardly mattered. Teachers and students watched, mouths agape, as the boy they once dismissed tore through monsters with impossible might. Even Lee, battered and bleeding, could hardly believe his eyes. The student he had worried over wielded power greater than any instructor here. Each strike of Yun's blade glowed with purple energy, each phase step between worlds left afterimages in the air. His levels soared, 25, 26, 27, 28. The battlefield, moments ago a death trap, became his arena. Yun Sha, who had once suspected him as nothing more than a thief, now stared in awe. Yun In too was silent, stunned by the depth of strength hidden in the boy who shared her name. Around them, morale shifted. Where there had been despair, now there was hope. But the battle was far from over. The wandering lord, untouched and terrible, reared back, charging another massive beam. The student screamed. No shield could withstand such force at close range. Yun knew it too. Even with all his boosts, a direct hit would annihilate him. The lord began its slow advance, beam glowing brighter with each step. Lee, seizing the moment, shouted, "Break out." Head for the other exit. The horde of smaller monsters had thinned under Yun's assault, making escape seem possible. Yet a problem arose immediately. The two colossal shields anchoring their defense were immovable without inventory storage. To abandon them meant certain death. Tension erupted. Run and be slaughtered, or stay and be crushed. Then Yun's voice cut through the panic. Calm, firm, unyielding. Leave it to me. Every eye turned to him. His plan was simple yet suicidal. He would draw the Lord's attention, holding it back while the others escaped. Lee's face twisted in shock. What about you? Yun's gaze was steady. If it's left alone, this thing will gather every monster in the dungeon and eventually spill into the outside world. If that happens, countless will die. His hand tightened on his sword. I'll stop it here. Resolve hardened in his eyes. He activated Blade of Trickery. Power surged, boosting his attack by 350%. The mirror walk timer still showed more than 5 minutes. Plenty for a high-speed battle. Yun stood firm, ready to face the wandering lord alone. Behind him, Teacher Lee wrestled with the harshest choice of his life. Though every instinct screamed to help, he knew his duty. He ordered the students to retreat, urging them to run faster. In his heart, he believed Yun could not hold forever. The sooner we escape, he thought, the sooner he can too. A student, pale with fear, whispered doubts. How could Yun possibly kill a monster of that scale? Lee's expression hardened. He won't. He said that to give you courage. He knew the truth of wandering lords, nightmarish beasts that even veteran adventurers struggled to overcome. Forcing himself to turn away, he led the group. Among the retreating students, Xiao Ji looked back with anguish. His fists clenched, his body trembling. The thought of leaving his closest friend behind cut deeper than any wound. He could do nothing but run and pray for Yun's survival, silently swearing that this helplessness would never happen again. But Yun was far from helpless. Each strike of his glowing longsword reaped monsters, and each kill fueled his growth. His level ticked up again. The wandering lord's eyes gleamed with cold intelligence before it unleashed its devastating energy beam. In a blur, Yun phased into the mirror world, and the blast passed through empty space. He reappeared behind the towering golem and slashed with all his strength. The strike landed, sparks flying from the impact. Yet his heart sank. The beast's defense was colossal. His damage was pitiful, healed instantly by the Lord's regeneration. The reality hit him hard. At his current level, he could not pierce its defenses. Dodging the beast's hammer-like fists, Yun studied it. Then he saw it, a large crystal embedded in its forehead, glowing with ominous light. The core, but it was too far, too high, and his strength was nowhere near enough to break through. Worse, time was running out. His borrowed buffs flickered and faded. His mana bar, dangerously low, meant Blade of Trickery could not be sustained much longer. There was only one option left. He needed more levels. He needed to grow stronger before taking another chance. Yun turned toward the remaining elites, ready to carve his way through them. But then, from the corner of his eye, a crack in the wall erupted with dazzling light. His instincts screamed at the same instant the Wandering Lord reacted. Monster turned its head and unleashed another beam, this time at the glowing fissure. Yun phased into the mirror world, but his triumph turned to horror when he reappeared directly inside the blast's path. The Lord had learned. It predicted him. Caught in the searing stream, Yun staggered, his health dropping fast despite his resistances. His timer showed under 4 minutes left, too little to waste. He thought quickly. He could summon his undead army to soak the damage, but that would drain his remaining mana. Without mana, he had no chance to launch the final strike. For the first time, doubt flickered. Should he retreat? Then, salvation. A blinding counterblast struck the Lord's attack, forcing it back. Yun blinked, stunned, then saw familiar figures racing into the battlefield. Yun Sha, Yun In, and Xiao Ji. Yun Sha's lips curved into a knowing smile. "Don't be mad, little brother. This stubborn boy begged us to return." She nodded toward Xiao Ji. Flustered, Xiao Ji looked away. "I didn't beg. The small fry are gone. The others can escape without us. That means I'm free to fight." Relief spread across Yun's face, rare and genuine. He whispered one word, "Thanks." With the team reunited, Yun Sha assumed command. Her tone was firm. "This hidden boss is beyond you. We'll hold it back." You fall back slowly. But Yun shook his head. His eyes blazed with determination. "With you here, I can finally go all out." Together, they cut down the remaining elites, experience pouring into Yun until the long-awaited message appeared. Level 30 achieved. At once, he donned the corrupted knight's armor looted from the Ding family dungeon. Dark plates locked into place, his defenses multiplying. Yun Sha gasped softly. "You're aiming for the core, aren't you?" "It's impossible, you can't even reach that height." Yun smirked, lifting a hand. "Who said I can't?" He revealed a treasure he had claimed earlier, the gravitational pull skill book, dropped from one of the Wanderer monsters. Its reverse form, gravitational traction, allowed the user to launch themselves toward a chosen target. The weaker their strength, the stronger the pull. For Yun, it was perfect. He activated Blade of Trickery, his power surging to its absolute peak, an overwhelming 350% boost. Purple energy coursed through him as he raised his sword, eyes locked on the crystal core above. "Everything's under control," he promised. His palm glowed as he cast the new skill. A crushing force yanked him forward, catapulting him like a meteor through the air. The rocky ground cracked from the sheer pressure of his launch. Gasps echoed from below as he soared toward the towering golem. In seconds, Yun landed squarely atop its massive head. Yun Sha and Yun In, who had just declared it impossible, stood frozen, their eyes wide with disbelief. Balanced on the beast's crown, Yun raised his glowing blade high. The core pulsed beneath him, a giant crystal heart. With a roar, he brought his sword down. The blade pierced, cracks spiderwebbing across the gem. The Wandering Lord convulsed, its body shaking the ground. But even in death, it refused to yield. The core unleashed a cataclysmic explosion of pure energy, light swallowing everything. Yun was caught in the center. His health plummeted, system warnings flashing red. Yet his new armor, boosted stats, and sheer willpower held. He gritted his teeth, enduring until, at last, the light faded. Where the Lord had stood, only shattered fragments remained. The battlefield fell silent. Messages flooded his vision. "You have defeated the Wandering Lord, LV. 42. Plus 5000 experience. Title earned, Wanderer Killer." And from the wreckage, 2 glowing tomes appeared, Golden Light Shield and Angel's Protection. Legendary skill books, treasures beyond price. The explosion shook the dungeon, and system messages flared in his vision, 3 consecutive level-ups, pushing him to level 33. The students and teachers stood frozen. Xiao Ji whispered that Yun had become unbelievably strong, while Yun In and Yun Sha could hardly accept that the monster had fallen to him alone. 2 beams of golden light rose from the Lord's remains, legendary loot. But before Yun could claim it, the massive carcass began to topple. Yun Sha shouted a warning. Balanced and calm, Yun leapt across the crumbling body, springing from fragment to fragment until he landed safely on solid ground. Dust rolled outward, and when it cleared, a cavern gaped open where the Lord had fallen. Inside the mountain stretched a hollow darkness. The cave was vast, littered with bones of humans and wandering beasts. Every surface bore the scars of forgotten battles. Yun's gaze sharpened. This was no ordinary dungeon. An older, stronger lord must once have been born here, shaping the battlefield into a graveyard. His eyes rose toward the peak of the cavern. Against the dim glow stood a lone figure, armored and frozen in defiance, his great sword buried in the stone at his feet. The system confirmed what his heart already knew: Xiao En, Xiao Benbin. Yun whispered the name, disbelief breaking into grief. The others soon arrived. Yun Sha's voice trembled as she recognized the figure. Xiao En, the traitor of history. Yet here he stood immortalized in defiance, nothing like the statue that showed him trampled beneath Ding Kuan's heel. This place told another story, one of a final stand against overwhelming numbers. The air itself seemed to reject the lies carved into memorial stone. Yun stood silent, his grief heavier than words. Xiao Ji stepped forward, facing the remains of his great-grandfather. His voice shook at first, then steadied. He explained that he had studied records since childhood, always frustrated by how unclear they were. But one truth kept resurfacing. His great-grandfather had a habit of entering dungeons far below his rank. Why would an S rank, someone above level 60, waste time here? Because this dungeon could spawn wandering lords, beings able to rally monsters and spill them into the world. Then, with no armies strong enough to defend humanity, it fell to lone professionals to stop disasters at their roots. His great-grandfather had been one of them. He hadn't been a traitor. He had been a guardian. As Xiao Ji spoke, conviction faded from his face. Shame weighed on him. Even my family thinks I'm only comforting myself, he muttered, voice breaking. But before despair could claim him, a hand settled on his shoulder. Yun met his eyes with quiet certainty. I believe you. The words struck deeper than any argument. Xiao Ji's throat closed, overwhelmed. For years he had been alone with his conviction. Now, at last, someone stood beside him. Yun Sha and Yun Yin watched in silence, shaken by the simplicity of Yun's faith. Memories stirred within Yun, sharp as blades. He remembered Xiao Benbin's arrogance, the way he bragged that he needed no teacher, claiming he would soon surpass his master. He remembered the terror in his eyes when swarmed, screaming for help, only to deny weakness afterward. He remembered how Benbin trained in secret, unveiling new skills with smug pride, and how he always chose the weakest shield-bearer class, the sword guard, because only it could keep pace with Yun's reckless charge. He remembered the times he found Benbin grinding levels alone, the boy always insisting he just wanted a fight, always pretending that saving others was an afterthought. These flashes cut into Yun like fresh wounds. Standing before the remains, Yun's grief hardened into resolve. His voice was low but unyielding. For Benbin's sake, the lies would be undone. The Ding family, who had twisted his friend's name into betrayal, would face judgment. Hatred burned in his chest, not wild but sharp, a promise forged in steel. Far from the dungeon, in the halls of the Ding estate, Ding Su stammered his report. His father and uncle listened with disbelief as he insisted the truth. Yun had killed a wandering lord. He told them he had been barred from the dungeon because of his level, but when the survivors returned, their stories matched. Every student had witnessed the fall of a hidden boss over level 40. His voice rose as he declared that Yun's strength even surpassed Yun Yin's. The teachers themselves could confirm it. The room fell silent. The weight of Shu's words was undeniable. The third head, Ding Gai, stood at last, his eyes hard. Gather the guards, he commanded. We march to the traitor's dungeon tonight. The decision hung in the air like a sentence passed. But Ding Yi leaned forward, recalling a detail from Shu's earlier report. His lips curled into a cruel smile. Bring the Chia family as well, he said. If Yun stands with their bloodline, then their fate is the same. Brushing the matter aside with a cruel flourish, Ding's lips curled into a sinister smile. "None of that matters now," he said smoothly. "I've brought you a gift." Xiao Zhi's eyes widened in terror as Ding repeated himself, gesturing toward the gift. A group of weary-looking figures were ushered forward by the Ding family guards. His heart dropped. He recognized them, his own family. Grand-uncles, grand-aunts, and finally his mother, whose tired, defeated eyes met his. His breath caught. Before he could fully process the scene, one of his elderly relatives, his second granduncle, erupted with rage, apologized to the hero's family. To Ding Su. The command rang harshly in the tense air. Xiao Zhi lowered his gaze, muttering under his breath, "I don't want to live like this anymore." But his granduncle's anger intensified. "What did I teach you about showing respect to the Ding family?" The words cut deep, shaming him for years of learned obedience. The pressure was unbearable. And then, something snapped. Years of suppressed anger, shame, and helplessness erupted in Xiao Zhi's chest. He straightened, voice shaking yet resolute. "Are we the Ding family's dogs for generations?" The defiance in his tone echoed across the stone hall. His family recoiled in horror, unable to process the audacity of his words. One relative, Xiaoli, stepped forward, shouting her agreement with the granduncle. For the descendants of a traitor, being dogs is more than enough. The weight of family expectation and fear pressed down on Xiao Zhi from all sides. Another female relative, tearful, pleaded, begging him to consider the risk to their lives. She reminded him of the sacrifices his mother had made after his father's madness, trying to break his resolve. For a moment, Xiao Zhi hesitated, the family's fear and sorrow nearly bending him. But then he turned, gaze fiery, toward the skeletal remains of his great-grandfather atop the distant mountain. His voice rang with clarity and passion. "The truth is this. My great-grandfather came to this dungeon to prevent a catastrophe. He was not a traitor. He was ambushed by countless enemies, and that is why he fell." He spoke of the research he had tirelessly conducted over the years, of the fragmented records that had now been made whole by the battlefield before them. "This is the evidence I've sought my entire life. My ancestors' sacrifice was heroic. The official history is a lie, propaganda to mask the truth." His words carried the fire of righteous anger. He turned to his stunned family. "If we make this truth known, we can restore our ancestors' honor and free ourselves from this life of servitude. The Ding family has no right to treat us this way, and our relatives should never have died for a fabricated story." For a moment, there was silence. Then Ding laughed, a condescending, childlike chuckle that grated on everyone's nerves. "How quaint," he said, his tone dripping with mockery. He stepped forward, a smug grin on his face, and confirmed everything Xiao Zhi had said. His great-grandfather had indeed been ambushed and was not evil. Then Ding's expression darkened, chilling the air. "But do you know who orchestrated that ambush?" he asked, eyes narrowing. "Your enemy, the so-called hero Ding Kun, my grandfather, planned it. For his fortune. For his gain." Xiao Zhi's heart froze. The confession, so casual and unapologetic, cut deeper than any blade. Generations of suffering, the ruin of his family, laid bare in a single sentence. Ding leaned in closer, grinning wildly. "And who cares? The official story is all that matters. Grandfather was a traitor. End of story. You and your family? Descendants of a traitor. Your suffering is deserved." He spread his arms, gesturing to the armored guards flanking him. "Does it matter if your father went mad? Or that your relatives are dead? You belong in the dirt the way history dictates." His final blow came with cruel precision. Pointing directly at the kneeling Chow family, he declared, "You knew the truth all along. You knew why your relatives died, and yet you hid it. Answer me, brat, how else did they perish?" Silence means compliance. Ding, calm and composed, adjusted his tie with a sinister smile. "Kneel." The word carried weight, authority, and threat. Without hesitation, the entire Chow family, from elders to children, sank to their knees. The ground seemed to swallow their dignity. Xiao Zhi's mother fell to the cold floor beside them. Tears streamed down her face as she reached for her son, calling him AI. It's useless, AI. Stop resisting. We can't afford to lose you too. Just kneel. Her desperation, grief, and love mingled into a heavy cloak of sorrow over Qiao Ji's shoulders. For a moment, despair gripped him, freezing his spirit. Then, a soft, gentle voice broke through the suffocating tension. A woman with long brown hair extended her hand toward him, her smile warm and reassuring. Do not listen to them, she said. You are the best. Her words brought a flicker of hope, but before it could grow, Ding Su stepped forward. His face was still covered in bandages from his previous clash with Yun. His voice was sharp, mocking. Clueless brat. You think words will save you? He raised his foot, ready to kick Qiao Ji into submission. This time, however, the outcome was different. Qiao Ji's eyes glowed with newfound power. He blocked the kick effortlessly with his forearm. Before Ding Su could recover, Qiao Ji seized his leg, roaring, and slammed him into the rocky ground. The impact shattered stone around him. Standing tall amidst the debris, Qiao Ji's posture radiated resolve. He looked down at his fallen tormentor, breathing heavily, eyes ablaze. I will never kneel again, he declared. Furious, Ding Su scrambled to his feet. Summoning a massive crystal hammer, it blazed with energy as he charged forward. You will remember your place, he screamed, intending to crush the boy with overwhelming force. But Qiao Ji was ready. In a flash of light, he transformed. Full plate armor encased his body, and a massive shield appeared just in time to block Ding Su's furious blow. The hammer's impact thundered against the shield with a deafening clang, leaving Ding Su gritting his teeth in disbelief. Now a formidable protector, Qiao Ji positioned himself between Ding Su and his kneeling family, a living barrier of strength and conviction. He glanced at his mother briefly, reassurance in his gaze, before turning back to his attacker. Listen well, he shouted, voice ringing with unyielding power. We are not the descendants of traitors. We are the descendants of a true hero.
Dinga gritted his teeth in fury as he watched his family's child being struck by that lowly bastard. At the same time, Ding Shu's face twisted in disbelief. He glared at Qiao Zhi, his voice shaking with rage. How is this possible? You could become suddenly stronger than me? But Qiao Zhi didn't stop. He charged forward, his fists burning with raw power. Ding Shu roared, swinging his sword. You're just a punching bag I've beaten since childhood. How dare you think you can surpass me? Qiao Zhi's gaze turned cold. He clenched his fist and smashed it directly into Ding Shu's face. With a loud crack, Ding Shu was knocked unconscious, collapsing heavily onto the ground. The Ding family stood frozen, completely shocked. The boy they had always ridiculed and looked down on now stood tall, radiating strength. Qiao Ji wiped the blood from his lips and declared in a steady voice, I am no longer the same person I was back then. Meanwhile, inside the mirror world, Yun Che's battle against Ben Ben continued. His opponent's soul was still overwhelmingly powerful, and every strike carried crushing force. Yun Che's thoughts turned grim. This is Ben Ben at his prime. The gap between us is enormous. If not for the fact that I'm a defensive class, and if he weren't so mindless right now, I would have already been crushed in an instant. Inside the mirror world, Yun Che charged forward once again. His eyes narrowed as he muttered coldly, I'm the one who taught him all his fighting techniques, his weaknesses. I know them better than anyone, like the back of my hand. But as he struck, Yun Che quickly realized the truth. He's undead now, and this is the defense of someone who has advanced past level 60. Even with a blade of treachery stacked, I can't deal enough damage. At that moment, Ben Ben's body erupted with golden radiance. Divine energy surged out, forming a shield that shimmered with immense power. Yun Che's expression hardened. The legendary skill, Golden Light Shield. Shh, what a pain. The sky above rumbled, and the shield launched forward, crashing into him with unstoppable force. The scene shifted back to the present. Qiao Zhi blocked Ding Shu's fierce strike, his arms trembling under the weight of the massive wide hammer. Ding Shu's attacks fell again and again, each blow shaking the ground. But Xiao Zhu didn't retreat. His fist crashed into Ding Shu's face, dragging him down and slamming him into the earth with sheer aggression. Ding Shu's face twisted helplessly. Despite all his strength, he could not defeat the boy he once called weak. From the side, Ding Gei's expression darkened. Power flared in his hand as he roared, "You brat! Even you can't defeat a lowly bastard from the Chow family?" His fury exploded as he charged straight into the middle of the fight between Ding Shu and Xiao Zhu. With a cruel smile, Ding Yi bared his teeth. "Don't worry, nephew. Your uncle will vent your anger for you." Ding Yi suddenly froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. This really is the golden light shield? He stepped back, his expression twisting, before sneering coldly. "So what if you have that shield? In the end, you're just from the so-called hero family. Nothing but cowards who don't even dare fight one-on-one." Inside the mirror world, Yunche once again charged at the shimmering golden light shield. His gaze sharpened as he analyzed its power. The golden light shield, a legendary skill. Its defense isn't just tied to the user's stats. As long as it's not struck by an attack that exceeds its endurance limit, it can withstand at least 10 blows. His swords flashed in rapid succession, striking the shield again and again. With each strike, Yunche muttered coldly, "But it's still a consumable skill. Every bit of damage drains its energy." His words rang true. Cracks spread across the golden surface until, with a resounding shatter, the shield broke apart completely. Yunche's eyes gleamed. Once the energy is exhausted, it collapses after exactly 10 hits. Back in the present, Xiao Zhi's shield finally broke under Ding Yi's ferocious assault. Ding Yi sneered, his laughter dripping with malice. "So what if you had the golden light shield? In front of me, you're still just a little bastard." His eyes gleamed with cruelty as he sneered. "Even if that trash Xiaoban used this shield, it wouldn't matter. In front of me, nothing changes." Zhao Shi quickly pulled Zhao Ding's battered body in front of him, using him as cover. His voice shook with fury. "If my great-grandfather were here, you would already be on your knees, begging for mercy." Zhao Shi spat blood, cursing weakly. But Ding Yi only laughed, his aura exploding outward. The overwhelming pressure bore down, and Zhao Shi's shield splintered under the crushing force. "What can a useless fool from the Ding family do?" Ding Yi taunted, stepping forward with heavy, deliberate strides, a weakling who couldn't even survive at low levels. "And you dare resist me?" His power surged like a storm, shaking the ground. He raised his axe high, his killing intent pouring forth. "Even if your great-grandfather stood here, I would still kill you. Today, no one can save you." The shockwave slammed into Zhao Shi, driving him to his knees. His chest heaved, blood spilling from his lips. Pain engulfed his body, his limbs trembling as though death itself had gripped him. Ding Yi's voice thundered as he swung the axe down toward Zhao Shi's head. "After I chop off your legs, I'd like to see how you'll stand against me then." The axe gleamed with lethal light, cutting through the air. At that desperate moment, Zhao Shi's mother rushed forward, throwing herself to the ground. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out, "Third Master, please, forgive my son. He is foolish, but he meant no harm. Spare him." She dropped to her knees, her voice breaking with despair. "I'll kneel for you. I'll endure whatever punishment you demand. Just, please, don't kill my child." Ding Yi smiled cruelly, his axe still raised. "How about this then, little bastard? If you refuse to kneel, I'll kill your mother first." Zhao Shi's eyes widened, his heart trembling. Against his will, his teeth clenched hard. "I won't kneel, and if you dare touch my mother, I'll crush you." Ding Yi's laughter shook the courtyard. "Forget it. I'll kill her. That is the penalty for a disciple who dares defy me." Zhao Shi's voice cracked, fear twisting his resolve. "Wait, I'll kneel. Just don't hurt my mother." The crowd stirred uneasily, but before Zhao Shu could bow, the air suddenly darkened. A thick smoke surged across the courtyard, swallowing everything in shadow. The Ding family froze, eyes wide in disbelief. What is this? Ding Yi stiffened, his mocking grin fading. Impossible. How are you here? Are you real? You, Zhaoban. Shock rippled through every face. The once great ancestor, thought long dead, now stood in the haze. Zhao Shu's mother dropped to the ground, sobbing. Great-grandfather, please save my son. The Ding elders trembled violently. Impossible. Zhaoban was dead. How can he appear now? Resurrection in this world is impossible. Unless this is some undead form. Before their panic could spread further, another cold voice cut through the smoke. Yunche stepped forward, his gaze like ice. You all looked down on him, humiliated him, treated him as worthless. And now, of course, he crawls back from hell itself. His eyes glimmered, a sharp edge in his tone. From this moment forward, Zhaoban will settle the score, with every single one of you, fresh and hardened. The legendary skill, Golden Light Shield. Shh, what a pain. The sky above rumbled, and the shield launched forward, crashing into him with unstoppable force. The scene shifted back to the present. Xiao Zhu blocked Ding Shu's fierce strike, his arms trembling under the weight of the massive wide hammer. Ding Shu's attacks fell again and again, each blow shaking the ground. But Xiao Zhu didn't retreat. His fist crashed into Ding Shu's face, dragging him down and slamming him into the earth with sheer aggression. Ding Shu's face twisted helplessly. Despite all his strength, he could not defeat the boy he once called weak. From the side, Ding Gei's expression darkened. Power flared in his hand as he roared, You brat! Even you can't defeat a lowly bastard from the Chao family? His fury exploded as he charged straight into the middle of the fight between Ding Shu and Xiao Zhu. With a cruel smile, Ding Yi bared his teeth. Don't worry, nephew. Your uncle will vent your anger for you. Ding Yi suddenly froze, his eyes widening in disbelief. This really is the Golden Light Shield? He stepped back, his expression twisting, before sneering coldly. So what if you have that shield? In the end, you're just from the so-called hero family. Nothing but cowards who don't even dare fight one-on-one. Inside the mirror world, Yunche once again charged at the shimmering golden light shield. His gaze sharpened as he analyzed its power. The golden light shield, a legendary skill. Its defense isn't just tied to the user's stats. As long as it's not struck by an attack that exceeds its endurance limit, it can withstand at least 10 blows. His swords flashed in rapid succession, striking the shield again and again. With each strike, Yunche muttered coldly, But it's still a consumable skill. Every bit of damage drains its energy. His words rang true. Cracks spread across the golden surface until, with a resounding shatter, the shield broke apart completely. Yunche's eyes gleamed. Once the energy is exhausted, it collapses after exactly 10 hits. Back in the present, Xiao Ji's shield finally broke under Ding Yi's ferocious assault. Ding Yi sneered, his laughter dripping with malice. So what if you had the golden light shield? In front of me, you're still just a little bastard. His eyes gleamed with cruelty as he sneered. Even if that trash Xiaoban used this shield, it wouldn't matter. In front of me, nothing changes. Zhao Shi quickly pulled Zhao Ding's battered body in front of him, using him as cover. His voice shook with fury. If my great-grandfather were here, you would already be on your knees, begging for mercy. Zhao Shi spat blood, cursing weakly. But Ding Yi only laughed, his aura exploding outward. The overwhelming pressure bore down, and Zhao Shi's shield splintered under the crushing force. What can a useless fool from the Ding family do? Ding Yi taunted, stepping forward with heavy, deliberate strides. A weakling who couldn't even survive at low levels. And you dare resist me? His power surged like a storm, shaking the ground. He raised his axe high, his killing intent pouring forth. Even if your great-grandfather stood here, I would still kill you. Today, no one can save you. The shock wave slammed into Zhao Shi, driving him to his knees. His chest heaved, blood spilling from his lips. Pain engulfed his body, his limbs trembling as though death itself had gripped him. Ding Yi's voice thundered as he swung the axe down toward Zhao Shi's head. After I chop off your legs, I'd like to see how you'll stand against me then. The axe gleamed with lethal light, cutting through the air. At that desperate moment, Zhao Shi's mother rushed forward, throwing herself to the ground. Tears streamed down her face as she cried out, "Third Master, please, forgive my son. He is foolish, but he meant no harm. Spare him." She dropped to her knees, her voice breaking with despair. "I'll kneel for you. I'll endure whatever punishment you demand. Just, please, don't kill my child." Ding Yi smiled cruelly, his axe still raised. "How about this then, little bastard? If you refuse to kneel, I'll kill your mother first." Zhao Shi's eyes widened, his heart trembling. Against his will, his teeth clenched hard. "I won't kneel, and if you dare touch my mother, I'll crush you." Ding Yi's laughter shook the courtyard. "Forget it. I'll kill her. That is the penalty for a disciple who dares defy me." Zhao Shi's voice cracked, fear twisting his resolve. "Wait, I'll kneel. Just don't hurt my mother." The crowd stirred uneasily, but before Zhao Shi could bow, the air suddenly darkened. A thick smoke surged across the courtyard, swallowing everything in shadow. The Ding family froze, eyes wide in disbelief. "What is this?" Ding Yi stiffened, his mocking grin fading. "Impossible." "How are you here? Are you real? You, Zhaoban?" Shock rippled through every face. The once great ancestor, thought long dead, now stood in the haze. Zhao Shi's mother dropped to the ground, sobbing. "Great-grandfather, please save my son." The Ding elders trembled violently. "Impossible. Zhaoban was dead. How can he appear now? Resurrection in this world is impossible. Unless this is some undead form." Before their panic could spread further, another cold voice cut through the smoke. Yunche stepped forward, his gaze like ice. "You all looked down on him, humiliated him, treated him as worthless. And now, of course, he crawls back from hell itself." His eyes glimmered, a sharp edge in his tone. "From this moment forward, Zhaoban will settle the score, with every single one of you."
At this moment, the entire Ding family was completely shocked. Ding Su narrowed his eyes, let out an evil laugh, and arrogantly spoke before commanding his subordinates to charge forward with killing intent. Bang Bang did not hesitate. With swift and powerful movements, he blocked every strike, single-handedly handling the Ding family's strongest fighters with nothing more than his sword. One of the elders gasped in disbelief, acknowledging the overwhelming strength before them. Even Zhao Shi, Ding Su's sister, was stunned as she looked toward her grandfather, unable to comprehend how one man could block so many guards at once with such unbelievable technique. The battlefield then shifted toward Yunche, who stood fearlessly before Ding Su. The man sneered at him, ridiculing the undead he had summoned, claiming they were trash, no different from the ones he had already sent before. With a roar, Ding Su charged forward, raising his sharp weapon, mocking Bang Bang as nothing more than a level 33, belittling even his undead. Yet Bang Bang raised his shield and completely blocked the strike, the clash bursting with violent energy that shook the entire area. Ding Su, grinding his teeth, sneered about absolute power, declaring that blocking techniques were meaningless, and once again charged forward. But just then golden energy burst forth from Bang Bang's body. Startled, Ding Su muttered with unease about another golden light barrier, realizing even if Bang Bang was undead, he remained an S-class, and that alone was enough to restrain him for half a day. Ding Su immediately ordered everyone to attack together, claiming they could drain its energy in no time, but when he looked around, his expression shifted as he noticed his subordinates being seized one after another by undead monsters striking from every direction, rendering them helpless. Clicking his tongue, Ding Su called it troublesome before waving his hand to summon flames of fury, roaring that Bang Bang was still just an undead and his creatures mere summons that would be crushed. Suddenly he charged at Yunche, intent on killing the summoner, claiming that once the summoner was destroyed, all the summoned creatures would vanish. His palm transformed into a glowing crimson claw that tore at the ground, the floor erupting violently with destructive power. He grinned cruelly, boasting about a high-class treasure gifted by his grandfather, believing Yun Che could never escape. Yet just as he struck, Yun Che vanished, reappearing elsewhere unharmed. Ding Su froze in disbelief, unable to understand what had happened. Furious, he unleashed his burning claw technique once more, but Yun Che again disappeared, only to reappear behind him and drive a dagger deep into his back. Ding Su coughed blood, his body wounded severely, forcing him to stagger back as Yun Che retreated, giving Bang Bang an opening to charge. Taking position behind, Yun Che drew his purple dagger as Bang Bang released another surge of power, and together they launched a combined assault. Yun Che slashed fearlessly, landing multiple strikes in an instant that Ding Su could not withstand. His scream echoed as Yun Che severed his arm completely, leaving him to cry desperately for his priest to heal him. But Yun Che closed in once more. Ding Su's eyes widened in terror as he swung wildly in panic, shouting to drive him away, but Yun Che dodged with ease, mocking him with laughter. Trembling, Ding Su screamed for his priest again, but the scene shifted to reveal the healer already lifeless on the ground, slain by Yun Che's undead. At last Ding Su realized his soldiers had been utterly destroyed. Yun Che's cold smile cut into the air as he reminded him that the undead he now commanded were far stronger than the weak ones he had seen before. A glowing screen then appeared, revealing the legendary skill Evil Spirit Position Reversal, granting 30% increase in attack and defense along with greater continuous damage to surrounding enemies. With this buff active, Yun Che smirked darkly, declaring that with legendary enhancement his forces were far beyond imagination. The guards who resisted collapsed quickly under the overwhelming power of his summoned army. Ding Su's body trembled with fear, and at last he muttered to himself that he must run, that he had to escape and save his life. He turned desperately to flee, but before he could, a massive sword appeared and blocked his path. Shaking in terror, he staggered back, looking for another way, only to find Bang Bang stepping behind him, his voice cold and steady as he declared that the exclusive skill of the Sword Guard class had already erupted, and that no one below S-class had ever escaped it, challenging Ding Su to try and fail. Cornered, Ding Su gritted his teeth and revealed a dark treasure from his robes, shouting not to come closer while unveiling a void bomb, an S-class item gifted by his grandfather. He threatened that if it exploded, Yun Che and Bang Bang would surely die with their levels and HP. Bang Bang narrowed his eyes without fear, and Yun Che stepped forward calmly, telling him to go ahead and blow it up. Ding Su's face twisted in disbelief, asking if Yun Che was trying to get himself killed. But Yun Che only smiled deeper, saying that with his HP, even if it exploded, he would survive, and even if he fell, Bang Bang would resurrect him once again. Bang Bang's sword shimmered with killing intent as he added that Ding Su could not even land a strike on him. Then, in one brutal move, Bang Bang severed Ding Su's other arm, dropping him to his knees before the entire Xiaoji family. At that moment, Xiaoji's eyes shone with pride as he looked toward his great-grandfather, while the Ding family line stood trapped, crushed beneath the might of their enemies. Yun Che stepped forward in silence, pressing his dagger against Ding Su's neck as his suffocating aura filled the space. Ding Su's face twisted with despair, trembling under the weight of his impending death. Bang Bang's cold voice cut through the silence, demanding that Ding Su confess what value he still had left now. The battlefield had shifted completely, once filled with chaos and blood, now silenced beneath the dominance of Yun Che and Bang Bang. The Ding family's arrogance had shattered, their strength erased, their treasures meaningless in the face of absolute defeat. Ding Su, who had once stood with pride and mocked his enemies, now knelt broken, his arms severed, his guard slaughtered, his priest gone, and every ounce of power stripped away by the relentless assault of Yun Che and his summoned army. Fear consumed him as he realized escape was impossible, his void bomb useless, his treasures powerless, his arrogance destroyed. Yun Che's dagger pressed harder against his skin, while Bang Bang's shadow loomed over him, an inescapable wall of steel. The once mighty Ding Su had become nothing more than prey trapped within the jaws of death, powerless before the legendary skill that had turned the tide, powerless before the undead army that crushed every resistance, powerless before the unyielding will of Yun Che who had brought him to his knees. In that moment, as the entire Xiaoji family bore witness, the downfall of the Ding family was sealed forever, and the battlefield belonged to the victors who now stood unchallenged. A few moments later, Yun Che opened his status screen and frowned. "There are quite a few miscellaneous items here," he muttered. His eyes paused on a stack. 100 bottles of life potion. Restores 100 health over 10 seconds and the effect doesn't stack. He exhaled softly. With this recovery speed, even if I used it during battle, it would still be nothing more than a drop in the bucket. At that moment, his 100A crops appeared before him, reporting detailed information. Yun Che's thoughts shifted to Benben. We still died after killing him before yet his soul appeared in the mirror world. Then he was successfully collected as a death soul. Curiosity flickered in his eyes. So, Benben was indeed taken in as a death spirit. Releasing a cold aura, Yun Che whispered, "As expected, even a level 100 can be expended by killing disciples." His gaze then shifted to Ding Su, who looked like a lifeless body lying before him. Yun Che considered for a moment. "But let's save his life first. He might still be useful later." He casually mentioned his old companion Benben, but the Ding family elders who were present watched Yun Che in shock. "He looks so young yet his strength is terrifying," one elder whispered. "Was it not he who once guided us? And now, he is far stronger than the rumors claimed." Another member clenched his fists. "What should we do next? The third patriarch is dead. The Ding family will definitely take revenge." A panicked voice followed. "We are doomed. We are going to die." But a senior figure shook his head, his expression grim. "No matter how strong this young man is, if we provoke that hero to act, there will be no way to survive. Remember decades ago, that hero was able to kill our grandfather. And he has only grown stronger since then." The scene shifted to Yun Che, who stood silently, eyes narrowing. "Really? If what happened here is exposed, I won't have much time to improve my strength," he muttered. His gaze drifted toward his undead army. "I must grow stronger quickly, strong enough to face Ding Kuan, the most powerful member of the Ding family." He recalled the weight of Ding Kuan's power in the past, the oppressive force that had overshadowed entire regions. Just as the memory settled in his mind, another screen flickered before him, notifying him of an upgrade. At that moment, his undead surged forward. Yun Che's lips curled faintly. It seemed sending them out to scatter and hunt monsters was quite effective. The undead tore into the Ding family's monster corpses, cutting them down with relentless efficiency. Yun Che observed coldly. "With their current level and equipment, they can sweep across this area with ease." Moments later, the battlefield fell silent, all enemies completely knocked down. Yet Yun Che did not relax. "This minor secret realm is no longer enough to support my rapid advancement." His eyes fell on Benben, and his tone deepened. "There's a more important reason to send them out to find the strongest secret lord," he explained to himself in a serious voice. "A secret realm lord isn't like an ordinary hidden boss or wandering lord. Its power is far beyond like Benben. The core of the secret realm rests in its lord. As long as the lord exists, the entire realm is under its control. But once it is killed, the secret realm will collapse and vanish completely." A fragment of memory resurfaced in his mind, confirming the truth. "Defeat the lord, and everything here ceases to exist." His expression sharpened as he thought further. The entrance to this place was guarded by a teacher. The Shao family was once brought here by Ding Lao San. They must have seen the same truth. The scene shifted back to Yun Che. He studied the situation with a cold clarity. If the Shao family goes out alone, they'll be suspected at once, he thought. Only by collapsing the secret realm outright and letting the chaos cover their escape can they slip away safely. He outlined the plan in his mind, measuring how much time this strategy would buy them. At that moment a system notification flickered across his vision. His level in the mirror world had increased. Yun Che's lips tightened as another message followed. "You defeated the secret realm lord. Bang bang killed the monster. Strategy complete. Points awarded." He watched the numbers rise. Around him the undead pressed on, tearing through the remaining corpses. Yun Che noted the efficiency. Sending them out to scatter and hunt was effective, but this small secret realm can no longer sustain my rapid growth. He glanced at Bang Bang and felt a new certainty. There was a greater reason to send his forces outward, to find the strongest secret lord. He explained the truth to himself in a low voice. A secret realm lord is not an ordinary hidden boss or wandering lord. The lord is the core of the realm. Kill it and the realm collapses. If that happens, everything here will dissolve, and only then can the Shao family flee amid the chaos. The memory of past warnings tightened his resolve. Voices rose among the Ding family elders as they noticed the environment fading. The area is beginning to dissipate, one muttered, alarmed. Yun Che stepped forward calmly. I killed the secret lord, he announced. When the secret realm disappears, chaos will follow. Use that moment to escape. Those nearby absorbed the information with a stunned mix of hope and fear. He did not waste a second. Yun Che summoned the recall of death. The Mirror World interface registered the upgrade. Skill level increased to 2. Mirror World plus 5000 EXP. A clearer notification read, you killed the giant eye, obtained the secret realm core spirit and converted it into Mirror World element. Plus 5000 EXP, Yun Che calculated quickly. The experience needed to reach Mirror World level 3 is reachable, but only if I keep taking down these lords. Upgrading now will greatly narrow the gap with Ding Kun. His plan sharpened: prioritize mirror upgrades, hunt secret lords, then face Ding Kun when he had no alternative but to act. He looked at the fading realm and then at his undead. This is our chance. Once the realm collapses, everything changes. With that thought fixed, Yun Che moved, already thinking 3 steps ahead. Yun Che emerged quietly from the mirror world. His gaze fell on a group of Ding family guards stationed at the entrance of a hidden cave. One of them barked, "Who dares trespass into a private secret place?" Yun Che smirked, his figure flickering silently behind the man. The guard stiffened, a strange chill running up his spine. Why do I feel like someone is behind me? Is this an illusion? He muttered in confusion. But Yun Che was truly there, releasing a controlled aura that pressed down like a predator playing with its prey. These guards are only around level 30. Hardly a threat, he assessed coldly. This cave must be important. If the Ding family is guarding it this heavily, then it's worth my attention. Without hesitation, Yun Che stepped into the secret realm. A guard caught sight of him and shouted, "Stop, you can't go in there," but the words were wasted. Yun Che had already vanished inside. The scene shifted to Bang Bang within the mirror world. He released his power, steady and dark. Yun Che observed silently. If I want to face Ding Kun, I must first clear out the monsters here. Only by strengthening my stats further can I close the gap. With that thought, he advanced. Shadows twisted as monsters emerged, but Yun Che moved with precision. Each strike cut down an enemy, and each death fed the mirror world with energy. Stay calm, he murmured to himself, eyes sharp. Calmness means fewer mistakes. One by one, the monsters fell. Notifications surged across his vision in a rapid stream. You have killed a monster. EXP gained. Stat increased. Another, and another. The screen flooded with level up alerts until his power surged like a tide. The mirror world pulsed, expanding as his control deepened. Meanwhile, in the Ding family compound, an elder sat with a scroll in hand. His expression darkened as he read aloud. A substitute master has appeared in the secret realms. It looks like an undead. Many private secret places have been attacked and conquered with malicious intent. His eyes narrowed dangerously. This reeks of Yun Che's hand. So many realms suddenly collapsing cannot be coincidence. A sneer tugged at his lips. If this continues, the Ding family will be forced into retreat by that boy. His voice was low, bitter, and filled with the promise of vengeance. But suddenly, everyone was stunned. The old man's voice trembled with disbelief. He did this for us. Otherwise, we would never have escaped from that place. All the members of the group tensed, their expressions filled with unease. A man muttered, "This place is hidden far from the Ding house. Survival here should be possible, and leaving no trace won't be easy." Another man clenched his fists nervously. Still, I was terrified. But maybe it's fine to believe this place is safe. Maybe we really can get rid of the Ding family. Before their hopes could settle, a violent surge of energy split the air. Behind them, a shadowed figure appeared, his presence suffocating, his aura sharp as blades. The man stretched his neck casually and sneered. "Do you really think you can run from the Ding family?" Gasps broke out among the survivors. "That's a Ding house master," one whispered, fear choking his voice. The figure stepped forward, arrogance dripping from his words. "Level 42 master of the Ding family," he declared proudly. "Even if you have no connection with the criminal, daring to flee is enough to condemn you. His eyes glowed with malice as he clenched his teeth. I came here to personally greet you. Don't think you can escape so easily. He mocked them further. Do you underestimate the hero family? Not to mention your so-called wishful-thinking pupil. The criminal and his whereabouts have already been tracked down. The group of pupils froze, their faces pale with shock. The Ding family's iron grip left them trembling, the tension in the air unbearable. At that same moment, scene shifted. Yun Che stood before a shimmering portal, his sharp eyes analyzing the swirling energy. So a heroic secret realm, he whispered. His lips curled into a thin smile. Insane but perfect. Yun Che tightened his grip on his weapon, determination blazing in his eyes. Dingkuan, he muttered coldly, I'm here to see you. With that, the system screen flared before him, mirror world upgraded, level 3 achieved. Yun Che stood and stared at the hero's secret realm on the map, thoughts moving quickly. The private secret realms he had cleared before had hovered around level 30. Those had been easy stepping stones for leveling, but the higher-tier secret realms like this hero's secret realm were another order entirely. The screen displayed the elite guards, the strongest corps assigned to protect the core. Controlled by the state and guarded by military units, the area was off-limits within a 2-kilometer radius. He checked his status window. His exploration boundary had already been reached. Whenever he entered the mirror world, his effective range was limited to 200 meters. There was no way to sneak into those realms without being noticed. A movement at his side drew his attention. Xiaoji watched him with a cautious expression. Yun Che smiled inwardly. He would need her. So that's why you asked me here, Xiaoji said, suspicion and amusement mixed in her tone. Don't tell me you expect me to escort you inside. No way, she added with a clever smile. You have no idea how strict my identity checks are. Even I can't enter without the proper pass. Yun Che produced a temporary permit. Xiaoji's eyes widened when she glanced at it. You came prepared, she said, turning the pass over in her hand. A temporary pass will get us in, but someone has to accompany you. They won't let a single stranger pass an inspection alone. A golden flicker flashed across Yun Che's eyes. Xiaoji's voice grew sharper. So you plan to sneak in past your family and risk the hero's wrath? For what? Yun Che's expression tightened. He explained that you saw what happened to Xiao Ji in that traitor's secret realm. The official reports painted him as a monster. He wasn't like that. I want to clear the Xiao family's name and force the truth into the open. Xiao Ji's skepticism flared. You think I'm stupid? She swept her gaze across the guarded area and jabbed a finger in his direction. You're not related to the heroes' families, yet you risk provoking them for Xiaoxi. You even risked stealing a pass. Did you somehow foresee what happened to Xiao Ji? She recounted with a hard edge. Ding Laosen went into that traitor realm to stir trouble for you and Xiaoxi. He's gone now, vanished. No one has found him. Clearly, this isn't just about confronting a hero. It looks like you harbor real hostility. Yun Che only smiled, but Xiaoji leaned close and lowered her voice to a whisper. Your name is Yun Che. Yun as a surname. Are you related to the traitor Yun Che from back then? Her stare was ice. He met her glare coolly. You have the same surname. Are you connected to that traitor? He countered, casual enough to be unnerving. Xiaoji bristled. My surname isn't really Yun. Her jaw tightened. Whatever you are planning, don't take me for an idiot. Yun Che shrugged. I changed my name to avoid trouble. How do you know my original surname? Anger flashed across Xiaoji's face. She hissed. Are you not afraid? I could report you. She fumbled for something in her pocket, an emissary device she could use to alert the military in seconds. Report me to the army, and you'll be as good as dead. Yun Che's mouth curved into a small, confident smile. I don't believe you will. He studied her closely. You risk danger in the secret realm to stand up for students. You wouldn't side with the Ding family. For a moment Xiaoji's eyes betrayed uncertainty, then she pushed the device back into her pocket. The tension between them remained, brittle and unresolved, but the temporary pass lay in her hand like a single thin thread that could pull them both into the lion's den. Yun Che placed the stolen diary on the table and pushed it toward Xiaoji. This is the diary the Ding family stole. Read it, he said. Xiaoji took the book, fingers trembling. As she scanned the pages, her face tightened. Yun Che watched her, calm and steady. The descendants of Ding Kun have committed countless abuses, he explained quietly. They use their status as heroes to bully men and women, to do things no one should be allowed to do. Xiao Zhi's eyes flashed with disbelief and anger. So that's why you planned all this, she said, voice edged. I don't care about the Ding family, but you, I thought you were different. You're so ready to put your life in other people's hands. You've never experienced betrayal, have you? Her tone became almost mocking. Yun Che smiled without amusement. You think I haven't been betrayed, he replied. So what if I have? That doesn't mean I can't trust someone. I'd rather believe someone's true nature isn't evil. Xiao Zhi froze. She did not expect his answer. For a long second she struggled to find a retort, then abruptly stood. If you trust me that much, then come with me, she said. He followed. At the secret realm entrance a guard stepped forward, brow knit. Miss Xiao Zhi, the heroes have been waiting for you. Orders have been issued, his voice carried an edge of suspicion. Why didn't you arrive with Elder Ding Dan? He entered the secret realm just a moment ago. Xiao Zhi met his gaze coolly. So you suspect me, she asked. The guard stammered, forcing politeness. Of course not. Only when Elder Ding Dan entered, he warned that a family's temporary pass might have been stolen. We must be cautious. We received word from the security bureau that criminals who raided secret realms were spotted moving toward the hero's secret realm. Xiao Zhi's lips curved. You say that in the name of safety. She stepped forward and, with a grace that left the guard bewildered, reached out and clasped his shoulder. If you suspect me, then check me, she said quietly, leaning close enough that only he could hear. Do you think I would not recognize my own guard? The officer's composure cracked, his shoulders sagged as if a weight had been lifted. Perhaps I was mistaken, he muttered. He glanced around, suddenly fearful of his own hesitation. Miss Xiao Zhi is certain, so there can be no mistake. Please enter. Authority granted. Yun Che felt the guard's relief, then watched Xiao Zhi walk ahead. Her status, he noted, seemed higher than he had assumed. They passed the checkpoint and both stepped into the secret realm. Before they separated, Yun Che said, Because you trusted me, I brought you in. I won't stop you if you want to act. His voice was steady. Xiao Zhi turned to him. This is a one-time favor, she replied coolly. After this, I won't help further. Then she softened just a fraction. Thank you. Yun Che released his undead from the mirror world and handed their control to her. Take them when you leave, he said. If anything happens afterward, they will not implicate you. Xiao Zhi paused, then, against her own hauteur, returned a hint of a smile. At last, you face consequences, she murmured, half in jest. Yun Che opened his status panel as they entered the mirror world. A notification glowed. The mirror world had reached level 3, a new ability unlocked. He allowed himself a small, private grin. The plan was restarting, and this time, the pieces were finally moving in his favor. A moment later, inside the mirror world, Yun Che opened his chat and noticed a new notification. You have activated level 3 mirror world. Secret realm archer deployed. He immediately began copying skills and practicing his attacks on the monsters within. Level 3 Mirror World had the ability to replicate secret realm monsters from the real world, which meant Yun Che could now freely hunt and farm monsters within the mirror world without any restrictions. He smirked, thinking now I can train and save progress without worrying about being discovered. Even more importantly, the undead he summoned could continue fighting inside the mirror world, earning experience for him even after he logged out. His stats rose rapidly, his experience points increased steadily, and his agility improved with every battle. After hours of grinding, Yun Che finally exited the mirror world successfully. Standing outside, he glanced at the magnificent structure before him, the grand building inside the secret realm. The view here, it's incredible, he muttered under his breath. Then his expression turned serious. This is the perfect time to investigate properly. According to the Ding family's diary, the place where Ding Kun had once stayed held many secrets. Yun Che frowned. I still know too little about him, he thought. Only that he reached S rank decades ago and hasn't revealed his strength publicly since then. Even Ding Laoshan doesn't know the full story. He sighed softly. If I had more detailed information, I'd feel more confident facing him. Recalling his past life, he murmured, normally, I knew every S rank expert back then, but this guy, Ding Kun, appeared out of nowhere. Turning to Bang Bang, He asked, do you know anything about him? Bang Bang tilted its head slightly, as if trying to recall something. A flicker of confusion passed through its glowing eyes. Yun-Che observed carefully and thought still not enough, but when the mirror world advanced to level 3, even Bang Bang's intelligence rose noticeably. His own stats had also reached SSS level skill rank. The mirror world's growth had been tremendous, and among all the improvements, Bang Bang's evolution stood out the most. Not bad, Yun-Che said softly, watching his companion hover silently beside him. But it's still not enough for full communication. Maybe if the mirror world levels up again, Bang Bang will regain more of its consciousness. Meanwhile, deep inside a grand hall of the Ding family, tension filled the air. Father, one of the sons spoke angrily, you've always favored the third son, you can't just ignore this. Sitting on the high throne was Ding Kun, the patriarch of the Ding family, known across the empire as the hero of the empire. He lifted his gaze coldly as the family elder bowed before him and said, the third son is still missing. According to the Security Bureau's report. What are you saying? Ding Kun interrupted, his voice echoing through the hall. Are you telling me that criminal dared to come near the hero's secret realm? The man hesitated before replying. To abduct the third son so quietly, he must have reached S rank as well. To be safe, father, please. Before he could finish, Ding Kun's hand pierced straight through the man's chest. Blood splattered across the marble floor as Ding Kun's cold eyes glowed with killing intent. Such a grown man, he said in a low, furious tone, can't even guard a child and still dares to teach me what to do. The man screamed in agony as his body collapsed to the ground, his life slipping away. Ding Kun glared down at him, his eyes cold and merciless. At this age, you've just reached S rank, he said with disdain. What garbage. You meet the transfer requirements, yet you can't even withstand a single blow from me. He raised his hand, power surging through his veins like molten fire. The only reason I kept you, you useless thing, he continued, was to watch over my grandson. But not only did you lose him, now I have to clean up your mess myself. The air trembled as his aura exploded outward, crushing everything around him. Do you even realize? Ding Kun's voice echoed with fury. Losing my third son means losing a bloodline heir, and a piece of my own lifespan. Another man standing nearby panicked and shouted, hurry, kill that old man. Before he could finish, chaos erupted outside. Screams echoed through the courtyard as monstrous creatures stormed in, tearing apart the guards and devouring them one by one. Inside the secret realm, a tall man greeted young Master Ding Yen, whose level had already reached 69. The spellcaster beside him smirked and said, young master, your beloved pet hasn't eaten meat for days. Why not let it feed on a few more humans? Ding Yen laughed darkly. You're right, he said, his tone filled with amusement. That's actually a great idea. Hidden in the shadows nearby, Yun-Che also referred to here as Yunshur watched the scene unfold with a sharp gaze. He clenched his fists. Compared to this, the Ding family outside seems almost civilized, he thought bitterly. Should he reveal himself now? His instincts screamed no, but then he froze. Bang Bang, he whispered in shock. Even in this brutal place, Bang Bang had rushed out to protect others. Memories flashed through Yunshur's mind, the children from the disaster zone, especially Bang Bang and Lan Qin. Back then, some of the older kids would bully them, calling them slaves. A giant man once hit them and yelled, slave, how dare you steal your master's food? But Bang Bang had stepped forward, eyes burning with defiance. Get lost, you fat bastard, he'd shouted, shielding his sister and the others. A faint smile touched Yunshur's lips as he recalled it. That's why I chose you as my disciple, he murmured. I hoped you'd grow stronger, strong enough to protect others. Returning to the present, his voice grew cold and heavy with guilt. But in the end it was my fault you became like this. He looked at Bang Bang again and whispered, you've regained your consciousness, haven't you? Then, to his shock, Bang Bang spoke softly, taking the name Ding Kun. Yunshur's eyes widened in disbelief, and when Benben mentioned Lan Qin, Yunshur's entire body tensed. His heart pounded violently as the realization hit him. Before he could react, the scene shifted suddenly. The castle walls appeared around him, and Ding Kun stood at the center, gripping his sword. His piercing gaze locked on Yunshur. You dare to use that name? Ding Kun said, his tone cold as steel. Are you trying to provoke me? I never thought I'd hear that name again after all these years. A cruel smile curved his lips as he raised his weapon. Then let me see, he said softly, his voice laced with deadly intent. Who dares to imprison you, my dear master? Scene start from Ding Yen, who is petting his monster and says they are all good babies. He smiles. I have been busy taking care of other pets these days. He particularly pecks his one monster and says you must be starving. At next moment, he evilly laughs and shows civilian and says darkly like a crazy. Anyway, it's all stuff I am tired of playing with. Eat them all, that lowly human. When he give a command his monster, they become more aggressive, rush forward, a little child grabbing his life. At next moment, he will become successful in his motive, Yunchi, appear and cut through in multiple pieces that monster. He land a epic entry, he raise in anger. He look coldly Ding Yen and say, how dare you, could you do that? At this moment, Ding Yen protector come to cover up and stand in front of Yunchi and say, how you can come to kill our master? You are introducer, but Yunchi look puzzled in anger and say, how could you be? At next moment, he say, Ding Kun, who thought such a scumbag? He going to his past memory, there he teach Bang Bang and his another subordinate say to Bang Bang, because of the extraordinary strength of professional, there is no longer the age of night. At this moment, we are going to realize Bang Bang and his another boy is a Ding Kun, that is a traitor of Yunchi. He is chair and command both child, but as the descendant of night, I still want to pass on something. Bang Bang excitedly say, under my ability of your guidance, I will definitely improve. Yunchi say, your strength will be definitely far exceed that of extraordinary professionals, but Ding Kun look annoyed. And he say, if you want to continue learning from me, you must keep this point in mind. One is to be humble. There is no essential difference between oneself and other. Yunchi teach calmly, be polite and respectful to everyone, that is your reward. And as usual, Ding Kun feel annoyed of this drama. But, Yunchi angry on Ding Kun and say, don't make me angry, you just need to manner or respectful. Bang Bang also punch his head and say, you idiot, respect give for master. Next scene where see, Yunchi give skill books both of them and say, this is my extra reward for you, remember this feeling and don't become arrogant. Back to the present time, Yunchi land his fated attack, multiple slices or swing on the monster. Screen appear the skill, arena shield is destroyed, the protector Ding Yang say, that man is so powerful, our shield did not protect any longer. This attack power, how insane. The man look Yunchi and say in fear, this is level 30 legendary equipment. At next, Dinging say, the replete actually attack the eagle. The protector also start for charge. Yunchi say, you untouchable, let you experience the power of different levels. The second is to have mercy, he come back to his past memory, where he teach his student and say, you really need to someone give mercy. Be kind to the weak people, especially the helpless. Always fight violence and wrong the kindness. Yunchi say, I save you from this slave trafficking organization. You who have been hurt should be able to understand the helpless of the weak. Back to the present time, Yunchi come to close attack with his sword to Ding Yen and protector. But suddenly, he slash into two pieces, but he surprised to see his multiple clones. And he froze in his place, where Ding Yen laughed on Yunchi and say, how is that, you bastard? So, current this situation, it's under control of me. So, do you have dare to kill me right now? And if you like, there are still many more for you to cut into pieces. That brat Ding Yen laughed and scolded her, but you always seem to have an angry face, did not you? Lowly brat Yunchi look stare darkly, but Ding Yen turn his face and show lowly civilians and say, are there your family member is here? His mind going something creepy to do this and say, the world be interesting. He gave a warning, try to chop us again. Why did you just stand there and don't do anything? I don't know what will happen after you chopping us down. I found out that they were the ones I chopped down. He looked and say, what kind of expression you will make it? What is a real body of Ding Yen? His screen view split another clones and Yunchi ability detector, real body of Ding Yen. He rush forward and charge attack. Ding Yen shout and say, how is it possible? How did you see through it? Yunchi think in mind, the third is to be brave, need to be fearless and courageous. There should be no coward in the battle against the secret realm and we must fight for justice. Yunchi teach Bang Bang and Ding Kun where both are practice and secret realm. At this moment Bang Bang say, old man we almost die here. It's really feel thrilling. Yunchi frozen in his place and smile. Reply, don't worry I have been watching you all the time and when you will feel danger, I definitely protect you. Don't fear any enemies from your life. In the present moment, Ding Yen feel death, fear and say that Brad is by too strong. His protector grab his staff tightly and say, Master you need to go. Ding Yen say block him head on for me, buy me time to escape. And he say, if you anything happen to me, my grandfather will definitely kill you. The protector release his human charm ability for fight Yunqi, and say without illusion it would be difficult for me a spellcaster. But suddenly he charge his staff and say, hey, where did that person go? Are you feel fear of death? Why suddenly you hide in this moment? But he say one more garbage split from his mouth. Yunqi come appear into his back and release his energy charge attack for that protector. He hit slash on the man. He fall into the floor and beg mercy for his life and say, please, I will become your dog. Let me go. I am not from the Ding family. I am just a hired protector. Please give me mercy. You and the Ding family are at odds. He say, since you don't get along with the Ding family, you should go after that Ding Yen. At this moment, Yunqi could not listen his garbage word and slash through and say, the fourth is the spirit of sacrifice. At this moment, Bang Bang drag down Ding Yen with his collar and he just taking way for Yunqi and say, what? Are you say, I am the grandson of a hero? Then Ding Yen say surprisingly and cough the blood. If you touch me, I make your whole family suffer. At this moment, Yunqi release his another shadow, strongest commander crop. And at this moment, that is not another man. Ding Yen look into completely fear. Because that crop monster is his protector who is completely changed into Yunqi death crop. He stammer, feel shiver say, you, what did you do to him? He thought in past, where Dingkuan kill Bang Bang and Yunqi say coldly, 7 is. I will make the all score settle from you, what you will done from with Bang Bang and others. But at certain moment, flooded of multiple sword attack appeared charge for Yunqi. At this moment, Yunqi jump on the rooftop area and look, not only did he listen to my teaching at all, betraying Bang Bang and me. Yunqi thought, next moment, he angry, say darkly, even allow his descendant to do this evil thing. I will definitely crush with my hand. But suddenly, Dingkuan appear behind him and ask, what, why are you cautioning about from me? He just give a powerful punch his back and say, I had a lot of fun playing in my secret place. The impact of power, Yunqi go through destroying pillars and he completely fall into last building. He is severely injured, his stand going to heal rapidly because he got a critical attack. Yunqi try to heal and raise his attack power increase for his fight. Yunqi cough the blood and say, why did you do this? Dingkuan walk, his level show 71 as ranked job changer, Oscar. He did not reply, but Yunqi release his attack on Dingkuan. He easily broke his attack and say, that is a mirror attack, but suddenly, Yunqi appear on his head. He land strongest slash attack on his Dingkuan neck and say, angrily, why did you betray me? At that moment, Dingkuan took a powerful punch to the head from Yunqi. The impact shattered the remaining half of his facial armor. He wiped the blood from his mouth and laughed cruelly. It can actually break my armor. Your speed and attack power are far from normal. He smiled coldly, unaware that the one standing before him was his former master. But Yunqi's expression turned dark, his eyes burning with fury as he glared at Dingkuan. Then, for the first time, Dingkuan's movements faltered. His body froze as he truly looked at the man before him, and disbelief flickered in his eyes. It's really you, he muttered in shock. Yunqi's voice was low but filled with rage. Why did you betray me? At that, Dingkuan drew his long, sharp sword, Samanon, and held it at his side. His smirk turned twisted. Betray? He sneered. What are you talking about? He stared intently as if searching for something familiar. He's called Yunqi. I once knew someone by that name, he said darkly, then suddenly charged forward, his blade glowing with violent energy. Could it be, that old man sent you? At that moment, it became clear, Dingkuan didn't believe this was the real Yunqi. In the past, his master had been overwhelmingly powerful, an almost invincible force. The current Yunqi, though strong, lacked that same devastating aura. That's why Dingkuan assumed the man before him was merely a clone sent by another. Laughing madly, he swung his sword again, waves of destructive energy rippling across the battlefield. If you want to pretend to be my master, he snarled, then let's see how long you can keep up the act. But Yunqi ignored his words completely and demanded, his voice sharp with fury. Why didn't you answer my question? Why did you betray me? Without waiting for a reply, he charged forward and aimed another heavy strike at Dingkuan's head. However, Ding Kun blocked the blow with his arm, barely flinching. A mocking laugh escaped his lips. "You're nothing more than a tool of my master," he said smugly. "There's no point in talking anymore." With that, Ding Kun released a violent surge of energy. Swinging his sword, he brought it crashing down, the force of the strike splitting the ground apart, tearing a deep fissure through the battlefield. The shockwave sent Yunche and Benben staggering back, nearly caught in the blast. Seeing the danger, Benben quickly expanded his domain to shield them. But when his gaze fell upon Ding Kun, rage clouded his reason. Without thinking, he charged forward. Ding Kun's grin widened as he met the old man's reckless attack. He countered with a devastating punch that landed squarely on Benben's head, slamming him into the ground. "How are you still alive, Benben?" he said coldly. He grabbed the old man by the neck, his fingers tightening like iron. "Tell me, how did you do it? Are you trying to use your golden skill? That won't save you." He struck again, his fist crashing into Benben's shield, shattering it completely. Letting out a short, amused sigh, he looked down at the fallen figure. "So, you've become undead. Resurrection, is it?" he muttered with a smirk. But before he could finish, Yunche attacked again from behind, his blade cutting through the air. Ding Kun dodged with ease, glancing back with a mocking sneer. "It seems you're not as intelligent as you used to be," he said coldly. Meanwhile, the scene shifted to Ding Su, a level 60 shooter standing atop the Ding family castle. Watching the chaos unfold, he sighed. "What a pity. Father, why did you have to step out yourself?" Beside him, another descendant spoke coldly. "Let us deal with this title thief." Far below, Yunche clenched his fists, thinking grimly, "If only I could recall more undead." With a wave of his hand, he summoned additional undead soldiers to reinforce the line. "Go," one of the undead said in a gravelly voice. "Master, we'll hold them back." Ding Kun's eyes widened in disbelief. "Swanji, how is that possible?" he muttered, his voice trembling slightly. He recalled that undead man, someone who had long since died. Letting out a low sigh, he gave a short, bitter chuckle. But the amusement quickly twisted into madness. His expression darkened as his body emitted a sinister aura. "My own blood relative," he hissed creepily. "How dare you turn into an undead corpse, you bastard?" His grin widened, feral and unhinged. "I'm starting to take an interest in you. I'll destroy you, my master's clone, and scatter your remains into a million pieces with my own hands." In a blur, he rushed forward with terrifying speed, his arm shooting out to grab Yunche's throat. "They say this is all dead spirit energy, but it's resurrection, isn't it?" he growled. Yunche twisted aside, narrowly dodging the strike. "Master," Ding Kun said suddenly, his voice turning uncertain. "Are you truly resurrected, after all this time? You're not a clone or illusion?" His gaze sharpened. "If you are really my old master, the invincible Yunche, then prove it to me. Show me that you are my original owner, my master." He began to laugh, low and unhinged. "If you truly are my dear master, then don't hide it from me." Yunche coughed up blood but clenched his teeth, glaring at his former disciple. "Even when I was caged," he said hoarsely, "I still tried to help others." Gathering his strength, he gripped his sword tightly. Mana surged through his body, boosting his attack power by 10%. His aura flared violently as he charged forward. Ding Kun watched him approach and let out a chilling laugh. "This is all because of you, my dear master," he sneered. Yunche shouted angrily, "What nonsense are you talking about? Who freed you from slavery? Who gave you the chance to become a powerful professional?" He stepped closer, his voice firm, commanding. "Tell me, how did I teach you, and how dare you turn out like this?" But Ding Kun ignored his words, his laughter echoing coldly across the battlefield. "Then why?" he snapped. "Why did you come to rescue me so late?" His eyes burned with pain and resentment. "Why did you save me at all? I suffered for years, why did I ever become your apprentice?" Memories flooded his mind like a storm. His voice trembled, but the hatred in it was clear. "When I was your disciple," he said, "I was just a child. Tell me, why could Benben, who knew nothing, live so comfortably? Why was he always by your side while I struggled alone? Did you not teach me the same way?" He gritted his teeth, his expression twisted with envy and rage. "Why is he better than me in everything?" he shouted at his master. Ding Kun roared furiously, his voice echoing across the battlefield. Why did you always prefer Benben over me? Just because he was some brawn cleaner? His anger deepened as his words turned sharp. You wanted me to switch to the Bhaskar class, didn't you? You called me a coward for not doing it. So I changed, I became a Bhaskar. Shouldn't he have been the one to turn into a sword guard with a strong defense? As his rage grew, his eyes glowed with a crimson hue. The red energy distorted his face, twisting his expression into something almost inhuman. Yun Che stared at him steadily. When did I ever stop you? He said coldly. Didn't you always act like you wanted to be braver and stronger? He raised his sword, his tone sharp and commanding. Or is it because you preferred to be the kind of man who only blames others for his failures? Ding Kun shouted again, his voice cracking with emotion. You always favored disciples like Benben. He let out a hollow laugh. I tried so hard to be brave, to gain your approval. Were you ever even fair to me? Energy flared violently around him as he released his aura. You looked down on my birth from the very beginning, didn't you? He spat. Yun Che's gaze hardened. Compassion. Humility. Wisdom, he said firmly. But Ding Kun only sneered. Will those things help me survive? He slammed his fist into his own forehead, his face twisted in madness. Isn't your so-called kindness just a luxury of your power and status? I'm not like Benben, who let himself be fooled by you. His laughter turned darker. You call it betrayal? What else could it be? You chose Benben, and of course, I chose someone else. His grin widened with pride. Your good brother Luovi offered me something better, higher status and real power. He took a step closer, his words venomous. Go on then, look at Benben's descendants now. And look at mine, see the difference? My bloodline rules over them. They serve as slaves beneath the Ding family. He gestured mockingly. Look at yourself, Yun Che. Look at what you've become. Tell me now, who made the right choice? At that moment, Yun Che's energy exploded outward. His entire form was engulfed in a violent purple aura that shimmered like flame. You heartless bastard, Ding Kun, he shouted. With a burst of speed, he charged forward, his sword unleashing a barrage of strikes. Countless blows rained down, each one more furious than the last. Ding Kun's armor cracked under the relentless assault until the upper plates shattered completely, revealing his half-bare, scarred body. Yun Che glared coldly at him. You really can't compare, he said icily. You're not even worthy of being mentioned beside him, my true disciple, Benben. Ding Kun was completely shielded from Yun Che's multiple slashes, yet his rage only grew stronger. Gripping his sword tightly, he roared. Did you really think you're comparable to Bang Bang? You're trash. You can't even compare to her, yourself. He glared sharply and said in a cold voice. You're not even as good as one of her toys. The words hit deep, cutting like blades. Junichi could see the humiliation flash across Ding Kun's face, an ugly mix of pain and fury. Then Ding Kun started laughing maniacally, releasing a wave of killing intent. I don't care about you anymore, master. His stat display flickered, armor condition, unable to equip. He chuckled darkly. So you admit it, huh, master? You always prioritized Bang Bang. You never gave me sympathy or attention, because you never liked me. Without hesitation, Ding Kun charged forward, shouting. You always preferred Bang Bang, right? Are you real, or just a hypocrite? Activating his Bhaskar skill, his speed and attack power surged dramatically. Yun Che's eyes narrowed, a faint red gleam in them. This speed, too fast, he thought. In the next second, Ding Kun appeared right in front of him. With no time to react, Yun Che's only option was to slip into the mirror world. A devastating slash tore through the arena, annihilating everything in front of Ding Kun. Junichi barely dodged, leaping backward into the reflections. Ding Kun stared at him and laughed wildly. Bhaskar's exclusive skill, Rage Blood, activated. What now, master? If there's no mirror world, does that mean you can't hide anymore? He kept swinging violently, each strike more vicious than the last. Come on, master. Face me head on. Knights are supposed to be brave, right? Inside the mirror world, Junichi steadied his breath, eyes filled with quiet resolve. I need to make up my mind. Kill that bastard. Ding Kun smirked, voice dripping with madness. Go ahead, put those chivalrous virtues into practice. His expression twisted into pure insanity. Recovering his body stats, he gripped his sword tightly, searching for Junichi. I was right, he snarled. You only talk about virtue when you're safe. What would a noble son, someone who's never faced hardship, possibly know? He finally caught sight of Yunqi's reflection and rushed forward, bloodlust burning in his eyes. You've never experienced my pain, yet you talk about compensation. His blade slashed dangerously close to Yunqi's face, cutting the air with deadly precision. Junichi barely managed to dodge. Ding Kun sneered and charged again, mocking him coldly. Your so-called justice is nothing but a self-indulgent game of pretend. Ding Kun unleashed a powerful slash, his blade bursting with blood energy as it charged straight toward Yunqi's saikuli. Yunqi never expected his own apprentice and friend to turn on him. The blood-infused blade struck directly, tearing through his defense and sending him flying backward as he coughed up blood, his body trembling under the crushing impact. The wound was deep, severe enough to cripple his strength. Ding Kun chuckled darkly. You're ridiculously naive, he sneered. Yunqi crashed into the ground, the force of the blow shaking the land around him. Struggling to rise, he began channeling his healing magic, glancing up at Ding Kun, who stood above him laughing mockingly. Master, look at your miserable state, Ding Kun taunted. Did you really think you could return to the peak you once had? Yunqi quickly uncorked a potion and drank it, forcing his body to stabilize. Ding Kun smirked coldly. So weak without your mirror world. Gathering his magic points, Yunqi cast a basic healing spell, light flickering faintly around his wounds. But Ding Kun stepped closer and said, even if I don't attack, you can barely survive under the blood rain's damage. Yunqi gritted his teeth, grabbed his sword, and lunged forward, striking with all his might. But Ding Kun easily blocked it with his massive blade and laughed. Were you always this delicate? This is the price of innocence. He laughed again, the sound cruel and echoing. Yunqi's grip tightened on his dagger as he muttered, thank you, you've taught me how betrayal truly feels. Ding Kun's grin widened as he caught his dagger mid-swing, his voice filled with madness. That servant is a scoundrel, he hissed. To fall from peace into the mortal world, it must be uncomfortable, isn't it? Yunqi charged once more. But Ding Kun caught his sword with his bare hands, blood dripping between his fingers as he said coldly, did you know, Luo Wei has become a supreme king, revered by all? Ding Kun sneered, but you yourself have become a traitor, defeated by everyone. Yunqi struggled to dodge and block the relentless blows, each strike forcing him further back until he leapt and crashed into the ground, his body shaking from the impact. Aren't you jealous? Ding Kun mocked, deliberately bringing up the name Luo Wei, the very friend from Yunqi's past who had betrayed and killed him, and the same man Ding Kun had now sided with. Mentioning that name was meant to cut deep, and it worked. From behind the rocks, Yunqi's condition looked dire. Blood covered his entire body, his armor cracked, and his healing magic was barely working. Dragging his sword along the ground, Ding Kun approached slowly, grinning. Your life is worthless now, he said cruelly. The only chance you have to survive lies in my hands. Yunqi let out a strained laugh. As long as you admit your wrongs and beg for forgiveness on your knees, he said coldly, I might let you live, as my pet. The audacity of it burned through him. Once a slave who couldn't even touch a strand of Yunqi's hair, now demanding his master kneel before him. Ding Kun's eyes burned red with bloodlust. Then reveal it, he growled. The secret of your resurrection. Yunqi smirked, gripping both blades tightly. I was wrong, he said, his voice steady. The mistake was rescuing you from the slave cage in the first place. Golden energy burst from his body, his aura flaring with fury. My mistake was trusting a heartless pupil. His power surged, exceeding his past level entirely. Ding Kun stepped back, shocked that Yunqi could still level up under such conditions. My master's status has been restored, Yunqi declared, his tone calm but deadly. Another mistake was believing that merely leading by example would be enough. Drawing from the Mirror World's trophies, he channeled his experience points, whispering, and I was wrong again, to think a good pupil could never turn evil. Activating his Accelerate Glory skill, Yunqi summoned a united force of necromancer troops, their energy surging as they charged toward Ding Kun. Within the mirror world, Yunqi's eyes turned cold as steel. And my final mistake, he said quietly, was clinging too tightly to chivalric virtue. At that moment, an ominous aura rose from Yunqi's body. The evil spirit possession had activated. His HP began to skyrocket, his attack power surged, and his buff timer set for 180 seconds. Energy flooded through him, granting the ability to unleash devastating damage on every enemy in range. At the same time, Bang Bang's power was amplified by Yunqi's energy, her blades glowing crimson as her reversal strikes grew faster and sharper, her combat power reaching an almost insane level. Yunqi's eyes burned coldly as he said, "No virtue is needed to deal with scum like you. Just clean it up, no matter what." With that command, Bang Bang charged forward, her blades slicing through the air in a frenzy of steel, each strike hammering into Dingkuan and forcing him back. The speed was unreal. Bang Bang's movements blurred under the boost of Yunqi's enhanced skill. Dingkuan laughed between his attacks. "That's how it should be. Come at me, master, but I can still defeat you easily." He rushed in again, sneering, "I thought you'd learn dual-wielding specialization, but it looks like you're just swinging wildly with two blades." Yunqi met his rush head-on, both swords igniting with energy as he countered. Dingkuan scoffed, "Using unfamiliar combat methods in a real fight is suicide," and unleashed his bloody sword rain, a storm of crimson slashes. The ground cracked beneath them as Yunqi struggled under the pressure, nearly overwhelmed. "Your speed in hiding is impressive," Dingkuan said mockingly, scanning the battlefield until his eyes widened in shock. Yunqi had vanished. A second later, a sharp, blinding strike pierced through Dingkuan's back, bone cracking under the impact. He coughed blood, eyes wide in disbelief. "Impossible, how?" He turned to find Yunqi, but his master had already disappeared again. Searching frantically, Dingkuan stepped forward, his foot landing in a pool of blood. "Blood," he muttered, realization dawning. "It's not just mirrors, anything that reflects light." He gritted his teeth, drawing on his blood energy until crimson chains covered his body, his face darkening to pitch black. "You actually found a loophole," he growled. "Incredible, master. But once this trick is used, you'll have no room to struggle." His rage exploded outward, the blood rage consuming him. "Now you have nothing reflective left," he began, but before he could finish, a blinding flash struck the same wound again. The blow came from Bang Bang, who appeared behind him in perfect sync, her blade slicing deep into his spine. Dingkuan screamed, blood pouring from his mouth as he fell to one knee. "When did you come with him?" he gasped, his laughter turning into a cough. "You really planned this?" But Yunqi only lifted his hand, his eyes cold and commanding as he summoned the undead to recall, his next attack already forming in the shadows. Yunqi raised his hand slowly, his eyes cold and unshaken. "There's no need," he said darkly, "to talk to scum like you about slavery." He stood tall on the cracked stone floor, his expression sharp as a blade. Below him, Dingkuan lay broken, his body drenched in blood, his aura fading after Bang Bang's hidden strike. Yunqi looked down, eyes filled with an emotion colder than death itself. "You really need to die." The final words fell like a curse. In the next instant, Yunqi's blade descended, cutting Dingkuan into countless pieces as the air shook with silence. But as the screen fades to black, a question remains. Is Dingkuan truly dead, or will an even darker force rise from his blood? And if Yunqi's old enemies still live, what nightmare will await? Dingkuan rushed toward Bang Bang with a fierce strike, snarling that he was the same loser from 60 years ago, still unable to match his strength. He mocked Bang Bang's condition, his voice dark with cruelty, claiming that the more seriously he was injured, the stronger he became. But before he could finish, Yunji slipped behind him with silent precision and attacked. Her gaze sharpened as she said she could clearly see through all his flaws. Dingkuan clenched his teeth in frustration and cursed at her, but Yunji remained calm and continued her analysis. She stated that Bhaskar had two major weaknesses. The first was his low defense. At that moment, Bang Bang charged in from behind, forcing Dingkuan into even greater difficulty as he struggled to fend off both sides. Yunji added that Bhaskar-type classes required high attack and high speed. As she spoke, she and Bang Bang landed a clean strike to Dingkuan's back. Because of those stats, she explained, he couldn't allocate enough points toward defense. She glared sharply as Dingkuan staggered, injured by both Bang Bang's brute force and her precise assault. She reminded him that many of his own skills further reduced his defense. Even low-level undead shouldn't be a threat to him in this condition. Bang Bang laughed, dismissing the skeleton spirits as weak creatures he could wipe out easily. Yunji, however, pointed out his most critical weakness: he lacked any area-type attack. Dingkuan tried to block their continuous assault by unleashing a blood-chi explosion blade, but Yunji pressed on. Aside from the wire wind slash he'd used before his class change, she said, he only possessed linear-type attacks. Her tone cut through him as sharply as her strikes, leaving him with no room to deny the truth. Yun Che's eyes narrowed as he circled behind the undead army, voice steady. His mana recovery was enough to keep a constant host of undead at his command. "You will never clear them all out," he said, watching Ding Kuan forces tighten. Ding Kuan snapped back in anger, unleashing a crimson storm. "Blood rain rampage," he roared, charging with a wide arc strike to prove he did possess area attacks. Yun Che met the charge with controlled fury. "And your greatest flaw," he said, "is that you have no one you can truly rely on." Ding Kuan's expression twisted into a snarl as he raised his sword. Shadow energy flared around his body. Yun Che's face darkened with memory as he continued, voice quiet but cutting. "Once, you and your allies covered each other's weaknesses. Now the shield that protected you has become the blade that wounds you. Those who rose by betrayal, who would stay at their side? Is this what you want, Ding Kuan?" The accusation sent molten rage through Ding Kuan. He slammed his blade forward, carving a terrifying barrier of force across the battlefield. "Still speaking of friendship and dependence," he spat. "You are already dead." He proclaimed his decades of power as justification for needing no comrades, then charged up the hill and bellowed for his offspring. "My children and grandchildren, fight for me." Several figures sprang forward, calling to him. Ding Kuan barked that he needed no allies, his descendants would fight in his stead. Before his words finished, Yun Che darted to Ding Kuan's flank and struck. The blow landed with brutal precision, slicing across Ding Kuan's arm. He howled in pain as blood spattered, his children froze, terrified. One of them cried, stunned. He actually cut father's arm. Ding Kuan ordered them to hold the intruder and to heal him quickly. A son's voice trembled, "If even you could not defeat him, how can I?" Ding Kuan's eyes reddened into a savage glare. "Damn it! I will do it myself." He lunged at his own son, hands like iron, and gripped the boy's throat. "I will take everything, your blood, everything you have is because of me," he snarled, voice warped with possessive madness. The son screamed, "Father, what are you doing?" But Ding Kuan's control snapped. He began to drain the boy's essence as if feeding a monstrous hunger. The sight made the remaining sons recoil in disbelief. "Stop him now, or I will drain you too," Ding Kuan threatened. At that instant, shadow energy detonated across the hill. The undead surged forward, teeth and bones clashing as they lunged to strike at Ding Kuan and pull him from his frenzied feeding. Yun Che steadied himself, watching the scene unfold with cold resolve as the battlefield erupted into chaos. The creature hurled itself recklessly at Ding Kuan, its impact sending a violent ripple of energy across the battlefield. Ding Kuan screamed as the force tore into him. Blood streaked down his arms and drenched his torn robes. Yun Che's shadow army swarmed around him, landing slice after slice until he could barely hold his blood-soaked sword upright. The ground around them became a field of destruction. Exhausted and terrified, Ding Kuan staggered, searching desperately. Where did he go?" he gasped, eyes unfocused. Across the ruined ground, Yun Che steadied himself, injured from the earlier exchange. His breathing strained, he murmured that he could barely keep up physically anymore. He glared at Ding Kuan, voice cold. "Your insides don't match your appearance. You're still an old man, after all." Yun Che stepped forward, his tone darkening. "Come enjoy your family reunion." Ding Kuan froze as he saw his own children twisted into undead soldiers standing obediently among Yun Che's shadow army. The shock drained the color from his face. "You even turned my sons into your undead? How is that possible?" His voice broke with disbelief. He tried to run, but Yun Che appeared behind him like a phantom. "You still think you can escape?" His words cut like ice. How pathetic. Yun Che's blade struck sharply across Ding Kuan's spine. The blow sent Ding Kuan crashing forward, pain exploding through his body. Yun Che's voice followed him mercilessly. "Your comrades, your master, none of them meant anything to you." Ding Kuan choked, staring at the undead versions of his children. "How did my sons become yours? I could have had all of this." "Why?" His legs buckled. He collapsed face first onto the ground, despair flooding through him. Blood spilled from his mouth as he coughed violently, life slipping away. Yun Che stood above him with his shadow army surrounding him, expression unreadable. "Now all you have," he said quietly, "is their hatred. This is the end you earned, through your own choices, through your own disgusting path." The darkness swallowed Ding Kun and the battlefield fell silent around him. More than 60 years ago, in his resurfacing memory, Yun Che stood before his disciples. He lifted his hand slightly and said with quiet pride that Bang Bang and Ding Kun had successfully changed classes and reached S rank. As their master, he felt he owed them something in return. With a small smile, Yun Che began chanting. Power gathered around him as he explained that he had sent all the top-tier materials he had saved over the past year to a divine craftsman. With rare luck, a mystic great weapon had been forged. Ding Kun stared at the legendary long sword in his hands, excitement lighting his expression. The blade looked as if it were meant to battle the heavens themselves. Yun Che told him that it was the highest-grade legendary long sword available at his current level. The name engraved on it matched the style Ding Kun always used, making it easy for him to handle. Overwhelmed, Ding Kun lifted the sword and thanked his master. Yun Che then presented a powerful weapon shield to Bang Bang. The boy's expression tightened. He clearly wished he had received a magnificent sword as well. Before he could complain, Yun Che explained that the axe and shield suited his new class. With his strong combat talent, he would master them quickly. Bang Bang, still looking childish, hugged the shield to his chest and muttered that his master must have money to burn if he was giving him such an expensive weapon. Ding Kun stared at Yun Che's own sword for a moment. Noticing it, Yun Che asked why he was staring. Ding Kun pointed at the blade and said that Yun Che had never replaced his weapon. Wasn't it outdated by now? Yun Che only smiled and held his sword firmly. He said that his own weapon would never need to be replaced. The sword in Yun Che's memory shone with overwhelming power, its mana flowing like a living stream. He introduced it to his students as the Cloud Sword, a weapon forged from everything he had ever gathered. He spent years collecting top-tier treasures from secret realms, even risking his life by sneaking into an SS-level secret realm, where he forged it inside an ancient furnace. Surrounded by unbearable flames, he created the blade with his own hand. Back then, however, the weapon had only been in its embryonic form. Yun Che explained that equipment had 7 grades: common, excellent, rare, epic, legendary, mythic, and at the very top, unique. His Cloud Sword belonged to the rarest category, a true unique grade weapon. It had its own special method of sharpening. Like drifting clouds, it could change endlessly and transform into any weapon form he desired. Holding it made Yun Che look dangerously powerful. He told his students that only perfect synchronization between the user and the sword allowed the weapon to fully manifest its abilities. When he first used it, the golems and monsters in front of him were instantly obliterated. He recalled standing before his disciples, demonstrating the sword and saying that after 10 battles, its true nature would awaken. After countless bloody fights, the Cloud Sword had learned to move exactly as his heart commanded. That was its greatest ability, adapting automatically to his shifting power. Ding Kun stared at the sword in awe, unable to hide his amazement. Mesmerized, he asked if he could try it. Yun Che agreed and handed the weapon to him. The moment Ding Kun grasped the sword, the memory grew darker. In that scene, Ding Kun held the blade with a twisted smile and said mockingly, "Long live the king. Have you finished cleaning up over there? The king wants everything to look as if Yun Che started a rebellion. Now, master, you will die by your own sword." He laughed easily, declaring that the unique grade weapon finally belonged to him. The blade shifted into a pitch-black form as betrayal filled the air. Back in the present, Yun Che stared at his own sword now resting in Ding Kun's hand. In his soul form, anger burned through him as the painful memory resurfaced. Looking at the weapon that once symbolized his devotion, he whispered that even when he faced the endless depths of secret realms, and even when the path had been unbearable, he never retreated. Yun Che raised his power, gripping his sword tightly. He said that he had endured every hardship only to live a peaceful life with the people he cared for. As those words left him, the flowing Cloud Sword responded. Its unique class ability activated, revealing an attack power of 2,500, a high spirit attribute, and the skill to shift forms according to the user's movement and will. Yun Che glared at Ding Kun and said that because of his greed, the Cloud Sword had fallen into its current corrupted state. Pointing the blade at Ding Kun's neck, he called him a greedy traitor who had betrayed both his subordinate and his own master. Ding Kun fell to his knees, crying and begging for mercy. He admitted he was wrong, but Yun Che remained cold. The title of hero meant nothing to him now. Coughing blood, Ding Kun pleaded again not to be killed, fear twisting his face. Yun Che smirked and said that in Ding Kuan's hand the cloud sword was nothing more than an ordinary greatsword. He shifted the weapon into an axe and stared at him with disappointment. Ding Kuan had betrayed him for the sake of that weapon, and even turned against Bang Bang. Ding Kuan trembled, feeling worse than ever. He begged Yun Che to listen, saying he could explain everything if he was forgiven. But Yun Che tightened his grip on the sword, taking an attack stance. He declared that by choosing betrayal against his master and Bang Bang, Ding Kuan had chosen his own end. In the next instant, Yun Che struck. The blow landed in a flash, and within a millisecond Ding Kuan's body was severed, his head spinning through the air as silence followed. After the strike, Yun Che's true form emerged. His appearance shifted into a bloody, terrifying state, radiating a cold aura. This was the real transformation of Yun Che. His voice turned dark as he declared that everything Ding Kuan knew was now something he would know as well. Yun Che walked forward and seated himself on a massive throne, the posture of a king reclaiming power. Behind him stood his newly formed soul servant, none other than Ding Kuan, fully transformed and bound to Yun Che's will. Yun Che's gaze was icy as he stated that the road to revenge had only just begun. In his soul form, Ding Kuan bowed and said that for that revenge, he would serve Yun Che completely as his subordinate. Memories flickered through Yun Che's mind. He explained that because of the restrictions of the secret realm, ordinary people could only reach around level 30 in their lifetime. Even those with exceptional talent who entered official organizations and steadily advanced could at most reach level 60, since level 60 was a massive threshold. But even that was insufficient. Yun Che continued, saying that once certain conditions were met, a person's class could undergo class transformation, evolving into a higher tier state. This was similar to unlocking an advanced gear rank and exclusive skill. Only those who completed a full class transfer could surpass level 6. The path beyond that was meant for the truly extraordinary. Yun Che gritted his teeth as he held the card in his hand. He said that in order to change one's class, a person needed a class transfer certificate. These certificates were extremely rare. Even in his previous life, when secret realms were open to everyone, class transfers happened only once in 10,000 cases. But in this life, the item was under strict government control. Among the entire hero family, only Ding Kuan had owned one. Yun Che examined the class transfer certificate with excitement, noting that none of Ding Kuan's descendants had ever completed a class transfer. The difference before and after a transfer was like heaven and earth. Ding Kuan had once changed his class from warrior to Bhaskar. A Bhaskar could absorb other skills and level abilities, and he had even learned the exclusive skill body of the Bhaskar, which increased his strength several times over. Yun Che looked at Bang Bang and said that without the mirror world, defeating Ding Kuan so easily would have been impossible. He then pointed at the key of the mirror world and added that if he performed a class transfer on top of mastering the mirror world, his potential would rise to an entirely new level. The class transfer certification activated. Determined, Yun Che wondered just how powerful he could become. The system began scanning him, reporting that his mental power had increased by 65%, while his stamina and speed rose by 55% and 34%. The system confirmed that the prerequisites were met. Yun Che's transferable class was revealed, Battle Dancer. He selected the class to begin the transfer quest. With a decisive gesture, he confirmed his choice. Among the rare chanting-type classes, Battle Dancer was the only one that possessed an offensive skill, which made it perfect for him. Suddenly, the system announced that the Mirror World had reversed the Battle Dancer class. Yun Che was stunned. A reverse Battle Dancer? What kind of new abilities would that grant him? Meanwhile, Yun Che began explaining the system of professions, listing the basic 8: the tank, caster, janitor, wanderer, warlock, warrior shooter, and priest. He described how multiple mental chains allowed these foundational roles to evolve into advanced professions such as a Satan or thief, each one carrying overwhelming versatility and power. Every advanced profession held its own specialization, and the more demanding the advancement conditions were, the stronger the resulting path became. He continued his explanation, mentioning rare combinations like the juggler thief, a terrifying level 2 profession hidden behind strict requirements. Many such hidden advancements existed, each far beyond the reach of ordinary players. Yun Che shifted the topic toward his own evolution. Instead of offering a simple name, he outlined the conditions behind it. To advance into it, speed needed to surpass 55, while spirit had to rise above 65, thresholds nearly impossible for a typical caster to meet. He spoke with calm certainty as he analyzed the usual allocation of attributes and how this movement placed him beyond ordinary limitations. A sudden flicker crossed Yun Che's screen as a notification appeared. It announced the advancement requirement known as the Slaughter Blood Core, and the image displayed a core that radiated terrifying power. He studied the crystal carefully and explained that it was a blood crystal that needed to be filled with energy gathered through large-scale slaughter. For a caster without strong offensive ability, using that crystal was nearly impossible, which was why only a small number of individuals ever succeeded in advancing with it. He absorbed the details of the profession system, feeling the weight of each requirement. Sitting straight on his throne, steady and focused, he assessed the information. The battle dancer profession had undergone a reversal enhancement within the mirror world, and its advancement quest requirements had multiplied along with that change. When his gaze returned to the screen, the title Peace Dancer appeared. It described true peace as something that required absolute force to maintain, and the advancement required 5 lives. He considered the description. Peace dancers were not simple healers. They confronted enemies with graceful movements and the sound of sacred bells, believing that only fear could bring an end to war. Their dance could heal allies or destroy opponents depending on the intent behind each step. As the meaning settled into his mind, he froze. A cold line of sweat formed on his face and tension tightened his expression. The requirements were far too extreme. He questioned what standard the mirror world used to determine such conditions. He pressed his cheek lightly with one hand, trying to steady his thoughts. The mirror world seemed to reverse and reconfigure fragments of existing rules to create new professions and quests. His eyes lifted again, carrying a strained edge, and his voice twisted with disbelief as he noted that the reversed condition should at least match the level of the slaughter blood core. If he understood correctly, this treasure was a blood crystal capable of continuously producing potions that could fully restore health. Any life-restoring source of that magnitude would be treasured beyond reason and coveted by top professions. At that moment Yunqi's gaze sharpened. A deep tone settled in his voice as he noted that with such a treasure, a team might not even need a dedicated healing profession, yet the advancement still demanded 5 of them. He rose from the throne, assessing the requirement. With a controlled breath, the condition was outrageous, which meant the profession would become overwhelmingly strong after advancement. He needed to evolve through his hidden battle dancer ability, and he wanted the mirror world to carry him through that progression. He had originally assumed the mirror world skill upgrades would rise slowly, unlocking improvements step by step. His attention shifted to the orc replica standing nearby, an orc chief created within the mirror world. He considered the secret realm lord, realizing that the situation was far more complex. After reaching level 3, the mirror world no longer produced ordinary monsters alone, it generated replicas of secret realm lords as well. A hint flickered behind a dark shadow as a surge of energy erupted sharply. Yunqi focused on it and allowed a quiet chuckle to escape. Souls appeared far more numerous than they first seemed, each one serving some hidden purpose. He noted that even level 2 advancements could be reversed. Every stage of the mirror world held a function waiting to be uncovered, each one demanding thorough exploration. Inside the secret realm, Yunqi's gaze turned sharp as he focused on the monster before him. He considered its presence and concluded that if it truly wished to exist within the mirror world, then it would have to wait. His priority was a single advancement that could raise his strength as fast as possible. He stepped onto the cracking stone beside Ding Kun, already deciding the outcome. After one last look at the boss monster, he prepared to leave. In the next moment, Ding Kun unleashed a powerful strike. The wide, precise blow swept across the monster and the horizontal slash engulfed the creature entirely. A notification appeared immediately. Yunqi leveled up and obtained the legendary Great Fang necklace. The message confirmed that he had defeated the secret realm lord, and the realm itself was now fully cleared. His attributes rose at once, and the entire secret realm began to collapse. Outside, several knights and intruders stared at the fading entrance in disbelief. None of them understood what had happened inside. A few knights watched with shock as the structure dissolved piece by piece, unsure why the disappearance had occurred. One man lifted his head, stunned, wondering how the hero's secret realm had vanished so suddenly. Confusion spread regarding Ding Kun and the hero's situation. Members of the Ding family, including their knights, tried to reason through what they had witnessed. They knew Ding Kun belonged to a secret branch of their family, yet none of them realized he had already been killed by his own master and now survived only through absolute control. Ding Kun had suffered a death penalty for betraying Yunqi, and from that point forward, he existed as a slave who followed every order without resistance. His knights had no idea where he had gone or why the secret realm had disappeared. None of them understood the truth. To them, the heroes simply refused entry, leaving them completely unaware of what had taken place inside. A heavy voice spread through the crowd as someone whispered a worried question about the hero family, wondering if they were safe. Orders were given, and several individuals rushed forward to investigate. The moment they stepped closer, the ground fractured, and the surrounding area collapsed into ruin. One knight froze when his gaze landed on the scene before him. In complete shock, he muttered that Ding Jian had truly been killed. The realization rooted him to the spot. He could not comprehend how such a thing was possible. The entire Ding family erupted into chaos as the truth struck them with brutal force. Confusion and fear swept through their ranks, and the family estate dove into turmoil. Elsewhere, a man watching a news broadcast stared at the screen, stunned. The report claimed that the hero family had suffered a disastrous attack and no suspects had been found. The guild urged anyone with information to step forward. Panic filled the room as several viewers shouted that the hero had been killed, demanding to know how such an event could occur. Ding Kuan was considered unmatched and supreme, and the idea that anyone dared to kill him left them horrified. On another screen, members of the Ding family presented the only image they had managed to capture. Their voices trembled with urgency as they ordered everyone under their command to pursue the criminal responsible. They demanded that every effort be made to catch the one who had slain the hero of the Ding family. The screen turned pitch black, and the scene shifted to the former hero's secret realm. A man sat on a throne as if ruling from the height of an empire. His tone carried absolute authority when he remarked that Ding Kuan truly deserved death. That man was Luo Wei, a supreme king and the true mastermind behind the events shaping the entire story. His presence dominated the chamber, and his words left no doubt about his importance. Another man responded through the screen, reporting that troops had been deployed outside, yet they only understood the situation after everything had ended. Luo Wei questioned him with a sharp demand to explain what he had found. The scene shifted again, revealing an S-rank sword fighter who served directly under Luo Wei. He sat atop a heap of fallen knights, their bodies sprawled around him as he investigated the remains. He explained that none of the officers assigned to guard Ding Kuan knew what had occurred, because all of them had been killed before they could react. He examined the surroundings and lifted his hand to indicate several key clues. He reported that his subordinates had already checked the entry and exit records and retrieved information from the Public Security Department. Opening a file, he added that the most apparent suspects at the moment were Yunsha and Yunqi. Luo Wei froze for a moment, struck silent by the mention of Junqi. He knew exactly who Junqi was. How could he not? Luo Wei himself was the true culprit behind everything, both in the past and in the present. The S-rank fighter let out a low chuckle, his expression turning sharp with excitement. He addressed Luo Wei with a tone that bordered on madness, saying that the name carried an old weight and that he wished to handle the matter personally. Luo Wei understood that the man was preparing another scheme aimed directly at Junqi. In his previous life, he had killed Junqi through a series of calculated tactics, and something equally terrifying seemed to be unfolding again. The scene shifted to a crowded area filled with hushed voices. Someone whispered a question about the hero family's secret realm incident. Another man answered immediately, noting that it had dominated the news for 2 days. The first speaker wondered who would dare attack a hero family, while the other continued complaining with growing irritation. A yellow-haired woman listened from nearby, tension rising in her face. Someone called the entire situation a national humiliation. Another voice demanded to know what the army had been doing when a hero had been killed by a criminal. The woman shifted her gaze away from the noisy group, their words grating on her nerves. A whisper floated from behind them, claiming that the killer had struck Ding Kuan directly. The woman's grip tightened as anxiety spread through her chest. She thought about her own involvement. She had helped Junqi enter the secret realm, and guilt pressed heavily on her mind. Should she report her actions? Fear stirred inside her, but another thought silenced it. If she revealed anything, they might never cross paths again. She questioned why she should betray someone she would likely never see in this lifetime. Her thought stopped abruptly when a familiar presence appeared behind her. Junqi stood there without warning, and she froze, stunned to see him suddenly standing in front of her. She began trembling the moment Yunqi appeared behind her. His presence struck her like a cold blade, and her breath caught as fear tightened her body. She wondered how he could simply appear in front of her eyes so suddenly. Even as she tried to steady herself, his cold gaze fell on her. He studied her with a sharp expression, and she sensed the silent thoughts moving behind his eyes. His presence triggered Yunqi's memory of the cave. In that moment long ago, Ding Kun had knelt before him. The man had asked again about something called a nursery, claiming he had never heard the term before. Yunqi's gaze had sharpened while he explained that life nurseries required for advancement were impossibly rare. Only individuals of extremely high status could possess them. As he spoke, he shifted the topic toward such people. There were very few considered that high-ranking, and among them was Yunsha. He sat upon his throne and looked at Ding Kun, noting that Yunsha belonged to his family. He asked if Ding Kun knew her true identity, because the eagerness he had shown earlier made the answer obvious. Ding Kun eventually revealed the truth. Yunsha was Luo Sha, which meant she was Luo Wei's granddaughter. Yunqi's expression had darkened instantly, and his features twisted with the realization. The scene returned to the present as he lifted his gaze toward Yunsha. The revelation still echoed through him. His stare turned severe and cold. He remarked that she was actually Luo Wei's granddaughter, and the world felt painfully small with coincidences that only grew heavier and more troublesome for her. Yunqi stood still, looking up at Luo Sha. She was completely shocked to see him here. Before she could speak, a rush of students suddenly gathered around, shouting with excitement that Yunqi had come to school. One girl stepped forward and asked eagerly, "Did you wear yourself out fighting the Wandering Lord? Is that why you took a few days off?" A boy quickly added, "Thanks to you, we survived that attack. You're unbelievably strong." Another student wearing glasses chimed in, "At that time, we had already lost hope." A different boy rushed in closer. "Now that you're finally back, we need to thank you properly. And I heard the school wants to reward you too." But then another voice cut in, more cautious. "Since you're here, the Ding family might come looking for you. Since you're here, the Ding family might come looking for you." Those three heads of the Ding family vanished after the heroic Secret Realm incident. They've been searching everywhere, and Ding Yi disappeared right after. The same boy turned to Yunqi again. "You're strong, so they might question you intensely. But you shouldn't worry too much. The reports say the real culprit is the Secret Realm Destroyer mentioned in the newspaper. Even though you're powerful, no one would think you could kill a hero." Hearing that, Yunqi felt a heavy thought rise inside him. Secret Realm Destroyer. No one knows that the criminal is me. What a disaster. He reminded himself that the Ding family had only heard his voice when he broke into their house to steal the pass. There was no solid evidence, so they could only suspect him, nothing more. Another student spoke again, still excited. "I also heard the Secret Realm Destroyer is being hunted by the Peacekeepers. They should catch that person soon." Yunqi lowered his gaze slightly, a faint smirk appearing on his face. "I really don't want to be caught by the Peacekeepers," he thought. Yunqi exhaled slowly and muttered in his mind that the Peacekeeper forces were severely exaggerated. Patrol teams roamed every street, each member carrying extraordinary power. On top of that, anyone could call for them using those devices called horns. That situation existed everywhere, and without the undead confusing their search, he doubted he could have even reached the school. He glanced at his classmates and reminded himself quietly, "Everyone here is just a student. I only need to act like the real Yunqi. It won't be hard to avoid mistakes." Then he looked up at the sky with a faint, thoughtful stare. "The most important thing is that inside the school, I can learn about this era without drawing suspicion." A boy suddenly shouted, "In the end, everything is the Secret Realm Destroyer's fault." A girl nodded quickly, and the boy added, "If not for that person, Yunqi and all of us wouldn't be suspected." The girl replied firmly, "The Ding family became victims too." Two boys spoke nervously, "Yeah, even a hero died. That person is utterly heinous. No matter how evil someone is, they wouldn't dare attack a hero." Yunqi smirked slightly at their words. What nonsense. They have no idea what actually happened. In his thoughts, he continued, Hero Ding Kun, someone they admired since childhood, was promoted by Luo Wei. Even if I killed him, these people won't change their opinion easily. Even if Ding Kun was truly evil, the pupils will still support the hero family. Another boy leaned closer and whispered, "Have you heard? In private, the hero isn't like what the books say. My uncle told me the hero's secret realm is fake, that whole image we have of him." A girl raised her hand quickly. "I heard it too. The heroes are dead." "Wait, don't deny it, I have a video." Yunqi froze for a moment. He hadn't expected a classmate to possess such a thing. The boy took out his device and played the video. Someone recorded the moment inside the hero's secret realm. Even though the pupils were there, they were practically dead. It seems they had long been enslaved and ambushed by the Ding family. Several students trembled as they watched. This is tragic, completely insane. Yunqi tensed, unable to hide the sharp breath he drew. Will this cause a major shift? He wondered. Another student questioned, where did you get this? Isn't the army guarding the hero's secret realm? How did this kind of video leak out? Whispers spread across the crowd. That's fake. Someone must have an ulterior motive. They're trying to smear the hero. I don't believe it. Suddenly, Luo Sha stepped forward and raised her voice. It's real. I was recently invited to visit the hero's secret realm. She pointed at the video. This footage only shows a very small part of what truly happened. Luo Sha lightly curled a strand of her hair and thought to herself that this matter was not a secret among the upper class. The surrounding students were stunned. If even Luo Sha says it, one girl whispered, could it really be true? The hero being like that. I still can't believe it, another added. Luo Sha silently sighed. That thing truly exists. Suddenly, she grabbed Yunqi's hand tightly. Come with me. The students were left wide-eyed, completely shocked by what they had just witnessed. Away from the crowd, Luo Sha confronted him. Why did you come back? Aren't you afraid of being investigated by the peacekeepers? And do you think they're the only ones who trouble you? Aren't you afraid that I might report you myself? Yunqi remembered the deal she implied a few days earlier. Luo Sha crossed her arms confidently. I've said it before, I believe your nature won't turn bad. She looked annoyed, her expression sharp. With the evil deeds of that so-called hero family, dying is the better ending. Yunqi clenched his teeth, frustrated. And you owe me another favor. Luo Sha gasped and replied, don't worry. I know exactly what you mean. Yunqi gave a low chuckle. She belongs to the Luo Wei line, but why did she help me enter the hero's secret realm? I still don't know. Maybe she can't stand the Ding family's actions, but what is her connection to Luo Wei? And killing Luo Wei, using Luo Sha might become a useful path. Dark thoughts flickered through his mind before he forced himself back to the present. Luo Sha snapped. Focus on your current target first. Yunqi asked, do you know the life nursery? Yes, she replied. It's the place that produces life essence. Go check it out. The scene shifted. Yunqi reached the principal's office, noticing how worried the old man looked. Without hesitation, he opened the mirror world and muttered, I just need to use this. He looked at the reflection of the old principal collecting treasures from a wild tree. That's too many treasures. She glanced toward the old principal and said quietly, as far as I know, most of the life nutrients in the academy were bought by him through every possible method. He uses all of them to water his treasure tree. Yunqi observed the scene carefully. He understood exactly what those life nutrients were for. In his mind, he summarized it plainly. Life nutrition, and that old man keeps collecting it non-stop. He opened the mirror world and copied the entire process. If the tree reacts like that when he slaps it, then I should be able to copy it and access the same level of secret realm treasure. A detailed map appeared before him. Yunqi scanned it, and his eyes lit up with excitement. There are so many life nutrients gathered here, he whispered. A surge of determination rose within him. If I absorb enough of them, I can level up faster. I need to become much stronger to face the new enemies waiting ahead. Yunqi looked up, stunned, as the energy in front of him fluctuated. He steadied himself and glared at the world tree's slapping branches, watching it absorb the life nutrition. He muttered that everything had been sealed by the principal magic circle. He explained that he had originally planned to copy the life nursery directly through the mirror world, but he hadn't expected the formation to activate even inside the mirror world. Studying the glowing pattern above him, he said that although he was familiar with sealing formations in his past life, this one was different. It belonged to this era and was classified as a type of machinery. Yunqi narrowed his eyes at the formation and then looked at the dagger in his hand. At his current strength, he couldn't break the formation. He tightened his grip on the blade and admitted that even if he had enough attack power, forcefully destroying the formation would damage the item inside as well. Yunqi dissipated his sword and turned away, whispering that he would have to leave for now. He checked his stats and noted that he needed to copy the freezing robe and the array pattern boots as well. Studying the formation again, he glanced at the old man inside and said that the principal was level 89. A smirk formed at the corner of his mouth as he added that this man's strength far surpassed Ding Kun. If he hadn't changed his class, he wouldn't have been able to do anything against him. He concluded there were only two ways to obtain the life nutrition: wait for the principal to open the formation and take it through the mirror world, or learn about this era, understand the unfamiliar parts of the formation, and find a way to crack it. Yun Che headed to the school library, searching through the shelves. He decided to start with books on general knowledge, believing that building a solid foundation mattered most. His gaze darkened, and he spoke quietly, saying he would kill Ding Kun first. He admitted he had been too impatient after his revival. Too much had changed. If he didn't understand this era properly, he might not even be able to face Luo Wei. He checked the tools he had collected and muttered that he had dismantled several machines he copied earlier, but he still couldn't figure them out. Everything seemed useless. Yun Che stared at the book in his hands and murmured that Luo Wei had been described as the driving force behind this era's technological development. He wondered where she had even come up with such ideas. Yun Che opened the book with a sharp crack and studied the page. He muttered that this was how mana codes were used, but he couldn't understand the principle behind them. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. He examined the diagram and noted that aside from the dungeon items, the other components were easy to grasp. The interaction with dungeon items, however, raised countless questions. Some doubts were answered, yet even more appeared, and much of the recorded knowledge felt incomplete. It would require cross-referencing with other books. He suspected the most crucial information might not have been recorded at all. Leaving the library aisles behind, he whispered that the more popular a book was, the more likely it had been censored. Only obscure or rare copies might contain what he needed. He walked toward the darker, quieter side of the library shelves and sighed. Among these kinds of books, there were even more useless records. Sorting through them would take a long time. Just then, Yun Che stopped. Something in front of him caught his eye, surprising him completely. A girl was sitting on top of the library shelf, and he stared at her in disbelief. Yun In. He hadn't expected to see her here. She was usually with Yun Sha, so why was she alone? He wondered if Luo Wei's guard was investigating something. He let out a quiet sigh. Before he could think further, Yun In suddenly looked up and glared at him with clear irritation. Yun Che smirked. She always looked frustrated whenever she saw him. Her expression made it obvious she didn't welcome him at all. Still, he stepped closer and teased, saying he only wanted to grab a book. She asked, annoyed, which book he wanted. Yun Che laughed lightly and admitted he wasn't sure yet. Her expression tightened. What the hell? He smiled and explained that he was looking for something about the principles of dungeon products and mechanical structures. Without hesitation, she tossed a book at him. This one. She then ignored him completely and returned to her own reading. Yun Che picked up the book and quietly thanked her. He flipped through the pages and asked if there were any other books related to mobile communication. Yun In paused, glanced at him again, confused by his strange behavior, and released a small sigh. The next day, Yun Che arrived at the library again. Yun In was already there, looking even more annoyed than before. He walked up to her with a book in one hand and offered her a small snack in the other, saying he found something tasty and wondered if she wanted to try it. Yun In immediately refused. No need. Yun Che simply said he would leave it there in case she wanted it later and placed it on the shelf. As he walked away, he thought that although she was cold, he strangely felt a bit of familiarity around her. It was odd. He searched the shelves again and murmured that he hoped to find a book on mana engines today, though none of the shelves in this section seemed to contain anything like that. When he glanced at Yun In, he noticed she finally seemed to have time for quiet reading, probably because Yun Sha was resting. He approached her again and admitted he wasn't familiar with this part of the library, so he might be slow and make some noise. He didn't expect someone like her to have that kind of personality. Maybe, after getting a little familiar with each other. A sly thought crossed his mind. If he stayed close enough, he might pick up some information about Luo Wei and Luo Sha from Yun In. His intentions weren't exactly pure. Yun In glanced at him sharply. A moment later, the two of them were quietly exchanging books, and the days passed like that. The next day, Yun Che approached her again, holding an open book. What does this sentence mean? He asked. I don't know, Yun In replied bluntly. The following day, he stood beside her again, reading from another thick volume. Do you know anything about the formation connection system? He asked. She explained briefly that it referred to the mechanical system used to link formation structures. "Can you help me find some books on this?" he asked. Yun-in gave him another annoyed look. Then she muttered, "Why don't you go ask that person?" Yun-che blinked, confused. She added, "That little flower of yours, the descendant of the traitor. Where is he?" Yun-che gave her a light smile and stepped back, choosing not to argue. At that moment, the scene shifted to the Ding family's inner residence. A man stood there, trying to identify the culprit. In front of him, another man was tied tightly with ropes struggling. The Ding family member cursed under his breath, furious. "Damn it, threatening us with a show like this? What do they want? They sent only one photo, and then nothing for so many days." Another man stepped forward and asked, "Did Yun-che send this to him?" The man holding the photo looked exhausted and irritated. He gripped it tightly and muttered that Yun-che had been hanging around with Xiao-shi from the Xiao family earlier. His frustration rose as he wondered if this situation was connected to the Xiao family member they had captured. He let out a harsh breath. "So, is this because of that Xiao family kid we caught? If it is, Yun-che, was he the one who killed grandfather? Hero too? Does he even have that kind of strength? And why hasn't the public security office arrested him yet? Did they ignore our warning?" In his mind, a voice echoed coldly. "We are the hero family. Even if grandfather is dead, our status doesn't change." A knight rushed in and reported, "Master Xiao-shi from the Xiao family has returned to the school." Scene shift to public area. Soldiers surrounded the area. Students gathered in confusion and shock as Xiao-shi appeared in public. "That's Xiao-shi, that Xiao family member. What is he planning to do right after the hero's death? Is he coming to cause trouble? People say the hero's Xiao family was full of traitors." At that moment, Xiaoji stepped forward. "When the violent danger disappeared, someone must have witnessed the battlefield," he said. "And even if you didn't." He raised his device. "I have a video." Scene shift to hilltop. From the top of the hill, Yun-che watched his friend in silence. His thoughts tightened. For so many years, the truth had been buried. The real hero had been wrong, crushed by traitors. But no matter how long lies persisted, there were always people willing to chase the truth. Down below, Xiao-shi raised his voice with determination. "Now there is enough evidence to prove my great-grandfather, Xiao Benben, was not a traitor. He was a hero." A faint, proud smile formed on Yun-che's lips. Perhaps this world is finally beginning to change because Xiao stood before the crowd of students, his eyes burning with determination as he declared that everything he said was true. He openly invited anyone to question him if they doubted his words. The students exchanged shocked glances, many staring in disbelief. Quiet whispers began to ripple through the crowd, their doubts fueled by the fact that his claims contradicted what their official textbooks had long taught them. Xiao sensed their hesitation and calmly acknowledged it, explaining that he did not expect them to accept his words immediately. What mattered most, he emphasized, was the truth of his family's innocence. Then, in a move that caught everyone off guard, Cha bowed his head deeply, his voice filled with genuine pleading as he begged the Ding family to spare his innocent relatives. The students were thrown into confusion. Murmurs quickly turned into gossip as they recalled the long-standing ties between the two families. Everyone knew that the Xiao family had always served the Ding family, a position long regarded as an act of mercy rather than subjugation. Yun-che observed the crowd from a distance as murmurs about the Ding family's dark side spread through the students. In the wake of their ancestors' betrayal, some of the students began to understand just how harsh life must have been for the Yun family. They quickly realized that Yun-che was attempting to free his family from their lifelong servitude. A determined smile crossed his face as he watched public opinion begin to shift. He knew this was the perfect moment to exploit the scandal and loosen the Ding family's grip on his relatives. To amplify the effect, he planned to inflame public anger even further, creating a larger distraction. Since he couldn't openly act, the responsibility of saving his family rested entirely on his shoulders. Just then, Yun-che noticed that someone was approaching him. 3 men in formal military uniforms stepped forward, confronting him directly. The leader, a man with a thick mustache named Lu, introduced himself along with his 2 aides, Mashu and Mate. They explained that they were from the peacekeeper's office and informed Yun-che that he was now considered a suspect in the recent incident at the hero's secret realm. They requested his cooperation, but Yun-che remained silent, his expression unreadable. Lu then opened a file and began reading Yun Che's official background, a 17-year-old male from East Town, an orphan since the age of 11, who had been living alone ever since. The report highlighted Yun Che's quiet personality and consistently low combat scores, portraying him as an ordinary, unremarkable student. Peacekeeper Chief Lu held Yun's old file in his hands, his eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the young man. Recent events, he noted, painted a picture vastly different from the simple student in the records. Lu listed the suspicious incidents one by one. Yun Che had confronted and defeated the powerful Wandering Lord, vanished at the same time as the Ding family's third son, and only reappeared immediately after the chaos in the hero's secret realm. Stepping closer, Lu loomed over him, demanding an explanation. How had Yun suddenly grown so powerful, and where had he been during his disappearance? After a tense silence, Yun Che spoke calmly. He claimed that the hidden boss in the Valiant secret realm had been overwhelmingly dangerous, prompting him to leave temporarily to clear his mind. He acknowledged that he was far stronger than his classmates but insisted that he preferred to keep it hidden. Finally, he reasoned that suspecting him of killing a hero seemed excessive. Spreading his arms wide, Yun Che emphasized that at his age, he hadn't even undergone a class change, making it impossible for him to have killed a powerful class-advanced user like Ding Kuan. He concluded firmly that he had no motive for such an act. Lu took a slow puff from his pipe, appearing to agree that an ordinary student would lack both the power and the reason. Yet he leaned in, his face just inches from Yun Che's, his eyes sharp and probing. He voiced a new suspicion, pointing out that there were class-changed users capable of concealing their identity, and directly asked Yun if he might be one of them. Yun Che remained composed, but Lu dismissed his explanation of innocence. Determined, the chief activated an epic-quality skill called Dispel Disguise, intending to forcibly reveal any illusion Yun might be using. To his shock, the skill failed, and a system message appeared: "Target is not under any disguise effect." Lu's eyes widened in surprise. He wondered if Yun Che's skill level might somehow surpass his own. Changing his approach, he asked if Yun, at his age, had only just started learning about communication machines. Yun Che pretended not to understand the sharp question. He explained that such advanced topics were meant for graduates and that he hadn't even mastered the basic systems yet. The peacekeepers exchanged uncertain glances, silently processing his answer. After a tense moment, Lu finally decided to end the questioning for the day. As Lu turned to leave, he issued a firm warning that they would return. Yun Che watched silently, mentally noting that his recent efforts studying general knowledge and textbooks had paid off, allowing him to dodge their questioning, for now. Yet he knew this was only a temporary reprieve. His thoughts shifted to a crucial piece of information he had learned from the undead spirit of Ding Kuan. The spirit had revealed that Yun Che was merely bait, a pawn displayed by Lu to draw out anyone connected to his old master. It had warned that Yun's death would trigger an investigation by Lu's elite shadow guards, who were far stronger than the standard peacekeepers. Yun Che understood the gravity of the warning. These agents would not abide by normal rules, making them far more dangerous than the officials he had just faced. He realized that if he didn't get his class changed soon, the risk of encountering these new enemies would be too high. His mind then turned to the problem of acquiring the life saplings from the principal's vault. He noted that the principal was only at the school for about an hour each day, and in all that time, Yun Che had never seen him enter the vault where the treasures were stored. This meant it was highly unlikely the principal would disable the security formation anytime soon. Recognizing that attempting to retrieve the items through the mirror world was not a feasible short-term plan, Yun Che left the school building to consider his other options. Meanwhile, on a nearby rooftop, Lu was reporting his findings to a hooded aide connected to Luo Wei. Lu summarized their investigation, stating that the primary public suspects were Yun Che and a person of interest named Her Highness Rosa. The hooded figure immediately dismissed Rosa as a suspect, but his attention shifted to her constant companion, Yun Yin, identifying her as a descendant of the traitorous Yun clan, making her a key person of interest. He added that Yun Che, sharing the same suspicious surname, was also a top priority target. Once the hooded figure vanished, Lu turned to one of his subordinates and issued a grim order. They were to keep Yun Che under constant surveillance, and if he exhibited any unusual behavior, they were authorized to kill him on the spot. As Yun Che walked through the school grounds, his sharp senses immediately detected the agents shadowing him from a distance. He realized he was being watched constantly and would need to maintain his disguise as an ordinary, unremarkable student, for the time being. Later, he went to the school cafeteria for lunch. To blend in, he ordered the same meal as everyone else, a plate of noodles with fried eggs and sausage. To his surprise, he found the food unexpectedly delicious. He stood and agreed to go with them. The group arrived at a lively, bustling establishment bathed in bright purple light. The bar was crowded with people dressed in fantasy-style adventurer gear, creating an energetic, almost chaotic atmosphere. One of Yun Che's classmates cheerfully ordered drinks for the group, making a special difference engine dream for Yun Che, honoring him as the guest of honor. Another classmate threw an arm around Yun Che's shoulder, brimming with excitement, and urged him to try the Rivet Queen next. Surrounded by the noisy energy of the bar, Yun Che's mind wandered. He reflected on how much the world had changed since his past life. Amid the laughter and cheers of his classmates at the Big Crow bar, he felt completely out of place. Realizing that such a loud, crowded place would not yield the high-level information he sought, Yun Che quietly left the gathering. He walked onto a deserted street, the night eerily silent, and found himself questioning his actions, feeling detached from the carefree world around him. The loneliness stirred a memory from his past life, a time when he had been a cherished little knight, warmly welcomed by villagers who offered him gifts. The memory faded, leaving him alone on the empty modern street, a stark reminder of his deep isolation. Returning to his room, Yun Che felt more than ever that he no longer belonged in this new world. He found an old book, a history of his former clan, and a surge of desperate hope filled him. He wondered if any of his friends or family had truly survived the long years of time and betrayal. Opening the book, he sought guidance, silently turning to the undead spirit of Ding Kuan for answers. The undead spirit gave Yun Che the confirmation he had dreaded most: everyone he had once known was dead. Haunted by this devastating truth, he sought solace and answers in the vast, silent school library late that night. He assumed that only an outcast like himself would be wandering the empty halls at such an hour. Deciding to start with the basics, Yun Che pulled a book on modern history from the shelf. To his surprise, he was not alone. Yun Yin stood quietly nearby, her presence calm yet noticeable. She asked what book he was searching for, then offered him one of her own. She explained that she had found the book on security machines he had asked about earlier and, in doing so, revealed a crucial piece of information. The hushed stillness of the Academy's library, where towering shelves cast long shadows and the scent of aged parchment lingered in the air, Yun Yin approached quietly. She cradled a thick tome against her chest, holding it with a care that betrayed how long she had searched for it. Stopping in front of Yun, she spoke softly, telling him that she had finally found the book on formation mechanics he had asked her to locate. Yun accepted the book from her hands and briefly examined its cover. The moment his eyes fell upon the author's name, a faint curve appeared at the corner of his lips. It was written by none other than the Academy's principal himself. Lifting his gaze, Yun looked at Yun Yin and asked casually whether she had really stayed up so late just to track it down for him. The question made Yun Yin stiffen. She immediately turned her head away, her reaction far too quick to be natural. Her cheeks warmed as she denied it outright, insisting that she had not done it for his sake at all. She claimed she simply hadn't been able to sleep and had decided to wander the library. Her tone was rigid, almost defensive. Yun chuckled softly upon hearing her explanation. He didn't push further, choosing instead to tease her lightly. With a relaxed smile, he said that if that was the case, he would bring her 2 sandwiches next time as thanks. Yun Yin cleared her throat, trying her best to maintain composure. She awkwardly accepted his gratitude, though the faint redness creeping up her ears betrayed her embarrassment. Yun wasted no time after that. He opened the book and began reading on the spot. As he flipped through the pages, a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. The theories inside were complex, yet the explanations were precise, logical, and astonishingly easy to understand. Internally, Yun admitted that with his current level of comprehension, it was still too early to claim full mastery over the entire formation system. Even so, confidence slowly bloomed within him. If his goal was merely to damage or dismantle a formation, then the task would not be difficult. As he skimmed through the diagrams and descriptions, he quickly identified the truth: the mechanical components existed only as a framework. They were supports, nothing more. The true core lay within the magical formation itself, one whose structure and principles he already understood. With the issue of formation settled in his mind, Yun finally lifted his gaze and looked back at Yun Yin. His expression grew serious, the shift so sudden that it subtly altered the atmosphere between them. In a low voice, Yun asked whether there were any records in the library regarding the original Yun family from the past. Yun froze. She stared at him in clear surprise. After a brief pause, sadness welled up in her eyes, deep and unguarded. She lowered her gaze, her fingers tightening unconsciously, before answering in a subdued tone that there were none. Even if he searched through the entire library, he would not find a single book related to them. She continued, her voice heavy. Before the Yun family had been accused of treason, King Louis had shared an exceptionally close relationship with them. Because of that closeness, the betrayal that followed had cut especially deep. In the aftermath, the once praised emperor had issued a ruthless decree: every record, book, or account related to the Yun family was to be destroyed. Nothing was to be circulated. Nothing was to be preserved. Yun glanced down at the book in his hand, his face partially concealed in shadow. He repeated a single word under his breath. Kind. Then he lifted his head, his gaze sharpening. In a cold voice, he asked whether, setting aside the past, there truly had not been a single innocent person among the Yun family. His tone hardened as he questioned whether not even one of them had survived. Yun remained silent for a long moment. Finally, she nodded faintly. There had been no innocent survivors. Inside Yun's mind, the undead spirit of Ding Kuan stirred. Its presence was heavy, undeniable. Without uttering a word, it affirmed the horrifying truth. Memories surged forward, clear, merciless, and impossible to refute. Under a blood-red moon, King Louis had personally led his shadow guards into action. Because of his closeness to the Yun family, he had easily gained their trust. When the moment came, he struck without hesitation, launching a surprise attack and killing the head of the Yun family, their strongest protector, before any resistance could form. The slaughter did not end there. The Yun family members were wiped out entirely. Their guards, their servants, even the servants' children, none were spared. One by one, they were captured, tortured, and executed until not a single life remained. Nothing was spared. After Yun's former self perished, Louis wasted no time spreading the accusation of treason. To erase every possible threat, he issued a merciless order: anyone who carried even a trace of Yun family blood was to be eliminated. Back in the present, within the mirror world, Yun tightened his grip around his sword. His hand trembled, not from fear, but from the rage he had buried deep within himself. His lips parted, and he spoke a single name, thick with hatred: Louis. Turning that fury into strength, Yun launched himself forward. His sword flashed repeatedly as he unleashed a violent barrage of strikes against the magical barrier guarding the principal's vault. Each blow carried his resentment, his grief, his fury. With one final strike and a cold, hate-filled glare, the defensive formation shattered, breaking apart like fragile glass. The collapse of the barrier triggered something buried deep inside him. The world around him dissolved. The scene shifted to a bright, sunlit day in the past. A 12-year-old Yun stood in the training ground, sweat clinging to his brow as he practiced sword techniques against a wooden dummy. Each strike was precise, controlled. After a moment, he stopped and called out to his training partner, a blond boy with long hair who was already exhausted but still lunging recklessly at another target. Yun told him it was enough, warning that if he kept going, there wouldn't be any training dummies left. The blond boy, 12-year-old Louis, turned around, his expression filled with innocent determination. Completely misunderstanding Yun's concern, he asked if they had already run out of dummies and offered to ask his mother, the queen, for money to buy more. Yun shook his head, correcting him. He explained that he didn't want more dummies, he wanted Louis to rest. He questioned why Louis and his older brother were so obsessed with training. If they never rested, Yun said, he wouldn't feel right resting either. Before Louis could respond, the sharp sound of a blade slicing through the air echoed nearby. A muscular teenager trained relentlessly, sweat soaking his clothes as he moved without pause. With every strike, he repeated their father's words. Every drop of sweat shed now meant one less drop of blood on the battlefield. This was Yun's 16-year-old elder brother. His eyes burned with determination as he declared that he would soon be permitted to enter the secret realm. He couldn't afford to slack off, not even for a moment. He straightened and announced that he would push through 10 more sets. Yun frowned, concern flashing across his face. He reminded his brother that their teacher emphasized diligence, but before he could finish, Yun leaned closer to Louis and whispered instead. With a grin, he joked that too much effort could be just as bad as too little, then teased that Yun was probably afraid of being surpassed by people 4 years younger than him. Though exhausted, Yun stiffened at the mention of the prince. Respecting Louis's status, he glanced toward him and spoke earnestly. Since His Highness had mentioned resting, he said, he would finish just one more set and then take a break. Yun smiled, satisfied. Just then, a cheerful voice rang out as a young girl ran into the courtyard carrying a large wooden tray. She called out to her big brother, second brother, Yun, and Louis all at once. It was Yuni, 8 years old, radiant with excitement. She announced proudly that she had brought ice-cold honey lemon water and freshly baked apple pie. With a playful grin, she added that they didn't usually get to enjoy such special treats. Laughter filled the courtyard as the children gathered. Yun snatched a treat playfully, declaring through a mouthful of food that Yuni was the best sister in the world. Louis nodded enthusiastically in agreement. Yuni handed Yuni a large mug. He drank deeply and smiled, thanking her. Soon, the four of them gathered beneath a large tree. With a conspiratorial whisper, Yuni revealed that she had sneaked the food out. Yuni froze in shock and spit out his drink. Yun burst into laughter, declaring that stolen food always tasted better, and asked Louis to agree. Louis hesitated, then nodded. Laughter echoed beneath the tree. Yun admitted that he had never cared about secret realms or knighthood. His wish had always been simple, to live peacefully with his family and friends forever. The memory trembled. It shattered. Back in the mirror world, a system window appeared. Yun confirmed his class advancement. Emerald green energy erupted violently. The warmth collapsed into darkness. Inside his mind, Yun screamed Louis's name. Why could you destroy it so easily? The narrative shifted briefly to the Supreme King, Lu Wei. Cold certainty filled his thoughts. Every betrayal, every execution, necessary. A dying Yun Che flashed before his eyes, dismissed as insignificant. The vision vanished. Dark and violet energy exploded from Yun's body. Class advancement complete. Peace dancer. Healing mode. Deterrence mode. Yun emerged into the night. Before he could move, a scream pierced the air. Yun. Lu Sha ran toward him, pale and terrified. She begged him to save Yun-in. The shadow guards were coming. And Yun-in was being hunted because she carried Yun family blood. Yun froze. The girl who claimed no survivors existed. Was his blood relative all along? Luo Sha lowered her gaze, sorrow clearly visible, and confirmed that Yun-in indeed came from the disgraced Yun family. Because of that bloodline, the Shadow Guards had immediately marked Yun-in as the prime suspect in the incident at the hero's secret realm. Her voice trembled as she recalled that terrifying night. The Shadow Guards had stormed into her residence without warning. One hooded guard, overwhelmingly powerful, used a bladed chain to bind Yun-in on the spot and drag her away. Luo Sha said she had rushed forward, desperately trying to explain that Yun-in had not even been present when the hero died. Evidence did not matter to them. The guard ignored her entirely. Tears welled up as Luo Sha admitted the truth to Yun Che. She had exhausted every connection, begged everyone she could reach, and tried every possible method to save her friend. Nothing worked. In the end, she could only confess her helplessness. Without hesitation, Yun Che pulled his hood down, concealing his face. His tone remained calm as he asked for the exact location where Yun-in was being held. Luo Sha immediately volunteered to guide him, but Yun Che stopped her. Turning back, one eye glowing faintly with power, he refused. She needed to stay behind, manage the situation, and cover their tracks. Rescuing Yun-in alone would be faster and safer. Activating Mirror World, Yun Che stepped into the parallel dimension. He moved through the inverted, ghost-like city, using reflections to travel unseen. When he reached his destination, the system notified him that he had exited Mirror World. Yun Che reappeared in reality and surged forward at astonishing speed. While advancing, he opened a system interface and initiated a call. The information he had just learned was too shocking to ignore. Through the screen, he questioned Luo Sha again, asking whether Yun-in truly belonged to the Yun family. He reminded her that the entire clan was supposed to have been wiped out by Louis years ago. How could anyone have survived? Luo Sha appeared on the screen and shared what she knew. According to her intelligence, the Yun family once had an illegitimate child who lived outside the main residence. The revelation left Yun Che deeply unsettled. He remembered his father as a rigid man who valued honor above all else. An affair made no sense. Then realization struck. The image of his elder brother, Yun-yi, surfaced in his mind. The child had not been his father's. It was most likely Yun-yi's. Luo Sha continued, revealing an unexpected fragment of mercy from the enemy. Louis had chosen not to kill that infant. Whether it stemmed from rare compassion or lingering ties to the Yun family remained unclear. The spared child was kept near the royal palace and raised there, yet lived no better than a prisoner, confined to a small estate and forbidden to leave. The story grew even darker. The child's mother never knew who the father truly was. Crushed by despair, she eventually took her own life by hanging. Yun-in was her daughter. After her mother's death, the young girl remained alone in that isolated estate, living beneath the shadow of tragedy. Yun-che listened in silence, his heart heavy at the cruelty inflicted on his bloodline. He asked how Yun-in had escaped such a fate and later become Luo Sha's personal guard. Standing atop a rooftop, Luo Sha revealed her own secret. She was not merely a noble, she was the daughter of the kingdom's third prince. She recalled meeting Yun-in for the first time at the age of 7. Exhausted by strict etiquette lessons, she had slipped away to a quiet area of the palace. There, she witnessed Yun-in being bullied. The surroundings were filled with children of high officials, spoiled and arrogant. Since Yun-in was labeled a traitor's descendant, no one stopped them. In that memory, several noble boys encircled Yun-in. One of them mocked her by holding up the book she had been reading, sneering that a traitor's bastard had no right to fairy tales. He jeered, asking whether she even knew how to write the word happiness. Many bullied her simply to gain favor with the king. The boy shouted that such books belonged to noble ladies, not someone like her. He claimed the book was dirted by her touch and ordered it torn apart and burned. Laughter rang out as Yun-in clutched the ruined pages. The abuse escalated when the boy yanked her hair, forcing her head back while she hugged the torn book to her chest. Crouching before her, he mocked her desperation and delivered a final, vicious insult, saying her mother had been mad and predicting the same fate for her. At that moment, something inside the young Yun-in shattered. The fear in her eyes vanished, replaced by a fierce, unfamiliar rage. Driven by pure instinct, Yun-in made a desperate choice. She clamped her teeth down on the bully's hand with all her strength. The boy shrieked in pain and shock, violently shaking his arm until she was forced away. Staggering back, he stared at the deep bite mark, disbelief flashing across his face before it twisted into uncontrollable fury. He was enraged that someone he considered beneath him had dared to resist. Luo Sha remembered that scene clearly. She had witnessed countless people cry after being beaten, yet she had never seen such desperation in someone merely trying to protect a torn book. The boys erupted in threats, shouting that Yun-in had crossed the line and vowing to beat her to death for biting them. At that moment, the young Luo Sha stepped out from the shadows. Dressed in refined royal attire, she raised her hand and sharply ordered them to stop, demanding an explanation. The boys froze when they recognized her. Cold sweat covered their faces as they hurriedly claimed that the traitor's descendant had stolen a book and attacked them like a mad animal. Luo Sha ignored their excuses and walked over to Yun-in, her gaze falling on the damaged book clutched tightly in the girl's hands. She calmly pointed out that books from the palace library carried a royal seal and asked whether that book had won. The boys fell silent. They knew it did not. Realizing the book had likely been salvaged from discarded trash, Luo Sha produced a brand new volume, its cover decorated with delicate flowers. She offered it to Yun-in, suggesting she take the new book and throw the damaged one away. Yun-in stared at it in shock, her eyes wide with disbelief. Then she shook her head. Ignoring the princess entirely, Yun-in crouched down and carefully gathered the torn pages scattered across the floor. Hugging the scraps to her chest, she walked away as tears streamed down her face. Watching that small figure retreat, Luo Sha finally understood something crucial. Those torn pages meant far more to Yun-in than any untouched treasure. Later, Luo Sha saw Yun-in sitting alone in a quiet corner of the corridor, the only place where sunlight slipped through. Her hand rested gently on the broken cover. In that moment, Luo Sha sensed that the ruined book was the only warmth and light Yun-in possessed in her bleak life. Though damaged, it was something she had protected herself, not charity handed down to her. From then on, Luo Sha often visited that corner. Sometimes she helped Yun-in. Other times, she simply watched in silence. Eventually, she requested the king to allow Yun-in to serve as her personal guard. The official position ended most of the open abuse. Still, Luo Sha admitted that the harassment never truly disappeared. It merely became hidden. Even studying under a concealed identity had not kept Yun-in safe, and now she had been dragged into a deadly storm once more. Luo Sha warned Yun-che about the shadow guards. They were the king's direct enforcers, merciless and absolute. They would rather execute an innocent person than allow even the slightest risk of escape. Many families had already perished under their hands. Tears streamed down Luo Sha's face as she bowed her head before the screen, begging Yun Che to save her friend. She swore she would repay him no matter the cost and asked him to tell her if there was anything else she could do. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon, Yun Che tore through space using Mirror World. He emerged inside the prison and was met with a horrifying sight. The bladed chain used to restrain Yun lay discarded on the floor, soaked in blood. Yun stood nearby, her body covered in wounds, blood trailing down her skin. Despite her injuries, her posture remained unbroken. A shadow guard faced her, gripping a jagged blade. His cruel smile widened as he remarked on her stubbornness, boasting that he would be the one guarding her throughout the night. A sinister red glow flickered in his eyes as he promised that the long hours ahead would be filled with endless torment. As he declared that no one would come to save her, space behind him distorted. A foot appeared out of nowhere. Yun Che descended like a shadow and slammed a powerful kick straight into the guard's face. The impact erupted with explosive force, sending the shadow guard flying away in a violent shockwave. Yun lifted her head slowly, disbelief filling her eyes. She could hardly accept that someone had truly come for her. Standing before her with his hood lowered and violet light burning in his gaze, Yun Che looked at her and asked calmly whether she was hurt. The shadow guard forced himself upright from the shattered rubble, stone fragments sliding from his armor as dust and blood clung stubbornly to his frame. Pain pulsed through his body, yet a twisted smile slowly spread across his scarred face. In that instant, realization struck him with brutal clarity. So this was the intruder. The man he had been hunting all this time was Yun, the same Yun who had ended Ding Kuan's life. A harsh, rasping laugh escaped the guard's throat. He mocked the fallen hero without restraint, his voice dripping with disdain. To him, Ding Kuan had never been worthy of respect. Just a hollow symbol, a useless banner propped up to inspire fools, a powerless mascot who had hidden away in a dungeon while others spilled blood. Yet while the insults echoed across the ruined space, Yun did not react. His focus never wavered. Kneeling beside Yun carefully supported her head and poured a healing potion between her lips. His hands were steady, his breathing controlled, as though the battlefield around them did not exist. The chaos, the threats, the looming danger, none of it mattered more than her condition. He watched closely as color slowly returned to her face, relief flickering faintly in his eyes. The guard continued speaking, emboldened by Yun's silence. His voice carried smug confidence as he shared his deductions. Yun could only belong to the old Yun family, he said. No one else had enough hatred to target Ding Kuan so directly. To confirm his theory, he had used Yun as bait, and Yun had walked straight into the trap. As if summoned by those words, Yun rose slowly to his feet. Without acknowledging the taunts, he activated his peace dancer abilities. Gentle energy spread outward, and a massive translucent bell formed above Yun, descending with solemn grace. Waves of warm light pulsed from it, wrapping her in healing energy. Her breathing steadied further, the worst of her injuries held at bay. The shadow guard clicked his tongue in annoyance. Reaching up, he pulled back his hood, revealing a face carved by countless scars, marks of violence and cruelty earned over many years. He sneered as he spoke again, remarking that it was fortunate the king had preserved certain family members as bait. Without such measures, Yun's stealth would have remained impossible to counter. Even a citywide manhunt had failed to uncover him. Then, without warning, pink energy surged violently outward. A massive barrier snapped into existence, sealing the entire area. The air vibrated as the formation locked into place, trapping everyone inside with a low, ominous hum. The guard spread his arms slightly, pride evident in his posture. He announced it was a confinement formation. Escape was no longer an option. Smiling arrogantly, he boasted that the barrier's strength was absolute, so powerful that only an S-rank like himself could pass. Before Yun could respond, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Enemy identified, Shadow 33. Class, Juggler. Shadow 33 lifted his jagged, chained blades and swung them idly, testing their balance. He told Yun that hiding his face was meaningless now. Surrendering, he claimed, would spare him from prolonged torture. The lie shattered instantly. With terrifying speed, Shadow 33 lunged forward. His blades screamed through the air as he announced his intention to have his fun with Yun first, before finishing Yun. Golden light erupted outward. Yun activated Peace Domain. A radiant zone expanded instantly, reshaping the battlefield. Enemy movement slowed, their attacks weakened, while Yun was fully protected within the domain's embrace. Shadow 33's blades crashed down with immense force, but Yun did not retreat. Gripping his staff, Yun met each strike head-on. His movements were precise, fluid, and controlled. Heavy weapons that should have shattered bone were knocked aside effortlessly as though they weighed nothing. A chilling calm settled over him. Yun's eyes glowed faintly as he looked directly at Shadow 33 and asked a single question, cold, sharp, and unforgiving. Had he tortured Yun simply for his own amusement? Shadow 33 sneered. He admitted it without hesitation. He bragged that the Shadow Guard's reputation alone was enough to lure Yun out of hiding. Then, laughing, he unleashed his technique. Blade Fury. A storm of crimson, triangular blades erupted into the air, tearing through the sealed space as they rained down violently toward Yun and Yunin. In response, Yun summoned the undead spirit of Xiaoan. A ghostly warrior emerged, its translucent armor radiating cold, ancient power. Without pause, the spirit activated multiple defensive techniques. Iron-like protection formed around its body, followed by a wide-area shield that expanded outward, positioning itself firmly between the blades and its master. Yun watched silently. The words Shadow Guards echoed in his mind, dragging him into a memory he had never escaped. Beneath a blood-red moon, Louis had led his forces into the Yun estate. Screams filled the night. Homes burned. People were dragged out, tortured, slaughtered one by one. Not a single life spared. Only silence remained. Yun tore himself free from the memory. Looking at Shadow 33, his voice was calm as he told him that he had made a fatal mistake. Xiaoan's shields flared as Blade Fury crashed down. One by one, the crimson blades shattered against the layered defenses, scattering into fading fragments. The attack was completely nullified. Purple light gathered in Yun's hand. Dark energy coiled around his arm as he summoned a weapon. His presence shifted instantly, sharper, heavier. Deterrence mode activated, sending his combat power surging. A dagger formed in his grasp, surrounded by dense shadows. Yun declared that the Shadow Guards had slaughtered his family, and now they dared to harm an innocent child. He activated multiple reverse chanter skills. Each one fed power into his blade of trickery, increasing the pressure, suffocating the battlefield. His eyes burned with rage as he stated clearly that it was his enemies who should abandon all thoughts of escape. Shadow 33 tilted his head, interest sparking. He smiled and asked whether Yun's weapon could change forms, then unleashed his next technique. Chain Trick, 1000-blade spin. Dozens of spinning portals opened across the sealed space, releasing violent streams of red projectiles. Shadow 33 laughed, claiming Yun had revealed himself as a support-type class user. The storm surged forward, but Yun was no longer defending. The dagger reshaped into a dark purple chain. Yun whipped it through the air, deflecting every projectile with effortless precision. Then he vanished. Teleporting rapidly, Yun appeared around Shadow 33 from impossible angles. He activated Martial Deterrence Domain, amplifying enemy damage taken while boosting his own speed. Shadow 33's arrogance cracked, replaced by a feral grin. He admitted Yun was impressive but still inferior. He lunged. His attack struck nothing. A blur of purple energy appeared above him. Yun descended like a falling blade, dark chains pinning Shadow 33 to the ground. Pain exploded through the guard's body. Understanding struck. Mirrors. Even wounded, Shadow 33 sneered, mocking Yun for revealing his best skill just to cause a minor wound. Then, a shadowy strike tore through him from behind. Skill activated, Deterioration Blade. The attack amplified all damage and status effects. Shadow 33 screamed, staggering forward in disbelief. Furious and shaken, he prepared his ultimate attack, Splitting Trick. The space filled with endless blades. He screamed for Yun and Yunin to die. Yun calmly raised a finger. Golden light descended. Dance of Finale, Celestial Requiem Bell. A colossal bell formed, surrounded by angelic figures. Every attack reflected back. Shadow 33 watched in horror as his own blades tore into him repeatedly. The force shattered the confinement formation. When silence returned, Yun walked forward. Shadow 33 lay broken. Yun asked Yunin to turn away. Then more guards arrived. Moments later, they lay dead, added to Yun's undead army. Afterward, Yun sent Yunin to safety. With the battlefield secured, Yun questioned the undead spirit. Yes, it had been there during the massacre. Names followed. Shadow 3, Shadow 5, and then, Yun-E. The name shattered him. Yun stood frozen, whispering his brother's name as memories of the kind. Protective elder brother clashed violently with the truth now revealed. The past he believed in had just collapsed. Inside a lavish yet chaotic room, the air was thick with perfume and dim light. A man cloaked in a dark hood lounged on a sofa, several women draped around him. This was Yun-E, the newly appointed captain of the Shadow Guards. The moment a subordinate hurried in with a report, Yun Yi's relaxed posture stiffened. Shadow Unit 22 had failed to return after being dispatched to seize Yun Yin. Communication had been cut off entirely. When reinforcements investigated the underground dungeon, they found only corpses. Every shadow guard stationed there lay dead. Yun Yin herself had vanished without a trace. Yun Yi rose abruptly. A surge of dark aura burst from him, violently forcing the women away. His expression hardened as disbelief flickered through his crimson-lit eyes. Those guards were elites, killed so cleanly that it suggested something far more dangerous than expected. Could there really be survivors left from the Yun bloodline? Suppressing his shock, Yun Yi issued orders at once. Every outpost was to be contacted. If Yun Yin couldn't be crushed in the shadows, then she would be destroyed in the open. His lips curved into a chilling smile as he decided on a different tactic. He commanded the release of Yun Yin's identity to the public, her image, her records, and the truth twisted into a weapon. The announcement branded her as a descendant of the infamous Yun family, traitors whose name still inspired hatred. The response was immediate. Across the city, alerts flooded personal devices. In the central plaza, a massive holographic screen flickered to life, displaying Yun Yin's face alongside detailed personal data. Pedestrians froze in disbelief. Murmurs spread as shock quickly turned into outrage. How is she still alive? Why are we only hearing about this now? Anger erupted among the crowd. Many cursed the past, demanding answers for how a remnant of the Yun family had remained hidden for so long. The news soon reached the academy. Students crossed the courtyards in tense clusters, whispering urgently as they asked one another if they had seen the report. The atmosphere grew heavy. Two male students paused mid-conversation. One scoffed, saying it sounded fabricated. But with official confirmation released, it couldn't be ignored. Still, the other student, hood pulled low over his face, hesitated. Even if the report was real, he argued, Yun Yin was nothing more than a girl. The sins of the past weren't hers to bear. What happened years ago had nothing to do with her. He compared her fate to Tiaoji, pointing out how easily innocence could be buried beneath a cursed family name. The student dressed in a neat suit let out a breath and rubbed his forehead, finally conceding that his friend had a point. Still, his expression quickly turned grim. There was something neither of them could ignore. Their way of thinking belonged only to people their age. He said quietly that if he dared to voice such thoughts at home, his grandfather would likely beat him senseless before the conversation even ended. The student in the hoodie nodded with a bitter smile. He understood all too well. Sympathy meant nothing to the masses. To the world at large, Yun Yin was nothing more than the bloodline of Yun, the infamous traitor who had shattered the empire. On a nearby street, two women passed by, their voices filled with open contempt. They scoffed at the idea that anyone from the Yun family still dared to exist. One of them spat that Yun Yin should crawl to the king's statue and beg for death in repayment for her ancestors' sins. Hidden inside a tall building, Yun Yin stood motionless near a window. She stared down at the sea of furious faces below. Every insult pierced her ears clearly. Some shouted that a simple death was too merciful. Others screamed that she should suffer first. Her fingers clenched at her side as the hatred washed over her. Within the crowd, a young man hesitated and spoke up carefully. He muttered that while she might deserve punishment, torture seemed excessive. His words barely left his mouth before outrage exploded around him. A burly man lunged forward, seizing the youth by the collar. Veins bulged in his neck as he roared, demanding to know if the boy had forgotten the history of the kingdom's greatest traitor. His voice cracked with fury as he shouted that millions had died because of Yun. He claimed his own parents were among the victims. Surrounded by rage and crushing stares, the young man's courage shattered. Fear twisted his expression as he hurriedly changed his stance. Forcing an unnatural smile, he raised his voice to blend in with the mob. He shouted that a descendant of such unforgivable sin had no right to live, that Yun Yin should at least have the decency to end her own life. Inside a pitch-black room, Yun Yin stood perfectly still. Her face showed no emotion, yet her ears were filled with the outside world's hatred. Every shout carried the same wish, for her death. The voices blurred together, old and new weaving into a single cruel chorus. They mocked her lifeless eyes, dragged her mother's name through the mud, and whispered the same venomous command again and again, that she should end her life just as her mother had. Her breathing remained shallow. She didn't move. Then, light suddenly tore through the darkness. The door swung open, forcing Yun Yin to blink in surprise. A hurried voice followed, low but urgent, warning her that the security chief had arrived. Staying here was no longer safe. It was time to relocate. Elsewhere, in a different room, Yun sat quietly beside Lu Sha. His expression was calm, but his thoughts were racing. The speed at which Yun Yin's identity had been exposed bothered him deeply. It didn't take long for him to piece things together. The security bureau had to be connected to the shadow guards. Otherwise, they wouldn't have known that Yun Yin was the real target from the very beginning. Lu Sha confirmed his suspicion. She revealed that the bureau had been secretly monitoring Yun for some time. That night, when she had gone to find him, the agents had noticed her presence. Although Yun later shook off their surveillance, the damage had already been done. Yun analyzed the situation carefully. After the shadow guards were wiped out and Yun disappeared, the authorities had more than enough reason to shift their suspicion toward him. With the unresolved case of the fallen hero and the sudden public exposure of Yun Yin's identity, the enemy finally had the perfect excuse to frame him. His mind drifted back to the moment he had passed the statues alongside Lu Sha, disguised beneath a cloak. From an investigator's perspective, it would be easy to conclude that the mysterious cloaked figure was him, and therefore the one responsible for the hero's death. Yun understood their strategy. They weren't trying to arrest him yet. They wanted to corner him, force him into action, and make him reveal his true strength. Only then would their evidence be complete. Still, fate had tilted slightly in his favor. The principal had intervened at a critical moment, using his authority and magic to drive the security chief away. That single decision had prevented Yun from being exposed on the spot. Lu Sha sat on the sofa, her brows drawn tight with worry. She admitted quietly that if the principal hadn't been keeping an eye on her, she might not have survived being surrounded by so many armed officers. Guilt crept into her voice as she blamed herself. She believed her own lack of caution had dragged them into danger, nearly costing them their lives. Yun shook his head calmly. Luck had played its part, yes, but what surprised him more was the truth he had just learned. The principal wasn't merely helping out of goodwill. He was Lu Sha's great-uncle. Several hours earlier, within the walls of the academy's highest office, Principal Bolan sat behind his desk, tension etched clearly across his face. Principal Bolan's voice was firm as he confronted Lu Sha. He told her bluntly that she had acted without thinking. Driving away the local security chief was within his power, but if the king's elite shadow guards had shown up instead, even he would have been powerless to intervene. Lu Sha tried to soften the tension with a few flattering words, but Bolan stopped her immediately. His expression darkened as he warned her not to take the shadow guards lightly. They were nothing like ordinary high-ranked fighters. Compared to them, even S-rank combatants were insignificant. He reminded her, stern and unyielding, that he had cautioned her long ago. She should never have continued bringing Yun along. Meeting her eyes, the principal spoke without restraint. She needed to decide what mattered most. The king had already issued an order for her to leave the academy and return to the royal palace. There was no room left for delay. Then came the reality she didn't want to hear. If she insisted on taking Yun with her, hiding him would be impossible. The palace was a nest of watchers, countless eyes, loyal to the throne. Once there, the shadow guards would inevitably uncover the truth. For Yun's sake, Bolan advised her to return alone. Outside the door, Yun stood frozen. She had heard every word. Guilt surged through her chest, heavy and suffocating. If her identity were exposed, death would be inevitable, and it would be her own carelessness that led to it. She lowered her head, seeing herself as nothing more than dead weight. She had leaned on Lu Sha for far too long. In her mind, Yun pictured a different future, one where Lu Sha lived freely, unburdened by the stigma of a traitor's descendant. Without Yun, her life could have been brighter. The thought only deepened her remorse. Then her mind turned to Yun. He should have remained in the shadows, safe and untouched. Instead, he had revealed himself, risked everything, to protect her. And now, she had dragged him into danger as well. A memory struck her without warning. She saw herself as a child standing before her mother's lifeless body, suspended by a rope. The image burned into her mind, unchanging, merciless. The past closed in around her. She refused to become a burden again. Without making a sound, Yun turned away from the door of the safe house, her decision already made. She had already made her decision to leave. At that very moment, the door opened. Yun stood there, looking straight at her, and told her to come with him. Yun froze, surprise flashing across her face. Without wasting time, Yun explained his plan. They wouldn't stay here. He intended to leave quietly, away from both the public eye and the authorities. He had a destination in mind, a hidden realm known only to a few, a place where they could disappear until the storm passed. Lu Sha stepped forward as well. She immediately agreed, urging Yun-in to stop hesitating. They could all enter the secret realm together and wait until things settled down. Trying to lighten the atmosphere, Lu Sha even winked, saying that once everything was cleared up, she could always plead with the king. After all, Yun was innocent. Surely they'd be allowed to return to the academy eventually. But Yun-in couldn't bring herself to move. Guilt weighed her down too heavily. She shook her head and said that she had already caused enough trouble. Yun didn't need to risk himself for her. Turning to Lu Sha, she reminded her of the royal command. She was supposed to return to the palace. Disobeying it would only make things worse. Lu Sha refused to let the mood sink. With a bright smile, she wrapped her arms around Yun-in, brushing aside her concerns. They could simply pretend they had gone out to relax, she said. Her great-uncle didn't need to know. She was confident the principal would cover for them. Before either of them could respond, Yun spoke again. This time, his voice was heavy. He admitted that this entire situation was his fault. Yun-in looked at him, confusion and quiet concern softening her gaze. She asked how that could possibly be true. Yun's expression darkened. He said that her suffering, everything she had endured since the day she was born, had begun because of him. As he traced the truth back, he realized it was his past connection with King Louis that had triggered the catastrophe years ago. That relationship had ultimately led to the annihilation of the Yun family. His thoughts drifted to his elder brother. In silence, he questioned Yun-yi, what choice had he made, and why had he become one of the shadow guards who slaughtered their own blood? Once they were ready to leave, Lu Sha asked where exactly this secret realm was. Yun answered calmly. The location came from the lingering soul of a shadow guard he had defeated. Moments later, the space around them shifted. They arrived before a colossal ruin suspended in the sky, bathed in radiant golden light. Ancient structures floated as if untouched by gravity, majestic and ominous. This was the Golden City's secret realm, and somewhere within that glowing expanse stood Yun-yi, the very person they were destined to face. Yuna's eyes were drawn to a towering column of light rising far across the horizon. The sight stirred his memory. The spirit of the Shadow Guard had told him earlier that his brother, Yuni, was somewhere in that direction. Judging by the distance and terrain, Yuna estimated they could reach it within half a day. That plan stalled the moment they reached the edge of a cliff. Looking down, they saw their route completely blocked. A troop of massive creatures occupied the path below. Laborback gorillas. Each one radiated a fierce presence, unmistakably level 58 monsters. Yuni showed no panic. His gaze swept over the gorillas, recognition flashing in his eyes. From his past life, he knew these monsters well. More importantly, he remembered what they dropped. Gold iron ore. His grip tightened around the hilt of his battered weapon. The flowing cloud sword was still badly damaged, and gold iron ore was an essential material for its restoration. This obstacle was also an opportunity. Without hesitation, Yuni drew his sword. As he activated its ability, the blade shimmered and began to morph. Light rippled along its surface as it reshaped itself into a flexible chain blade. A system alert immediately followed, warning that the weapon's condition remained severely compromised. Even so, the chain form retained its utility, capable of coiling around massive enemies and restraining them. In this state, Yuni's mobility was greatly enhanced. Moments later, the weapon shifted again. The chain condensed, reforming into a colossal scythe. This transformation came at a steep cost. Speed and defense dropped sharply, but the trade-off was overwhelming power. The attack stat surged by more than 5,000 points. As Yuni prepared to strike, Lu Sha stepped forward. She raised her hand and invoked Starplay Secret Art, a technique that amplified both spiritual force and offensive strength. The moment the spell took effect, the flowing cloud sword reacted. Its unique trait, buff adaptation, absorbed the enhancement directly, converting the boost into raw weapon stats instead of channeling it through Yuni. The scythe trembled under the influx of power. Yuni swung. The blade carved a vast arc through the air, releasing a devastating wave of force. The laborback gorillas didn't stand a chance. The level 58 monsters were cut down in a single strike, their massive bodies collapsing as dust and debris filled the battlefield. When the air finally cleared, Yuni landed steadily. Lu Sha walked up behind him, her gaze fixed on the weapon in his hand. Her eyes widened. "That really is the flowing cloud sword?" she asked in disbelief. "Its attack power is insane. How can something that damaged hit that hard?" Yuna smiled faintly. "It wasn't always like this," he said calmly. "The reason it can do that now is because of you." Her confusion deepened, and the scene shifted into his memory. Back then, the academy's principal had intended to reward Yun for saving students and instructors during the chaos of the Valor Secret Realm. Originally, the reward was supposed to be several valuable skill manuals. However, Lu Sha had relentlessly pressed her great-uncle about it, leaving the principal with little room to maneuver. While he couldn't give up the life nursery, he eventually handed over a rare substitute, a glowing lump of golden material. World Tree Resin. It was something the principal had painstakingly accumulated over many years. Yuna had used the resin as a binding medium, treating it like a precious adhesive to stabilize the shattered structure of the flowing cloud sword. Even then, he knew the amount was insufficient for a full restoration. It's the best material available, he had admitted. But it's only enough to begin the repairs. A system notification soon confirmed it. World Tree Resin absorbed. Weapon repair progress, 11.2%. The memory faded. Yuni looked down at the sword in his hand, his expression steady. The road ahead remained dangerous, but his weapon had finally taken its first step toward recovery. And that was enough. More importantly, that initial restoration had repaired one of the flowing cloud sword's most critical traits, buff adaptation. With this function restored, the weapon could now directly replicate and utilize any active enhancements applied to its wielder. Back in the present, Yun collected the spoils left behind by the fallen monsters. Among them was gold iron ore. As long as monsters existed, he could keep gathering it. With a single thought, Yun issued a command. His undead legion surged forward. As long as there's prey, Yun thought calmly, the flowing cloud sword will keep recovering. He lifted his gaze toward the distant pillar of light. Judging by the pace, he would be able to restore a significant portion of the weapon before confronting his brother, Yun-Yi. The clash resumed instantly. Yun launched himself into the air, blade flashing as he descended. His strike tore through a towering laborback gorilla, severing it in mid-motion. Without pause, he shifted the weapon into its chain blade form. The flexible links whipped outward, unleashing a storm of rapid slashes that cut from every angle. At his command, the chains tightened. The massive beast was completely restrained. Yun landed atop the monster and turned sharply. Yun-In, now. She rushed forward, energy gathering in her palm as a radiant dagger formed. With a decisive motion, she drove it down. The bound monster split cleanly apart, its collapse marking a clear sign of her rapid growth. Once the battle ended, the group regrouped near the edge of the cliff. A system notification echoed. Level up achieved. Yun, Luo Sha, and Yun-In had all advanced. Yun-In approached Yun, hesitation in her eyes. She asked quietly whether helping them level up was slowing his own progress. Yun shook his head gently as he gathered 15 chunks of gold iron ore. Surrounded by his undead, among them the spirit of Dinkuan, he explained calmly. His summons were constantly hunting on his behalf. Even now, many of them were battling monsters within the mirror world to avoid drawing attention. In truth, Yun said evenly, I'm killing far more monsters than you can see. As he spoke, the ore dissolved into his weapon. Power surged through the blade as its attack stat climbed by another 300 points. The repair progress crossed the 20% threshold. Luo Sha leapt down to stand beside him. You seem certain, she said thoughtfully. Like you've already chosen your destination. She pointed toward the towering beam of light in the distance. What's there? Yun followed her gaze. The ruins of the old Yun family manor. Luo Sha froze, instantly understanding the weight of those words. Yun-In, standing slightly behind them, listened intently. Yun continued, his voice steady. 40 years ago, when the Golden City secret realm expanded, it swallowed the ruins whole. Preserved within the realm, untouched ever since. Then he turned to Yun-In. There's a chance, he said quietly, that your grandfather is still there. Her eyes widened, shock rendering her speechless. Far away, within a dim chamber inside the Yun family ruins, a man sat by a window. Yun-Yi. A subordinate stood nearby, reporting in a low voice. Despite her identity having been exposed long ago, there was still no information on Yun-Yin's whereabouts. Yun-Yi's expression remained unreadable as he stared into the distance. The hooded subordinate dropped to one knee, his forehead nearly touching the floor. In a restrained voice, he reported that public anger had made travel increasingly difficult. With so many eyes searching, Yun-In would not be able to remain hidden for long. Still, he revealed that everything was not left to chance. From beneath his cloak, the subordinate produced 3 faintly glowing objects, slender rods etched with runes. They were locator scepters. Long ago, a tracking mark had been secretly placed on Yun-In. If any of these scepters came within 1,000 meters of her, they would immediately reveal her precise location. With the devices scattered across the region, escape was no longer realistic. "She cannot evade us much longer," the subordinates stated confidently. Yuni rose to his feet. Dust stirred beneath his steps as he crossed the silent chamber. The past, he decided, no longer mattered. Grasping one of the glowing scepters, his eyes hardened. "It's time," he said coldly, "to erase the final remnant." At that moment, a translucent system interface suddenly appeared near his chest. Yuni froze. Pure shock flickered across his face as he sensed something entirely unexpected. Elsewhere within the secret realm, Yun and Yunin continued advancing through hostile territory. They moved in perfect coordination, Yun wielding his massive scythe while Yunin darted forward with her dagger. One sweeping arc from Yun cleaved two monsters apart, their bodies collapsing before they could even react. Among the remains, he recovered two more chunks of gold iron ore. After the fight, Yun stood quietly, his weapon still glowing faintly. He glanced at Yunin. She stood motionless, staring at a floating screen, her expression distant. Several hours earlier, Yun had finally told her the truth. That Yun-Yi was now the captain of Lu's Shadow Guard. And worse, he was the one who had personally destroyed the Yun family all those years ago. Back then, the two of them had stood alone in the vast, empty landscape. Yun had admitted that he no longer knew what kind of man his brother had become, or how he might treat his own daughter. What he did know was this: Yun-In was innocent. The Yun family had been innocent. Then he gave her a choice. If she did not wish to face her father, she could remain behind. Yun would leave undead guardians to protect her and move forward alone. Now, Yun-In tightened her grip on her dagger. The revelation had come too suddenly. Her thoughts were tangled, emotions colliding faster than she could process. She knew it would take time, perhaps a long time, to truly understand everything she had just learned. Yet one truth stood firm. She had grown up alone. Whatever had happened in the past, whatever choices her father had made, her life had already been shaped by his absence. If he had chosen to become a shadow guard, then that path was his, not hers. Pain flickered across her face. Then her expression steadied. She lifted her head, resolve settling in her eyes. She would move forward. Nearby, Yun stood on a high ledge overlooking the ruins. Doubt crept into his thoughts. Perhaps he should have left Yun-In somewhere safe. Maybe facing Yuni alone would have been the wiser choice. He decided then, he would confront his brother first. Only after that would he decide whether Yun-In should meet him. As he looked down, something caught his attention. Below lay scattered debris, splintered wooden dummies, broken weapon racks, half buried in dust. Yun recognized the place instantly. The old training ground. As he stared, a phantom vision overlaid the ruins. In his mind's eye, he saw the past, his younger self, Yun-Yi, and their sister Yun-Tir laughing, sparring, and practicing sword forms together beneath the open sky. The memory faded, leaving only silence. Standing there with the undead spirits of Chain and Dinkuan, an idea took shape in Yun's mind. He activated his ability. The world shifted as he stepped into the mirror world. As he landed, a thought surfaced. Just as Benben's soul had remained within a secret realm, perhaps the souls of his slaughtered family had never truly left this place.